Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, citizens, residents, visitors, and welcome back to the Cravenstown streaming complex on this, the 31st of March 2019. And if it is your first time here, a very warm welcome to Cravenstown for the Cravenstown streaming complex show on Sunday, aka Story Sunday. How the devil are you? I hope you have had a splendid week and all is well. I'm just got to I've just realised I copy pasted a couple of things in the wrong order, and now everything is a little bit out of whack. There we go. Things are all right. So, firstly, I'm running a little bit late, but that's partly due to two factors there. A little bit later than I intended. I wanted to be on about 6:37. It is 8. Well, the clock says it's 8, and that's factor number 1. Daylight savings time kicked in Britain last night, here in not so sunny old England, where Cravenstown is currently based. And why is this still a thing? Seriously, I know everyone asks it and it's very meme popular to make that comment right now, but fuck it, I'm making it too. I'm adding to that meme zeitgeist. Why is daylight savings time still a thing? It's fucking annoying. In my head, it's just ticked 7 p.m, which is within the boundaries of allowance of being a little bit later, thanks to the other reason, which is this Sunday has been British Mother's Day. Always love the fact that when we put our Happy Mother's Day messages up, or I'm tickled by the fact that when we put our Happy Mother's Day messages up, and Happy Mother's Day to the best mum in the world, and this, that, and the other, and most of the rest of the world, especially the US, with which we have a lot of social media overlap collectively as a country, and Canada, all shit themselves, panicking like, wait, it's Mother's Day, what? It's like, no, calm down, colonies. Yours is in May. Yours is later in the year. We're nice and early. Ours are sprung with spring, whereas yours comes later in the spring, heading towards the summer. So yes, today was British Mother's Day. So I took care of that. My dear mum, Cray mum, has been replete with a meal yours truly did from scratch, which I'll cover a few details of because I'm rather proud of it. I am rather proud of it indeed. I don't often bring out my inner cook, my inner culinary genius. In fact, it's only every few years I'll really get a recipe out, get all the ingredients in and cook the whole thing from scratch. And today was one of those days. It's not that I don't enjoy cooking. I actually quite do, or I don't mind it. I certainly don't mind it. I'm just unfortunately tremendously methodical. I am something of a perfectionist. It's a small byproduct of anxiety, but it's been with me since I was a very small child, and I can't shake it, really. The byproduct of that being that I'm very slow. It slows me down a lot in the kitchen. Everything having to be just so, and this, that, and the other, and the way I do things and how I get them done. Citizen Decadency, good evening to you. Good evening, and welcome to the show. It's a pleasure to see you. I hope you've had a splendid weekend. What have you been up to? Catch me up, sir. Catch me up. All of you, those of you who are swinging in, flying in on your shuttlecraft, landing, parking in the VIP bays for the main show in the streaming complex. Tip your valets on the way in and settle in and catch me up on what's been going on in your lives, good townspeople. But yes, I am tremendously methodical and perfectionist when it comes to things like cooking, where most people are like, whereas I'm like, okay, and then rinse my hands, and then do this, and then do this. When something says prep time, such and such, like today, prep time said 10 minutes, it'll take me about 25. As such, that puts quite a lot of in the minus column for me when it comes to cooking out of enjoyment, because of the actual end result. The food usually comes out relatively well. I can cook somewhat successfully, but the amount of pleasure I get from doing it versus how much time it takes to do for me, not for everybody, but for myself, weighs down to the point that I just don't I don't bother with it too much. I can cook a lot quicker with basic stuff when I'm just doing something for myself. But when I'm doing a fancy meal, I really have to sort of go whole hog with the whole afternoon. Meteog420, who or what are you doing? Welcome, Meteog420. Unless that is whole hog. It just says, Meteog. But, have I? No, I read that. It says Meteog. It's Meaty OG 420, my bad. Well, this, if it is your first time here, unless you are a rename of a certain Emerald Wizard 420, who's been one of our off and on regulars, this is the warm-up. Welcome to the show. Story Sunday, there we go. Well, then you know what I'm doing is the warm-up to the show. Good to see you again. Stay a while and listen, especially today of all days, because it is Story Sunday and it's all about the narration. I am describing a little bit of my cooking habits. Good to see you. Happy Mother's Day. Thank you. I'm not a mother to very much. If I am a mother, it's news to me. But Kraymum has been spoilt and is replete with good food. So those of you who are members of the full town, those of you who've taken up your residency in Krayven's town itself, may have swung by the food court and had a little look at what I threw up there. So I did a sirloin steak and potato bake, by which I mean I didn't do it in a baked pie, like a meat and potato pie thing in a dish, but I did essentially chopped steak and baby new potatoes, or I think you Americans would call them baby little yellow potatoes, in tinfoil. In a tinfoil thing. So I went to the actual butcher section, none of this quick off the shelf and plastic wrap bollocks, but I went to the proper butcher at the back end of the posh supermarket, Waitrose, that we have here in the UK, and got 24 ounces, so 1.5 pounds, or roughly 500-600 grams of prime sirloin, like yay thick, 12 ounces each per steak. Or what would that be? 300 grams maybe per steak of the real top grade stuff, and then proceeded to season and prep all that. Chopped all the potatoes up, diced my steak into about 2-inch square, 5-centimeter square pieces. Took off all the rind, did all of that, and we did. What did I do? A couple of tablespoons of olive oil. Some thyme, some oregano, some ground parsley, the dried parsley, mashed garlic, got half a teaspoonful of garlic cloves, peeled them all, did all of that up, teaspoon of salt, quarter of a teaspoon of cracked black pepper. Am I missing anything? No, I think that was it for the steak and potatoes. Thank you. Yes, folks, if you're in Krayven's town, go and have a look. So the things you'll see in the tinfoil sheets there, if you're looking, are then prepped all of that. Actually did all of that in thank you, Meteor420. Yes, that is I think that's a modern thingy privilege. But yes, if you are wondering, thank you so much for doing that. There is the Discord link, those of you who are interested in coming by and checking it out right after I finish talking about my culinary delights. If you hadn't already picked up, I'm rather proud. So, spun all that together in the pan. Now, a little pro tip, or a little tip I come across, mainly to save washing up, but also to try and get a little bit of flavour and a consistency of palate. I was steaming vegetables, so I just did some chopped carrots and diced broccoli, cut some sprigs of broccoli to go with it. So what I did is we have a vegetable steamer. It's a 2-tier thing, it's like a little miniature hab block, water in the bottom, and then a couple of holes in the tins above. It stacks. You could do 2 vegetables at once with it. You're doing carrots and broccoli, carrots first, and then broccoli, because the carrots take longer to do. But I tossed all the potatoes and steak in the vegetable steaming pan. So when I put the water in, it's got some of the flavours, it's got the oils, and it's got the sauce and the things of all the herbs and the seasoning glazed together. It's going to make, honestly, probably very little difference. But when the water's boiling away, it's sending up the residual seasoning and stuff into the vegetables. So I just thought, well, firstly, it saves me doing a whole second pot and pan to toss just some meat and potatoes in. But I was like, that'll work quite nicely. And then we went on. Now, proud of this. The other thing I did, firstly, it was my first ever go at oven baking. I know it says like baking a steak. What the hell's wrong with you? You do it on the grill. And 9 times out of 10, you're all absolutely right. Those of you who are not vegetarian or vegan, fair play to you if you are. You do you. If you are an omnivore or a largely carnivore, or just someone who eats meat, and I know most of us, you do the steak, or you do your steak quite simply. A bit of salt, and you do it in the pan, you dum, and you're out. But nah. If you want to get it very, very tender and very, very juicy, but be able to leave it for a little bit, then yeah, wrap it in foil, do it to bake. I'd never done anything in foil. Really in the oven before, sort of poaching it. But I put all of those, wrap them in 2 foil parcels, 25-30 minutes at 220, or if you're American, 425 Fahrenheit in the oven. And they come out, you'd think that's insane, that's going to come out charred to doesn't. Still comes out succulent, still comes out juicy, and it's taking in all that flavour, all that good stuff from the spices and the herbs and everything, and in the meantime, I was like, you know what goes with... I need something. I need a garnish. I need a dress. I've never really done anything with tinfoil except crack and meth. Well, we keep that to ourselves. Me, TOG. Couldn't possibly endorse something like that live. And I thought, right, what goes with steak? Well, I've already got pepper and I've got seasonings and a little bit of kick and stuff in with the steak bake. Peppercorn sauce. It's got to be done. And I've never... If I have made a sauce of my own from scratch, it's not for a very long time. So... straight in, little saucepan, 30 grams of butter, got that on. I wanted to have a shallot. If you don't know what a shallot is, like a teeny tiny little onion, tiny little onion, but I didn't actually have any shallots, and even the supermarket was run out because they're posh onions. They're very pretentious little onions, like little bastards. So it's like I combined an onion with a testicle in terms of size. So I actually had a small onion. I had a mini little sweet onion, and got that, half of one of them, finely chopped up. Smaller side, I had a big machete, like giant fuck off shiny knife for doing the meat and the heavy chopping work, and a little thing for the vegetables. But I was so busy, I used a little knife that was still sharp as hell to do all the rind of the meat and everything else. Ended up using this fully sharpened, like, jungle cutting thing for chopping the parsley and basically the onion, and that was it, which is completely stupid. But there you go, when you've got the clocks against you and you're trying to do 10 things at once. So chopped up the onion with this thing that could like clear out Amazonian like jungle vines. Got all that, and you start sautéing that, get it so it's starting to go brown, translucent. Couple of minutes. Got a beef stock, oxo cube in the hot water. It's a little beef cube for making gravy. Had that ready early so it's dissolving. Then 50 millilitres of brandy. Got to get a bit of the booze in there. 50 mils of brandy, then start boiling that up. 1 flat teaspoon of cracked black pepper. Tablespoon, quite a lot of it. Boom. That starts making it kind of thick. Then you put your gravy in. Was there any other season? No, that was just about it. And then you finish it off. You take it off the heat with 30 mils of double cream. Double cream. It's not clotted cream, not that thick malarkey cream, but like that. You know, it's milk, but it's super thick and it runs and... cools it down, you stir it up, then you get that thickness, that peppercorn sauce colour, and you make sure that's not boiling. Everything else, you're simmering it away, but once it's done, you take it off the heat and make sure it's not bubbling up. You stir it to the thickness you want, put it all together, present it like so, and you can see the last 2 images if you're in on the food court in Cravenstown itself, the sauce in its pan, and then me presenting it. I did do a pudding as well, but I bought that. That was just a Belgian chocolate sponge that you could just heat. I bought that fresh because I'm not a baker. I've done enough with the cooking. Paired with an excellent French wine, got that for about it was £9 reduced to about 6, so I don't know, $15 down to about 10, and boom. And rainbows and sunshine shines out of my bum for the rest of the day. We have a very happy Cray mum. So that has been my effort. I'll probably make some sandwiches after I finish the stream at about 12:30. In the meantime, back on the douche juice. But I've had a very good lunch, and it feels good. It feels super cathartic. It feels really nice to have actually done. Well, firstly, my mum's an awesome lady. She's really, really lovely. So it was good to sort of go and like get into her kitchen and do all of that for her. But yeah, thankfully it all came off okay. She likes her steak medium well. So doing the bacon, getting it juicy but sort of done for a little bit. I like mine a little bit bloody, but I was okay. This is not for me. Will she ever be on stream? Thank you, Meaty, for the awesome work. I appreciate it. I won't lie, I'm a little bit proud of it. It all came out okay. It was a gamble. The last time I did something like this for her birthday a few years ago, I did Thai green chicken curry, and that came out really, really good. So I was hoping to make it 2 for 2. And a lot of these things today I was doing for the first time or hadn't tried, and a bit of a gamble. But you follow the instructions and you try and go by the letter if you're not sure. And it's kind of hard to fuck up cooking unless you really forget what you're doing. Cooking's quite forgiving. Baking's the bastard. Baking's hard. Max respect if you've successfully made cakes and bread, because that's really a science. Will she ever be on stream? Who knows? Who knows? Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Bless her, she's a bit of a technophobe. I know you do, mate. I know you get baked every day. Get baked every day. Cooking all those cakes. Bless her, she's a bit of a technophobe. She's not a one for an affinity with PCs and technology. She's a florist and a gardener. Nothing in our garden ever dies. It's immortal, or her garden rather ever dies. It's not mine anymore. But yeah, she's got the greenest of thumbs, and she's mad for nature. I love nature as well, and I love the wild. But I'm also a techie person. I do family tech support, so she kind of gets the idea of what streaming is now and how I do it. I've shown her a bit when she's come round and like, oh, here's this. But we shall see. I won't rule it out, but not for a little while. Yes, she grew up in the 60s, so yes, she can grow roses. And on that note, those of you, anyone else here, especially if you're from the UK, celebrating Mother's Day, what have you done to celebrate? How have you enjoyed it? What have you gotten done? Did you do flowers? Did you do a gift? Did you go out for a nice walk? Did you take her out, so and so? Or are you married and do you have children? And do you have small children? And did you do Mother's Day on their behalf? That kind of thing. If you're in the States or you're stateside or in Canada, if you got Mother's Day coming, or have you had some celebration? Have you done something nice for a parent or a guardian or a partner who is a parent? Let me know. In the meantime, Jin, you knows it. Hey, Resident Wormage is in the house. I know that you, Mr. Wormage. And those of you who don't know, Wormage and I are IRL friends. Swung by on the sly. Well, not on the sly, just swung by to see, because his mum and my mum are good friends. And yeah, I believe you popped by to say hello today. So not to give away too much, Austrian. That's all I'm saying. But Jin, that's a good way to go. Well, I've finished a full, complete and replete description of the meal that I cooked today. But good work with the Jin, brother. Good work with the Jin. And the Saffam Club. Yes, if you're wondering what that means, folks, it's a little bit of an in-joke clique amongst old friends of myself and Wormage. Redweird, my fellow streamer buddy Redweird is another one. It's called Safe as Fuck Mums Club, which is about as British slang as it gets. Safe as fuck, mate. But yeah, back in the day, our mums were a pretty good group, very, very understanding, shall we say, very tolerant group of people. When we rocked up in our teenage years, like pissed up and like, oh, can so and so stay over, and like kind of sorting us out or getting us out of trouble from time to time. And I coined the phrase Saffam. What Meaty OG? No, not really, because remember we're in England. You can drink from 18 in England. In fact, you can go into the pub and drink from 16 if it's not spirits. You can have beer from 16 provided it's with a meal if you're in the UK. So yeah, I coined the phrase Safe as Fuck Mums Club, which became Saffam Club, and the way they all talk together on WhatsApp and stuff, we call it the Mum-to-Net or the Mums Network. And half the time we find out about what each other are doing through that, because they're way more in cahoots than we are half the time. It's brilliant. It's really, really brilliant. And yeah, so that's all good. And I'm glad and give it my best, mate. Cheers. Right. And with that going, we also have the open question. So yeah, the mums, do you have parents, do you have spouses, have you got small children, stuff like that, something you've done to celebrate Mother's Day or celebrate a parent. Also ongoing questions throughout this week that have been raised in the chat, and I'd love to get answers for, and you get to get so integrated. Hey, Citizen Effects, how you doing, my dude? Is your favorite RPG faction of any RPG or MMORPG, like well-written ones, individuals, characters, and all that kind of thing? Have you got any of those? And your favorite drink or drinks ideally, well, I say ideally, the first ones that come to mind: alcoholic. Do you have a favorite cocktail? Do you have a thing? Do you have a go-to? Do you have a thing on a certain day you like to have? It doesn't have to be alcoholic though. Just whatever you got. So favorite drinks, favorite RPG characters, especially today with Story Sunday, and what you're doing for Mother's Day if you're doing it, or if you've got like a birthday or a celebration, something for a parent or a spouse or a guardian or someone who all happens to be a parent. Let me know. Keep it in. You don't drink anymore. It used to be all about the Southern Comfort and lemonade. Now, I know, let's get pillars started in the meantime. Let's get cracking. Now, Southern Comfort and lemonade RPG menu. Where you gone? I always forget where it's at. Here we go. So that's going to fire up. We've got a little bit of loading time. It takes a massive amount. Now, Southern Comfort and lemonade. I got taught a cocktail for that when I was back in my university days, which is, it was in my first year of uni, so that's getting on for 15 years ago now. I was just 18 going on 19, and I'm 34 in about 6 months' time. So, yeah, about 14. God, I'm old. I'm so old. By Twitch standards, I'm practically dead. But a top cocktail mixer I got taught was Southern Comfort, an old-fashioned lemonade. Now, those of you know lemonade is like clear in bottles, fizzy, sugar water. Yeah, fine. The old-school style lemonade that's still that cloudy yellow lemon colour usually costs a bit more in a supermarket. And it's sometimes the real fancy ones has got bits and pulps in it, and it's got a few more flavours and so on. That, but also with lime cordial. So by cordial, I mean squash, like the juice. That you get a bit of juice, you put it in the bottom of the glass, then you put water in to fill up the rest, and you just get a refreshing from concentrate drink. Fancy ass lime cordial. Yeah, whatever measure of Southern Comfort, then cloudy lemonade. That. In fact, I haven't had that since I was at uni, and it sounds really delightful now. Your Twitch app is taking a dump at the moment. The Twitch app is a dump. Thank you so much. All of you who are watching on your tablets and your phones and just chilling in the meantime, thank you so much for having a crack on let's be honest, Twitch is... I'm on it, I'm broadcasting, I'm using their services. Thank you for that, Twitch. Fix your fucking app, because it's AIDS. It's actual ass, and everyone knows it. Right, let's fire up. That's it. We're in Lifter's Refuge. Let's get that fired up. 2 kinds of lemonade and lime cordial. Oh, no, sorry. Meaty OG, it's not 2 kinds of lemonade. What I mean is there's the common lemonade. There's the clear, the regular lemonade. You buy it, it's transparent. It looks like fizzy water, and it just tastes like lemonade. But there's a second kind of lemonade, and that's your posh lemonade. It's usually called old-time lemonade or old-time lemonade, and they put E on the end of lemonade to make up. No, it already comes with an E on it. What the fuck am I talking about? But it's cloudy yellow, and it usually costs a bit more money. That second type, that cloudy yellow lemonade, is the lemonade you should use with Southern Comfort along with lime cordial as a base. But obviously if you don't drink anymore, then no worries. But when you said Southern Comfort and lemonade, it reminded me of that mixer, which I haven't tried in forever, and I must get again. My current poison, my current drink of choice, if I'm just at home and have a mixer, always go for a gin and tonic. Gin and tonic with lime or cucumber or a strawberry floating in it, because I'm so terribly British, don't you know, if you hadn't picked up on that already. But is spiced rum, and my spiced rum of choice, if I can get it, is Sailor Jerry's. Used to be Kraken. It used to be the Kraken spiced rum, but Sailor Jerry's just pipped it at the post. And then I'll have that with old Jamaican style ginger beer. Another little tidbit, ginger ale and ginger beer are 2 different things. Ginger ale, if I can't get ginger beer, fine. But given the choice, ginger beer and Sailor Jerry spiced rum. That is my go-to mixer. Hashtag posh as fuck. You're absolutely right. So now just to catch up, while we're playing video games on this channel, would you believe it? Would you believe it? I'm going to have to do a just chatting thing one of these days, because there's no question I couldn't fill the time. But welcome to Pillars of Eternity 2. So we are. Does ginger beer? No. It's called ginger beer, but ginger beer does not contain alcohol. You can buy alcoholic ginger beer. There's a company called Krabby's do alcoholic ginger beer, and it's delicious. But ginger beer by itself is a mixer, much like tonic water or Coca-Cola or anything else. But it's a slightly spicy. It's got a little ting to it. It's really, really nice. British posh, best posh. Absolutely. It's when we're conquering the planet and committing genocide, we do it with an air of whimsy and intelligence. We are in Lifter's Refuge. I said Dunnage, and I was actually... sorry, I am in Dunnage, but I've been a part of Dunnage. Lifter's Refuge, because the towns here, they're not just, here's one part of the town on a screen. It actually zooms out and shows the map. So what we've got going on, we finished in Deadlight Fort, which was a big pirate fort. Think of something off of Black Sails, and the whole island is a fort. And we took care of that captain who came and hassled us and helped attack our ship at the very beginning of the game. Brutal Ben, Captain Benworth. He is now dead. We put a bomb in his harpsichord and blew him to Kingdom Come, which was fucking hysterically funny. We've now got to go down and pop over to see... Now, what is it? The Defiance Run Aground, Sorcerer and Gentleman. It's not that one. Honoured guesses took bounty, blow the man down. Ferranti, defeating Benworth. Yes, Captain Ferrante, who resides in the island of Dunnage, will be pleased to learn of the meddlesome pirate's demise. I think we've done that. We've actually handed that in. Yeah, because that's now done. So we're just taking care of that. I'm running around the rest of Dunnage and this part of Lifter's Refuge to pick up other quests. So we picked up some bounties from a certain sailor lady character, pirate character that we can pick up as we go. We're going to clear out the rest of this little place, and then it's straight on to a city called Neketaka, which is like an important capital in the Deadfire Archipelago. And a lot of the quests we've got, even the high-level ones that we're too low level for, have got a path or a step that require us going through there. So it's clearly an early game convergence point, so I'm going to check it out. I love it when you swear, man. Well, not only do I swear in a rather, British manner, like in a way I do everything else, but I do like to invent a few very, very UK-centric swear words, like bum flaps and you sodding such and such and things like that. But I do. You've got to play Vampire. Oh yes, I saw that came out. Very old school, posh Britishized Vampire Hunters and a great story. You'd very much like it. Bum flaps, yes. Now, in America, that might be the back part of your dungarees that hillbillies will plop open so they don't have to pull their trousers down before they poo. Whereas I'm talking about the little half a walnut where your shit comes out of, and it applauds every time you fart. Enjoy that graphical image, folks. Okay, I think we'd actually pretty much... Our ship is docked here. We'd essentially done this wee part of town. We'd handled that. So let's put on fast forward mode. I can do that with F. I don't have to be clicking around. We've got 5 named story characters now, so I'm not using any more of the pre-mades. We picked up 1 bounty. You can only get them 1 at a time. Chornu. Chornu's even in Neketaka, so that's awesome. We can head over that way for that as well. But this is what I'm talking about. So Dunnage, and this is wonderful because rather than walking, I think this is cool about. In a lot of RPGs, you walk into a town, it's supposed to be nominally quite a sizable place, but the playable area you can go into is like, fuck all, it's like something like this screen or a few bits you can run around, with the exception of games like The Elder Scrolls, where it's first person, it's usually quite a substantial area. But even then, they're actually not that big, considering they're supposed to be major places. But in this game, you have these regions within the town that you can jump to. I'm sure it's not the first game to do that, but the style of it in this kind of you go by sea. So Dunnage, free city, population 1500, various religions, imports, exports, government, and the races and their percentages that they're here. So instantly it makes it feel rich, it makes it feel lived in. You got some detail, you got some flavour for the place. And then we've got Lifter's Refuge, which is where we dock, and you can see on the map we've got our wee ship in here. King's Coffin, I have no idea where that is. The Balefire Beacon, obviously their lighthouse, and the Radiant Court, whatever that is. So I'm going to check the subsequent 3 areas out. But I can look at this. Now, this region here, we know the size of it, we've seen it on screen for real. You can only check out 4 regions, and then this is just residential and bits of homes, but I can believe 1,500 people. We don't have to see them all, but it gives a sense that they really do live here. This is a larger community, it's feasible, and my immersion is that much more. So kudos, Obsidian. This is a wonderful detail in the game. Let's head over to the King's Coffin. It'll take you 40 minutes to complete your journey, and you get this little Indiana Jones style red line on the map, which is also cool. Size doesn't matter. No, size absolutely doesn't matter. Girth does. Trust me, ladies will agree there. It's not about length, it's about thickness. Anyway, and yes, of course, as with Pillars 1, we have these delightful little loading screens. So we've got our bounties, we've handed in, we've said that Brutal Ben is dead, so we've made an impression, a good first impression, or at least a noteworthy one amongst the pirates of the Deadfire Archipelago. Ah, now that's interesting. This region is entirely indoors, or at least it seems to be. Let's have a little look on the old map here. Ah, the King's Coffin is not a region of the town, it is an inn. It's an inn. Now, this is always a good place to rustle up work, and apparently Aloth has discovered something. We have a new map. We'll turn off fast mode to stop everyone running around and their animations playing too quickly. I'm sorry, I keep distracting. Oh, not at all. Meaty, keep the chat coming. It's good to see you back. Please, folks, talk away. But those of you who are enjoying a little bit of Krayven in the background, you're enjoying Story Sunday Radio because you've been craving some Krayven the last couple of days. Just delighted to have you here. Sit back, relax, and enjoy my delicious, awesome narration voice, storytime voice. Now then, Bounty Chorno, there's not much of anything else. Here, we won't see the larger map, the overworld map, until we go back out and get a chance to run around. That was it. I was going to stealth. Now, everyone can see us anyway, that's fine, but it says Aloth had discovered something. Now, this should come up, whatever he's discovered should be highlighted here in purple. Let's zoom out a little and clock what we can clock. I genuinely feel I could listen to your voice if you narrated audiobooks or Audible or something. Big truth. Thank you, and yes, you are not the only person to say so. A number of folks really have, and I am making some small inroads. In fact, I started at the beginning of the year, and I need to chase up on it. I've had in voiceover work, I've had a voiceover opportunity, at least a chance to practice for a person that I've done some consulting for from the BBC and who's a filmmaker. In my previous job and previous client work, I got recommended to help this guy out, and he sent me a thing to do a voiceover of just to see what I'm like after I showed him some of my streams. And I need to pull my thumb out my bum and get on with it. But I would love to narrate some audiobooks. He said I had a good story voice. It might not be so good for documentaries and the dry things are so suitable rather, but for doing a narrative book, yeah, I'd really enjoy doing that. Hopefully it become a viable thing, and it would fit in very nicely with my streaming schedule. Nonetheless, MeteoG, it's very kind of you to say so. Do it for sure. I shall do it. I shall do it. Need to drop the kids off at the pool. Well, have a good time doing that. Don't clench too hard. Right, so I can't see whatever Aloth has discovered, so let's come out of sneaksy mode. And let's see if we can see it via high. Oh, we've got. Oh, Lendrith. I thought. Oh, no, that's Leningrath. I thought Lendrith was a bloody archmage. Manaha! Oh, holy shit! She's from the first game. Manaha was. She was a character who only appeared. Right. Never mind. We'll go and talk to her first. Manaha only existed if you played the White March Part 1. I not only played the White March Part 1 in our previous playthrough in Pillars 1, but I did her whole story quest and completed it. I made a decision that ended up making her somewhat happy. That's an Orlan Barbarian. I only used her briefly because she was nowhere near as good as Adair. Fighters are just better than Barbarians. Said it here first. But because we loaded the completed game save in, there's moments when decisions I made in Pillars 1 impact what's going on here. So I can't wait to see what this is, especially as we have 3 of our original party back, Krayven, Adair and Aloth, along with these 2 newcomers. Hello, Manaha.
Is that you? What's it been? 5 years?
Yes, it is.
Life's been good.
Oh, okay.
I keep on my feet and never stay in one place too long.
Oh, holy shit, I thought we were going to have her as a person.
Say what you want about pirates, but these Principi know how to have a good time.
To be fair, yeah, after we got rid of the horrible memories she wanted to lose, she decided to just live, love, fight and fuck, and never let too much catch up with her.
Sure, my money's on Rauatai, but I've avoided
I want to see how much he's got to say.
Not interested in settling.
I'm very surprised they've brought her back and have her right there, but not be able to include her again as the barbarian option.
I'll probably stay a little longer. There's plenty of work for a mercenary after all.
Well, fair enough. Perhaps this is a precursor. Perhaps this is a little flavour of someone we might get later.
Seeing you means something big on the horizon, and time for me to move on.
What do you mean by that? I mean, okay, we had a massively violent interaction.
Thanks to you, I'm sleeping well. I hope you are too. Take care.
think she wants me to leave right now.
Life's been good. I
Okay,
keep on
fair
my
enough.
feet
And that's...
and never stay in one place
Wait
too
an
long.
hour, then pull any gold teeth. Easy as pie.
What the hell?
You're an idiot. Wait a minute, wait an hour. Alive, dead. It
I
makes
might
no
turn up
difference at
the
all.
voices on
I
them.
pull plenty of gold teeth. I know the right way of it.
What?
Maybe I'll pull your teeth just to prove you wrong.
Oh my goodness, these pirates are very, very... Jesus Christ.
What do you know? It really does make no difference.
Fucking hell!
Out.
You slag. Well, see you, little Orland dude.
Probably just insecure.
Ha! Pirate was killed. Well, I'm sure he doesn't need that bounty or booty. Okay, Valian frock coat and some hardtack. Oh well, money's money. Dibs. I'm probably going to get a horrible... Oh, Aloth discovered this thing that's got a trap to it. Well, we won't take that. Jesus Christ. Well, this is clearly a rather rough pub. This is clearly a place you wouldn't bring your date. Or, hell, to be honest, you wouldn't bring anyone unless they were dangerous and armed. Alright, well, that's Manaher. And who's here? Dunnage town person, a musician. We've got a lot of named folks in here. Well, we'll start with Elias Zelen. What's your damage, mate? You find a lanky blonde elf flipping through a book of Edirran poetry by the artist Skilber. His armour is well worn and well kept, and bears on its breast the image of a double-headed eagle holding a sword and crown. Looking more closely, you notice that with his free hand he's picking a padlock. Oh, keeping his skills sharp, one supposes.
Hello. May I help you?
He catches you looking and gives you a shy smile. Elias Zelen.
Need anything?
Tell me about yourself.
I'm not sure what there is to tell. I'm a man of adventure, mostly.
Have you had any that would make a good story?
A few. More than
He
I
smiles.
could share in a night, to be sure. There is one that's close to my heart. It led me to my love.
Go on. He nods, pleased.
I was on an expedition into the backwoods of Read Seras when I came across an abandoned town. To my great surprise, I found a tremendous hoard of books in the town priest's cottage.
Well, what is surprising about that?
The Read Serans are conservative folk, more so even than the Edirrans.
Huh.
They don't have much use for reading that doesn't come from one of the holy texts of the Church of Aethys.
Okay.
And what a selection of books it was. Every subject represented, even some questionable ones. I couldn't help but help myself to them. I took as many as I could carry, and I can carry quite a bit. Read them all cover to cover and learned a lot too.
Well, fair play. Guy appreciates good literature. Respect for that, sir.
I tired soon of wandering, so I settled in a small town in the Deerwood and became a tutor for a noble family. Fell in love with the governess, naturally, and I stayed. For a while.
Ah, the Deerwood. Now that's where we're from. Then what?
Well,
He rubs at the back of his neck and looks away a moment.
I felt a stirring in my bones one day.
In your bone, more
I
like.
can't explain it. I just woke up, caught sight of the horizon, and had to go. I left my lady wife right there in our marital bed.
Holy shit, wait, you managed to marry the governess, and then you just upped and left. My respect for you just took a bit of a dent there, sir. He sighs deeply. A look of longing flits across his face, but he stifles it with a quick frown.
I don't know what's waiting for me out here in the Deadfire, but I have hope this will be my biggest adventure yet.
Can you teach me what you've learned in your travels?
Well, you listen to my long tale. I suppose you are owed a trick or two. For the low price of 3,000 copper.
Oh, to enhance explosives and mechanics. Right, it seems Dunnage is a place with a lot of skill tutors, something that was not available in Pillars 1. There's a couple of them, a former professor and somebody else, in the port where you dock, and then there's another fellow here offering explosives and mechanics skill ups. When it gets to the point where we're later game where we're really drowning in Kashish, might go for it. But for now,
Have it your way then.
okay. Well, I'll come back in future. Well, that's worth knowing. Splendid. All right. Quick save complete. I'm just going to nip into the settings. I'm going to put just the speech. Oh, damn it. Voice volume's already maxed. Music volume's down and effects volume is... I'll just knock it down a touch more. I do hope, folks, anyone able to just let me know, are the voices when they talk, the ones that are voice acted in the game as opposed to my own narration, are you hearing it at a suitable volume? So let me just check where things are at with the old desktop audio. I'm going to pump that up just fractionally more, because when it comes to Story Sunday, with the good voice acting that's gone into Pillars 2, I want you all to be able to enjoy it when they've got their own one, their own speaker, as opposed to just me doing the grey text. Okay, well, Taerna, this delightful dancer, one shouldn't normally hassle the dancers. One shouldn't normally go and pester them whilst they're performing, but I am an inquisitive sort.
If you're enjoying my performance, tips are welcome but not required. Thank you, loyal patron.
You see, that delivery is just on point for a very, very tired and jaded dancer in a rundown pirate shit pile like this. Voice monotone. The wizard examines her nails as she speaks. Wizard? Really? What the hell are you doing, turning tricks of a dance nature or any other kind? A hand on her hip, she cocks her head as if waiting for you to speak. 1 copper, here's a tip. Oh, that's a... No, that's a bit of an arsey move. She's funny, I'm endeared to her, so I'm not just going to give her a copper. How did you end up among these pirates? I don't need to say it doesn't look like you're enjoying yourself, because that much is plainly obvious.
I was playing dice and gambled on a sure thing. It turned out not to be such a sure thing, and now Harker owns my arse until I can pay off the debt.
If you're going to have an English accent, pronounce it as arse. Spell it the English way, A-R-S-E, not ass, because then it looks silly. She grunts.
Of course, I started off owing him 250, and even though I've paid that twice, now I'm in the hole for 700.
Ah, Jesus, interest rate.
This uniform, my food and drinks, they all got added onto my tab at the end of the day.
Oh, Jesus, you don't look like you're enjoying yourself. Let's just find out where the dialogue option goes.
I work for a handful of pyres per day.
What's a pyre?
How could I find enjoyment in that?
Fair point. Pyres are the common base currency of the Valian Republic, so of course they are pear-shaped copper coins that are heavily used in the trade hubs of the Deadfire Archipelago. Well, here's a tip.
Oh, thank you, patron. I'll be debt-free in no time.
Despite her words, she doesn't actually sound appreciative. In fact, she rolls her eyes as she tucks the coin into her pocket. Well, please yourself, bitch. How much are we carrying on us? How much have I got in cold hard coinage? 1,042. Right. Well, having heard her story as a pirate, Dunnage town person, just going to check the rest of the town. So we've already talked to Manaha, our former barbarian compatriot, for a brief period in the White March Part 1. We've got Deanie over here. Another pirate, another Dunnage town person. Let's go and have a word with her. She looks like a merc for hire. Everything's spinning. Well, aren't you helpful and useful in a fight right now? Pirate, I think... Apart from the old barkeep himself, musician, we could probably pay them, get a tune of our choice. I'll read that flavor text later in that other room. What have we got over here? Jacob Harker. Well, what's this? Though slightly frayed around the edges, the sailcloth has been carefully cleaned and maintained. That's someone's raised the black in the past. Well, this is a sort of pirate-friendly location. Jacob Harker. At the bar, you find a tall man with salt grey hair and a strikingly bright blue eyes. His face sports a handful of long scars that continue down his neck and disappear beneath the collar of his shirt. Okay, this old boy's had a hard life. He looks up from wiping down the counter when you approach and gives you a broad, disarming smile.
Haven't seen you around before. Welcome to the King's Coffin.
His smile is wide enough to show his bright white teeth, but his light eyes remain cold and flinty.
What can I do for you?
Option 1, your tavern looks a lot like an old ship. Option 2, I wanted to buy something. Well, let's have a bit of conversation first. Excuse me. Your tavern looks a lot like an old ship.
Figured that out all on your own, did you?
He winks.
You're right, though. Inherited an old dhow from my da when he passed. Right,
Oh, it is
piece
a
of
ship.
Shit it was too. Realised I was bound to make more coin turning her into a tavern than letting her rot in her berth.
How the hell did you pull her onto shore? Oh, fair play. You must have hired a bit of help. That's a smart idea. This is certainly going to be considered a sailor's tavern. Well, I wanted to buy
What do
something.
you want?
I can rent a room. I can get some adventurers. You know, any sailors looking for work? I need a crew. Let's have a little look at what he's got in terms of available
So
crew.
long as you don't mind pirates, sure.
No, I'm alright with that. Right then. Let's have a little look-see. Scylla, or Scylla, let's call her Scylla. Scylla 5 Glass. She's a drunk, and she's an elf, or one of their deer. Job traits, seasoned navigator, novice deckhand. Right, so she's a damn good navigator. Daily wages, 3 pans, regular food and water ration. Costs 600. Oof. Coin counter Fuldas. Personality, greedy or professional, but he's a human from Deerwood. Seasoned cannoneer. Daily wages 2, blah, 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 blah. And we got Big Mouth. A wilder. Oh, he's one of those spider beings from the first the first game. They're a sort of sentient psychic arachnid, and I can't remember for the life of me what they're called. Never seen one of them available as a character in any capacity before. That's very cool. Gold Bullen, Resident Gold Bullen, a very good evening to you. Welcome to the Story Sunday show. It is a pleasure to have you here. I hope you are doing well. Hope you've had an excellent weekend. Catch me up on what's been going on. What have you been doing? Sit down, stay a while, and listen. He's an expert surgeon and a novice navigator. Novice we don't need. I'm looking for what's seasoned and what's expert. We've got Lendrith. Now I saw Lendrith in the bar earlier. Fearless, impulsive, and Orlan from Irglanfath. Daily wages 3. Expert helmsman. See, seasoned navigator, novice deckhand, so she's a bit more flexible, but she's 3 and 600. An expert helmsman is going to allow me to make some better maneuvers. Expert surgeon is obviously, and also novice navigator. See, the novice navigator, I don't care. I'd rather get a specialist in one and then keep them in it. But I haven't got 1,000 copper pans for that. I could probably stretch to 600 copper pans on the expert helmsman. That's Lendrith. Store bed, so I can recruit adventurers. That's recruit crew, retrain character, and party management. Let's have a little look at the old... Oh, I've got a 5% discount on items. That must be because I've made something of an impression with the pirates. That's rather good. That is good. Right, let's have a little look what I'm still kicking about with. Firstly, party. Some of my weaponry. I think I sold a good chunk earlier on. Skeletal Wizard's Grimoire. No, not yet. Scroll of Prayer for the body. No, I'll hang on to that. It's the best helmsman. He can get 4 stars. Good to know, Decadency. I was thinking a fearless expert helmsman. I don't know what the stars are, so I'll discover that for myself. But if that's a worthwhile investment for the long term, then fair enough. I appreciate the hint, good sir. Whale's Wind. What is this? Ship's crew morale +3. Immunity to mind affliction attacks, but, well, like all booze, -1 dexterity. That's new. Let's read the flavor text, shall we, folks? A mixture of rums and any other strong spirit available. So it's just a paint-stripping cocktail. And tropical juices. Whale's Wind is a perennially popular drink during the brutally hot summer months in the Deadfire. Invented by the pirates of the Principi Petrena, the beverage is traditionally served in the halved shell of a coconut. Oh, it's a proper, tropical island paradise drink. Wales Wind earned its name from its legendary capacity for knocking imbibers flat on their backs and robbing them of their memories of the night before. Oh, marvellous. Well, we've got Fine, Adair and Mead. Ooh! +1 armor rating, ship's crew morale +5. See, these ones I'm buying more for the ship's crew morale. 62 for 2 of them, so it's twice the value and bonus morale. Regular rum, always good. Some white Yennefer. And Arak grog. I have to admit, a bit of... Fine Adair and Mead is tempting, but I'm not exactly drowning in finances, and I've got to be able to pay the crew. So I think we'll grab that helmsman, but that'll be our major expense. In the meanwhile, what we've got here? Antidote, no, that's useful. Potion of Relentless Striking, also useful. Let's have a wee scatter through the stash. Is there a way one can organise this? That's in terms of value. Fine arquebus and a fine pistol. I think I can sell both of those. I've got better things. What are these? 4 regular arquebus. Cool thing about this, the vendors, the traders do not have, they have a limitless funds, so you're not have to running around like in Fallout New Vegas where they run out of caps and you have to come back later. Fine Brigadine, fine leather armor. Ooh, a single Valiant breastplate. We'll sell one of those. Now we can get some serious money. The rest of this is all ingredient, like a black pearl. Ooh, 180, but it's an ingredient. What's this other stuff? Regular Brigadine. Let's sell a couple of those. And what's this? Principi leather armor. Let's sell 3 of them. Principi clothing. Let's get rid of all of this garbage. Acorn helm. Rautai scale armor. Hang on to it for now. These helms are completely redundant. They don't offer any protection at all, so I'd rather just not even put them on. A couple of spare crossbows and pikes, so I'm keeping Krayven unarmed. Warbow. Spears. Oof. Warhammer. Sword. Perhaps I can do this in category style. Yes, that's a little better. Category style. What the hell is that? A Deadlight Horn. Now that's a quest item. No, I'd rather hang on to that. Frog Helm. Always valuable. Now we're getting some serious moolah. We'll sell 4 of the torches. What's this? A stiletto. Yeah, we'll get rid of that saber. Because we're starting to get fine weapons now. So now is a decent enough time to... sod it. Sell all 5. Sell all 5. To start ditching some of the crap we don't need. Especially if it's already in the stash. Right, so that's the first page. Flint and tinder. No, that's all terribly useful. I think most of this Brigadine, Valiant frock coats. Let's just get rid of all of it. The rest of this, ingredients and whatnot. True Stories from the Living Lands. We'll get rid of that. Just a regular book. A Neketaka poetry, a compilation. Fare thee well. Right, just make sure what's left. A couple of fine weapons and a couple of torches. Always good. Fine gear there. That's empty. Those potions are useful. All of this is largely keepable as it is good for the crew. What is good for the crew is good for me and you. And Midwife's Memoirs. Okay, now in case we ever get the lady back. The mother. And flag. Alright, 1909. Right, we're now looking a little wealthier. 2,951. Let's go back to that old crew page. I think we will be hiring on Mr. Lendereth, expert helmsman. I'm also now seriously tempted by Big Mouth. Personality Wilder. So just he's literally Wilder raised. They have he costs 4 copper a day, but he's an expert surgeon. That's quite tempting. You know what? We can afford it. I think I will. I think I will. To get an expert surgeon this early in the game is quite handy. Seasoned navigator, seasoned cannoneer. See, he's just a straight up seasoned cannoneer, but he's greedy. Greedy / professional. So he's in it for the money, but he does a good job. 300? Or shall we take Scylla 5 Glass as a seasoned navigator? Navigator, we only need one. Coin counter, you can have more than one cannoneer, I think. And he's only 300 with daily wages of 2. We've got lots of food and water for the time being. I think we'll bring him on. Tiger Max Z, hey, hello. Achievement unlocked, full complement. 2 blessings gained at for a total of 9. Tiger Max, happy Sunday and a very happy weekend overall to you. How are you? Welcome to Story Sunday. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the stream. It's delightful to have you back. I hope this weekend finds you well and under fair weather. Pietro! Right, let's quick save there. Now I'm committed to all that cashish I've just dropped. I would have spent a little bit more rescuing that dancer lady from her debt, but she was a bit of a cow.
God have mercy on me.
Looks like you've got a bit of food poisoning there, Pietro. What's the story, Morning Glory? Hunched on his hands and knees, quivering and drenched in sweat, the pirate lets out a pain-filled groan.
Lost my God's damn soul and stupidity. Andre, save me now.
What's wrong with you? Looks like you've got the screaming squits and a bit of food poisoning. Goldbullen, don't worry, it's exactly what I was going to do once I get back to the ship. I feel it's in keeping with the law to wait until I'm about to board the ship, and then I shall do it, thanks. Effect, thank you so much for the manual host, very, very much appreciated. Tiger Mac, I'm alright, kind of going through a range of emotions after a friend has kind of said, oh, yes, I remember you bringing that up before, but wants to talk more when she visits up from down south. Well, that's good, that's helpful. Is this the same friend that you brought up in chats previously? If so, and that's coming up to visit, I hope that sounds promising. I hope you can just act on that and just talk. So good for I hope that goes in a overall positive trajectory for all involved. So, but hang in there. I do hope that you can relax, deal with your craving for Krayven, and enjoy some Story Sunday radio and show. Pietro, so what's wrong with you?
My ship was attacked and boarded by pirate hunters. Didn't know if we'd be able
Oh,
to
I'm
get
sorry,
away,
FX.
so I swallowed
I'm
down
very,
my
very sorry,
stomach.
because it's such a... Oh, God, he's
black
blacked it.
tear, a gemstone about the size of my fist.
Apologies, it was such a similar sounding synopsis or summary of the story that I got the two confused. Heartfelt apologies for the confusion there. It's just such a related kind of overview. Well, hang in there, Tiger Max. Yeah, it sounds like I hope the visit will just generally be productive. Also, someone's taking the piss out of me with that documentary on Channel 5. Documentary on Channel 5? What documentary? Oh, those of you not in the UK, Channel 5 is a rather quirky fifth terrestrial channel. It was the last terrestrial channel to be introduced before digital came out. He swallowed his most valuable possession, Ngati's black tear. Oh, Ngati is a Huana trickster goddess with a humanoid body and the head of an anglerfish who is thought to lure mariners either into or out of trouble at her whim. They often worship her as Ondra, making Huana the only people to believe Ondra has a physical manifestation. Interest. A gemstone. Oh, right. So he's got a... Oh! He's got a gemstone about the size of his fist in his stomach, and he's probably having to pass it. That can't be pleasant. Mate, I wouldn't want your butthole in about 6 hours' time. About the history of McDonald's. Oh, dear. What, may I ask, does this gentle ribbing... What form does this gentle ribbing take?
Of course, now it ain't coming out of either end.
Oh, no.
Trying all manner of foul concoctions to no effect on account of my stomach being too strong.
Oh.
Years of sailing the storm-wracked seas will do that to you.
Yes, you've built up quite a tolerance to anything, having to live off ship's biscuits and lime for goodness knows how long, and now you can't pass a gemstone. Oh my goodness, that is a form of constipation I wouldn't wish on many people.
Started feeling an intense pain 2 days ago. I think I might be dying.
Jesus.
I can't even crawl no more.
Let's see. I've got some options here. What can I do to help? Or 2, if I help you get it out, I want the gem. 3, what if I just punch you really hard in the stomach? That might get it out. 4, just keep yourself pointed away from me. You could explode at any moment. 3's kind of a dick move. 4's just really arsey. 2's me. Option 1. Krayven's still a nice guy. This guy's just, you know. Oh, you probably don't know this. No, I don't, Tiger. Hence Tiger Max. But my last name is McDonald, so I heard all the so-called jokes with his Ronald McDonald, my dad. Do I eat Happy Meals, etc. I'm an heir to the McDonald for. Oh, okay. Oh dear, yes, kids can be bastards, can't they? What can I do to help?
Make me puke. Whatever you gotta do, just make it happen before this cursed gem kills me. Give me
Something strong enough to
upset even my iron gut.
Goodness me. Alright, right, we've got to help this dude vomit.
Rosanella's got a stand in a radiant court. She's been supplying me with some experimental concoctions, tweaking them after. Tell her the last one actually came close to working.
Alright, so he essentially needs a vomit-inducing potion. Well, that shouldn't be too hard to come across. Has he tried everything? I mean, I suppose I'd say try eating your own poo, but that's the entire problem, isn't it? I really fancy a plain Big Mac, ironic. There's the power of suggestion, Tiger Max. Alright then, we got a new task, Iron Guts. Watch where you walk, all it's damp is water. That's just a Dunnage town person. Okay, what's this? This is like a little private. This booth is cozy and quiet, perfect for discreet dealings. Well, there's no shortage of requirement of those in a pirate town, is there now? Right, let's have a little wander up the old staircase, assuming we can. Can we? What's up here? Ah, yes, it's straightforward. Now, who's up here? Pirate. Right, you guys aren't anything. The demon. This guy looks like or woman, I can't tell from here. Looks like, what's his face? Geralt from The Witcher, even in the armor. Who the hell is that? Stop walking away from me.
Touch the courtesans without their permission, and I'll break your legs. Got it?
Alright, so she's a bouncer, the demon, who very much looks like a female Geralt from the Witcher series. Oh, I don't want to cross her anytime soon. Alright, what's in here then? This is the former ship's captain's cabin. It's been fitted out as a sort of lounge, a more private area. Cabin boy and a wiener. Oh wait, are these the prostitutes? So let's see what we've got here. Is this a rent boy, aka the cabin boy, and a wiener? Alright, that's locked. That counts, and all the rest of it counts as theft. What's this? The blanket is stained with what you... Oh god. The blanket is stained with what you hope is dried ale. Right, so this is where... right, and she's protecting them.
Go pester someone who cares.
Oh, shut up, you can't. You unpleasant lady.
What do we have here?
Oh, hello. A young man dressed in skin-tight leathers gives you a quick once-over. He must like what he sees because he smiles wide, his lips just parted. Okay.
How can I ease your troubles, friend?
My goodness, that is a practiced accent. Well, what do you do here?
I surprise and delight the clientele.
You surprise and delight the clientele. He winks. I'm getting the same vibes as when we went to the casino cum brothel in central New Vegas, in Fallout New Vegas. And Tiger Max says it also doesn't help with that Monopoly promotion on Mackie D. I don't go to McDonald's ever, so I don't know this promotion. What is that promotion?
My speciality is oils. Full
body rub downs.
Fit to leave you limber,
Oh, good lord.
clear-headed, and free of the stresses of hard living.
Full body rub downs. Oh my. Oh my.
I got other skills, of course, should you be looking. And all for a measly 200 pyres.
I'd like to see your skills. I'll pass for now. Thank you ever so much. And what about you there, Owena? Owena?
My, aren't you a handsome one?
Oh, she's a little bit of a golden years courtesan. An older woman looks you up and down and smiles, revealing several gold teeth. Oh, goodness me.
Did you need help with something, my dear?
Please don't call me my dear. It makes you come across like more of a grandmother. Well, what do you do here?
Is it obvious? I entertain, of course.
Oh, she does a little shimmy and breaks off with a laugh.
It'll cost you 50 pyres.
I'm not surprised.
And don't let the wrinkles fool you. I'm still young at heart, and I've got more experience than most.
I don't doubt that latter point, lady. I'm gonna say goodbye now. And exit stage right. Anything else we can say? We didn't explore... Oh, there's a doorway under there we haven't been through yet. I haven't explored all the conversational options with Jacob Harker
What can
here.
I do for you?
Oh, no, we did. He only had a couple of bits. He was a sort of generic barkeep. Oh, no, that doesn't lead anywhere. I suppose if it did, it would there wouldn't be a floor in the way. Right, well, we've got 3 new crew and are up to a full complement. Well, we'll be replacing a few crew members before too long. Let's Balefire. The Radiant Court is last place, and we need to head over there in order to get this concoction for the Iron Gut task. So we're going to head over to Balefire Beacon. Takes 52 minutes. Ah, right. We have to head almost back to town again. It's not. Oh, you've probably seen the annoying adverts that they go Peely. Oh, that Peely advert. Yes, folks. There's a UK advert going on with Peely for a scratch card, and McDonald's is doing it related to Monopoly. I've seen it once, and it was nauseating. I hate that advert. I'd actually forgotten about it. Last year, I was kind of annoyed because I had 2 out of the 3 sticker things that could have got you a new mini. Oh, goodness. You had 2 out of 3. Were these the kind of stickers that you grind, or was it blind luck where everyone gets 2 out of 3 but no one gets 3 out of 3? Now, I'm assuming this might just be another lighthouse rather than a whole region, as in an interior like that bar was. Yes, and my instinct was correct. However, this one is under the fog of war, Balefire Beacon. Now, friendly locations are usually fully uncovered as soon as you arrive at them. So what's the story here? Probably blind luck grid. Ah, yeah, that sounds about right. You must be the casita everyone speaks of, am I? Is this more of a genuine sort of pirate base? Principi priest. Oh, listen to that background music. Sounds like something out of a Bond movie. Or spy film. Principi marauder. The wind blows hard today, does it not? Okay, well, let's see what we can uncover in this wee place. To Balefire Tower. We'll go up there in a little bit. Let's explore the rest of the ground floor first. See what we can see. Who we can chat to. New point of interest discovered. Consuaglo Mezcasitas. Here's Captain Ferrante. We finished the quest, but I think turning into him is new. So no, we definitely hadn't been here before. So this is a sort of the Council of the Principi Pirates, one assumes. And have to be up early tomorrow. Oh, you got to be back at work, Tiger Mac. So who have we got here? Principi Pistolier and a Principi Priest. Ado, Captain. Oh, that's a hello in Valian. Dunnage Town Person, Two-Eyed Pim, Principi Priest, Principi Marauder.
Of course.
Captain Mad Marina is inscribed on the back of the chair. Oh, so this is the actual full... Captain Brutal Benworth is inscribed on the back of the chair, so we've taken his place. Oh, there's a new seat. Captain Eldest the Seawolf is inscribed on the back of the chair. That one's obviously going to be for Captain Ferrante. Captain Ferrante, the last Maraliso, is inscribed on the back of the chair. Captain Two-Eyed Pim is on the back of the chair. Captain Goldfin Kiara is inscribed on the back of this chair. And lastly... Captain Mayor Trevisilo is inscribed on the back of this chair. So we have a full-on pirate council with personalised seats. And there's the captain that told us to took out Brutal Captain Benworth. Or Captain Brutal Benworth, one should say. Right, well, we'll arrive shortly. They say the Gentleman of Leisure lost its ship hunter. The Gentleman of Leisure. Was that Benwith's ship? Who's down here? Principi, Principi, Principi. Now, oh, no work. A blood test in the EC. Oh my god, an echocardiogram at 8:55. I hope there's nothing too severe there, Tiger Mac. That's nothing to be sniffed at. Fingers crossed for you there, my friend. Now, Two-Eyed Pim, the only other captain seemingly currently in residence, and a rather severe-looking pirate, and a town person. All right. Tell you what, I think it would be ever so slightly more prudent to go and have a work with Captain Ferrante first. And then perhaps Two-Eyed Pim will be more well disposed to us or acknowledge us regardless. It's raised to migraines. Oh, high blood pressure. That's a bugger, isn't it? That is a pain, especially when it comes about something like that. High blood pressure can be a bit of a trick to deal with.
Ah, Watcher. Good. You have arrived.
Captain Ferrante, I don't know if any of you watch Black Sails. He reminds me, his portrait of the face is a little bit like a Hispanic version of Captain Hornigold, who is an ongoing character in the Black Sail series on Amazon Prime. Excuse me. Chin jutting upward, he grants you a winsome smile. His left cheek dimples as the smile spreads to show teeth.
Ahoy there yourself, Captain. What do I be but a pretty bit of man meat to dangle from a wrist? As easily forgotten as set aside.
Arms akimbo and head askance, Seraphin smirks. Ferrante rubs his thumb over his golden soulinet, violent thoughts gliding over his face like dark clouds. Then he smiles, but it's a vicious expression more than a pleasant one. Excuse me, I'm been congested for a good long while. I'm not sure why. I'm just going to allow myself a little sip of nourishment. Please bear with me, folks. Thank you for your patience. Hopefully, whichever little frog decided to lay down there will hop on to sunnier climes. Horatio Hornblower. No, Captain Hornigold. Not Horatio Hornblower. He's a character in Black Sails.
A little seabird informs me that you have dealt with our mutual problem, the scoundrel Benwet.
His eyes glint as a fierce grin cuts across his face, and his lone dimple deepens. Yes, I did it rather tactfully as well. I didn't turn all the other pirates against me. I just started a massive party, got him to play the harpsichord, and had planted an explosive in it and took his head off.
I hear you have a flair for the dramatic, or should I say, explosive?
Explosive antics, you heard right.
A magnificent way to settle one's disputes indeed. And you truly left Benweth's reputation in pieces.
Not just his reputation, but most of his upper torso.
Gelarde. For this, you have my grandest commendation.
Okay, I think that was potentially the best way to settle matters.
You'd have been right amused, you would. A few sights as fine as that hard blowing 3-sheeter getting what's long been doing.
Hands on his hips, Seraphin juts his chest forward, blue fur expanding like a bird's plumage.
You are lacking in so many ways, my former ship hunter, that no one can say not entertaining.
Oh, of course, he was my ship hunter. He was this guy's ship hunter, and he loaned him to me on an sort of extended period. So that NPC down there was referring to this own Captain Ferrante's own ship.
I myself would have enjoyed watching you put the scoundrel in his place.
Let's see, option 1, he had it coming, or I didn't bother with Benwith just for your praise. He did, personally, I see he had it coming because he hassled me, so I'll go with that, and I won't be deliberately antagonistic towards Ferrante for now. He definitely holds the power in this relationship for the time being.
That he did, indeed.
Ferrante strokes his fingers down the line of his jaw, eyes downcast in thought.
And as promised, I have prepared for you a fine prize.
With a sweep of his arm, he offers you a magnificent cloak. You've gained an item, Cloak of Protection. Okay, yeah, so it's a standard Cloak of Protection. +5 Fortitude, Reflex, and Will. Delightful, that's our first enchanted cloak. Continue.
However, there is another matter of which we must now speak.
Of course there is.
I must confess to you, a bit of a problem has arisen.
Uh-huh.
One which speaks to your expertise with the supernatural.
Right.
We've sighted the floating hangman that haunts the Deadfire.
The floating hangman. There's some flavor text. Floating hangman, a ghastly and rotting ship that haunts the Deadfire. Manned by an undead crew, this vessel is rumored to becalm the seas and sails veiled with an veiled with an unnatural fog. All right, so a classic ghost ship, the floating hangman. That's a good name for a ghost ship. Whoa, 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 whoa! Hold the phone. I'm holding it. I'm holding it, Tiger Mac. I'm holding it. What's up? Oh yes, that's been for a few days. Warcraft 1 and 2 DRM-free versions have been re-released on Good Old Games. They are there. They are there. I was looking into that myself. So we've got a few options here. Unfortunately, all the skill checks are greyed out. I do not have enough history. That's my close. Oh, I had 5 out of 6. 1 for self and a +4 party assist. That's a damn shame. Arcana. Only a +4 party assist, and bluff +3. History, we were nearly informed enough. So I can say, wait, did you just say a ghost ship haunts the Deadfire? Well, I'm not going to seem that put out by it. Or just 5. Do elaborate. His lips thin, pressed taut as he half shrugs one shoulder, infuriatingly non-committal.
This galleon, what likely remains of the Von Ferros, is a frightful legend.
Von Ferros. Flavor text for the Von Ferros. Von Ferros, meaning iron strength. The Von Ferros is the grand Valian galleon that Darkosi paladin Lucia Riven used to flee the burning palace when charged to protect the royal family's sword. So I guess something terrible befell it. It became an undead galleon. I'm sure we will find out shortly.
We have been losing ships at sea, amico. And not to those Valera ship-hunting bastards. I believe the floating hangman may be our culprit.
Ooh, do we go in Hunter?
Fortune favors us, as I have procured a survivor from such a recent sinking.
That's handy.
You will consider what she has to say.
Head craning abruptly to the side, he barks a loud order.
Come forth, Selenia.
Selenia?
Or I will run rivers of your lethargic blood.
Oh, bloody hell, easy, mate. At that last, he smiles. Ferrante's not a nice fellow. Why do I get the feeling he's captured her and put her into slavery? And Selenia. But this is Selenia. Sun-blistered and raw-boned, the pirate regards you both with a discerning glare. She tongues a chapped bottom lip, but keeps quiet.
Well, spit it out, Selenia. And try not to embarrass me before our guest.
Dude, don't be that much of a prick. Doesn't look like she's not been especially well taken care of.
Of course, Captain. It might have pretty hard near the end, but I spit the tale as best as I can.
The pirate touches a spot at the base of her skull and winces. She glances off to the side, eyes black and full of hurt. Ferrante sighs and rubs tiredly between his brows.
Go on, gent. I'm ready as I'm like to get me.
With a shiver, the pirate turns her black button eyes to you. That's option 1. I'll try not to press you to remember more than we absolutely need. 2, you will think hard and recount every detail you can. Understand? Do it even if it hurts, even if it kills you. Or 3, nod. What happened to you? I'm going to take a bit of a straightforward stance there. I want as much as she can give me, but I don't want to force it.
So my old crew slaughtered me, my best mates, and even a few I hated. They weren't but blood and meat in the end.
Aren't we all?
It branded the back of my eyes that moment. High seas, nothing but blue all around. Then, mist so thick you could taste it. Ships sailed from within, out of nowhere.
Jesus. Okay, we've got a classic ghost ship here. Classic kind of rolling out. You're thinking Pirates of the Caribbean, Davy Jones's crew, the Black Pearl in the first one, or the Dutchman from the second one with Davy Jones.
Was a hunt, Not for loot, but for bodies. The ship, it looked...
She gropes at her hip, but there's nothing there. Fingers fumbling in the air, she bares her teeth and has still got a reflex to go for a weapon.
rotted. The crew, they were all undead. Couldn't stop them from boarding. Couldn't kill them. Couldn't even fight them in the end.
Oh, yeah. Had a World War Z moment with a ghost ship. Okay, let's see. Option 1, tell me about them, the undead. Option 2, how were you taken by surprise on the open sea? Option 3, when did this happen? 4, how did you survive the attack? Well, how were you taken by surprise on the open sea? Obviously the mist came first. In case we only get a limited number of questions before she gets a migraine or something, I'm just trying to think what's best to ask first. Tell me about them, the undead. Let's ask, when did this happen? Let's get an idea of how recently it went about. Actually, you know what? If we're going to be tracking them down, we're going to be tracking them down. The most important thing is how are you taken by surprise? What to expect if they come upon you? Because I reckon they might get the jump on us. So how were you taken by surprise in the open sea?
Me and my crew were adept. Alert. Always. No. Weren't no one gonna get the jump on us.
Uh-huh.
Was some magic foul. Just sudden like, the winds died, the waters fell flat and the air got heavy. They turned sky and the sea both against us.
Ah, you were unnaturally becalmed.
Then this thick fog roiled up at midday. Without a sound, the Spectre ship.
Okay, thick fog at midday. And on a non-foggy day, one assumes. That said, midday fog almost never happens. The Spectre ship, so it comes in silently. She glides her hand in the air.
Skimmed right out. It was too late. We couldn't outsail it.
Okay, we get to explore at least a few more options. Well, tell me about these undead. Oh, I must turn off that retro block party alert unless I sign up for the new one.
They were dreadful. Some were clothed, like maybe they'd only recently died.
Okay, zombies.
Others weren't more than moving bones.
Okay, skeletons.
One was different. Her presence was overwhelming. Heavy. Flames burned in the place of her eyes.
Okay, the captain and probably the one controlling all the others. One assumes some sort of lich or necromancer.
The crew shambled hard to do her bidding, even the ones who seemed hardly aware.
Okay.
Figured she was the captain, me.
She shrugs, gaze going far away.
There is a flag the floating hangman flies. A flag that once heralded the Von Ferrus of Old Valia. It belonged to a Darkotsi paladin of some legend, one Lucia Rivan.
Lucia Rivan may have become Dark Paladin / Undead Lich and controls the former Von Ferrus to this day.
But Selenia's knowledge is limited in this regard. Let us instead ask her of a subject she may know.
Ah, okay, so that option got taken out once we asked it. So, when did this happen? She ruffles a hand through her short hair, scowls.
Deny me. Drifted for days.
Oh, that's not helpful.
Kept winking in and out after I ran out of drink.
Huh, I'm surprised you didn't die of dehydration if you were just nailing on the frickin', unless she means water.
One of mine found her no more than a week ago. Malnourished, dehydrated. The poor girl was scarcely able to speak.
Oh, now she's a poor girl. You're a bit of a dick earlier, sir.
Well, I'm more than able to gabble now, aren't I? Could sail, too. No, you got no reason to keep me.
She flits her hands over the softness of her shirt. Oh. Ah, now a perception 8. We actually passed. That only shows up if you have good enough perception. Again, her fingers hesitate close to her hip. The fabric crinkled there where a pistol might normally be strapped. Alright, so she's got a reflex to go for a weapon. It might be not just from trauma from the undead attack. A muscle ticks in Ferrante's jaw, but he otherwise ignores her. I have a feeling he's keeping her against her will as a potential concubine or trying to force her into some sort of marriage.
Perhaps there is something else you wish to ask of our guest before she departs from us.
Uh-huh. Well, how'd you survive the attack?
Calling me Krayven? Huh, sure, I am.
She snorts. She rubs at the back of her head, rough, like she needs it to hurt. Huh.
Took a knock in and I was out for a while. When I came to, they were eating Ganasco, our steward.
Oh, so the cannibalistic as well. Of course, yes, they're zombies.
I dropped a dinghy and rode for it. Don't know why they didn't give chase. Don't much care me.
Most likely to leave one alive to tell the tale. Classic brutal piracy. Well, that's all the options we have. We pass one little perception check. That'll be all. Selenia cuts a glance to Ferrante for confirmation. When he dismissively waves her away, her black eyes narrow and she raises her chin, defiant. But then he turns his full gaze to her, suddenly seething, and she shrinks in on herself. Fists shaking at her sides, she reluctantly retreats. Oh, so he's a very perceptive man. He put her in a place with a look.
She belongs to Aldis, who undoubtedly will come to claim her soon. But that is a problem for another time.
Okay. She probably wants to get away from whoever this Aldis is. I think that's one of the captains that was named on the backs of these chairs.
One moment, Watcher.
The captain scowls at Selenia's retreating back, a dark anger warming his cheeks. Oh, good lord. A perception check of 17 would mean we'd have had to min-max a character to have a hope of doing that. Why the secrecy? Or 3, dare and be damned, Captain, as I believe you told Selenia. Spit it out already. Tempting because of how he's treating her. I'm just going to I'll wait for the captain to speak. I'm going to be diplomatic or careful.
Allow me to cut to the heart of it. Lucia Revan, whose flag flies atop our spectral ship, was a Dakotsi paladin who died more than 200 years ago.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
It is my hope that uncovering the details regarding dear Revan's fate in life may illuminate the nature of her undeath and how to defeat her galleon.
Sensible course of action.
Unfortunately, the only soul who could possibly shine more light on our situation lies buried deep within Neketaka.
Well, we need to go to Neketaka for just about every other quest thread currently on the go, except with the exception of one that's way too high level.
One Isir the Berethian, now well rotted, I presume.
Do we know anything more about Lucia Revan, or who is this Issa the Baratheon? Well, I'll ask this one first.
By all accounts, our Revan was a Darkotsi paladin who sailed to the Deadfire in order to safeguard a royal weapon of Old Valia.
Royal weapon.
She is the epitome of Grand Valia. Of magnificence, honor, and duty. Living or undead, she strives still to serve her charge.
Right.
And yet, we know not why, but a Baratheon priest called Isir opposed our Revan, and fiercely.
Okay.
They fought to the death. Revans, to be precise, in this very archipelago.
A priest beat a paladin?
Along with her life, Revan lost the sword she had sworn to protect.
He traces a dreary line down his jaw. I think if we get this sword, we might deal with the whole thing.
It has, lamentably, remained unfindable since. I believe it may be why she searches the seas yet.
Well, who is this Isir the Baratheon? Or priest of Barath?
He was an Adiran warrior priest of Barath.
Warrior priest.
A fervent one, if tales are to be believed.
Okay, so kind of got a warrior monk thing going on, most likely.
He chased our Dakotsi to the Deadfire, hunting her to, well, to her death.
But why?
Shortly after slaughtering our brave paladin, the priest died. Possibly of sickness, or perhaps from a festering battle wound.
Okay.
He was entombed in honor of his service to Barath in Neketaka's sacred stair.
Okay, well that's where we're aiming for. I think something else is going to take us to Neketaka's sacred stair. Remembering off the top of my head from the journal, I will check later. So, I take it this gentleman has a plan. Captain Ferrante, I take it you have a plan.
Indeed, I do.
He flashes you a devious grin.
Though I and mine cannot so openly venture into the depths of Neketaka, nor can we commune with the dead, you, Watcher, are adept in both of these areas, correct?
Yes and yes.
You must search the temple of Berath on Neketaka's sacred stair. Izayir's tomb within it should contain a chronicle for how and where he slayed our paladin, Rivan.
Okay. I'll see what I can do.
To return when you've any lead that may navigate us to where the floating hangman anchors.
Jolly good.
Waiting.
He nods cordially in dismissal. End dialogue. Just to see if he's got anything else.
Such a solace it is to see you again.
Let's discuss what you need. I'm curious to know you better.
Miko, do you know how I have lived so long in this life of piracy?
Good aim and knavish looks. Or brandish your weapon. Careful with your answer, Captain. I'm a touch on edge today. Or no, but I bet you're going to tell me. Advice, good. I would like to take note of this, or I do not. I like answer 4, just to give him a bit about a good aim and knavish look. Or is that a bit rude? I like good aim and knavish, because to be a knave is to be a scoundrel. I'm gonna do. I don't normally with Krayven, but good aim and knavish looks. He chuckles, sounding pleasantly surprised. Okay, I read him right. Conspiratorially, he leans close.
It is not by blabbing all of my secrets to anyone who asks.
Fair point.
Come, let us share a fine conversation.
I have questions regarding the Principi. No, actually, wait. Let's see what we got.
Than the first chair and highest rank on the Consuelo Mescasitas.
Oh, Consuelo. That's how it's pronounced. Consuelo Mescasitas.
Ak, what is it you wish to know?
What's Ak mean? An affirmative. Dunnage is a rather interesting port. Who first cobbled it together? Yeah, go on then.
What matters?
We already asked the first
who
one.
They were, Casita. Only that we took it from them.
Oh. His grin is shark-like, all teeth and violence.
But as you are curious, I will tell you this. The architecture of Balefire Beacon suggests dwarven craftsmanship.
Okay.
My own research into the island upon which I established Dunnage paints these ruins in a picture of blood and agony. Whatever dwarves sought to make their refuge here were exterminated by a crush of Naga tidal waves and great sea monsters all at once.
Goodness me.
Fortuitously for us, Ondra shelters her loyal sailors more than wayward mountain dwarves.
Seems to be the case. Oh my goodness! It's a TJ Raid thriller. How you doing, good sir? Welcome on in. It is most legit to see you to TJ Thrillers Raiders one and all. Welcome to Story Sunday. Welcome to Pillars of Eternity 2 with my delightful narration reading voice. And if you've not been here before, Krayven, pure variety streamer. This is Story Sunday, our narrative lore heavy stream. Welcome to the Craven's Town streaming complex. It is a delight to see you. And Citizen Duncan of Florence, perfect timing. Hitting that legit, and Resident Slice Typhoon is in the house. TJ, what were you streaming today? What were you on to today? Thank you so much for picking me to do your raid, and welcome one and all. If you haven't been here before, Sunday is where we do narrative, very story-rich games, so it has a bit of a heavy leaning towards RPGs, classic RPGs. We did Pillars of Eternity 1 all the way through, so we're now a reasonable way into the first part of Pillars 2. We have a focus on the lore here and reading out the dialogue and all that. Today was all Overwatch. Oh, marvellous. Not one I play very often, but seems to be very well put together. Let's get a shout out for you, Mr. TJ Thriller. Folks, let's make sure I've got that absolutely right. Looks like it. Folks, when you get a chance, do go and check out Mr. TJ Thriller and see what he's shooting up with Overwatch and all that good stuff. Do you play other things as well? Do you have other things going on, or is Overwatch your primary jam?
Ak, what is it you wish to know?
We already know who the Principi Sen Patrena are, and just a little bit of flavor text for those of you who don't, if you just arrived recently. This coalition responding to the collapse of Grand Valia. Noble families packed up their households and sailed abroad seeking opportunities away from the shadow of their homeland. Over time, their old world traditions evolved into a new identity as the Principi Sen Patrena, the princes without a homeland, a loosely connected and regulated organization of pirates. I don't want to talk about something else. Continue.
Let us share a fine conversation.
I'm all done sharing for the time being. And dialogue. Right. Oh yeah, today was just Overwatch for the first time in a while. I pretty much played everything except the MMOs. A fellow variety person. Excellent. Well then, folks, I'm sure you will find something, or perhaps even most likely multiple things you may enjoy. And I almost forgot, we were going to have a little word. We were going to have a little look-see and speakeasy with the only other captain currently in residence of this council, which is Two-Eyed Pim. So after getting the latest gossip on this ghost ship we got to hunt down.
Much ado to you, Casita.
Okay, that Two-Eyed Pim. The captain flourishes a sweeping bow. When he bends forward, a golden suelanet slips from his collar to dangle on the end of its chain. He tucks it away as he straightens, but not before you notice the etching on its front side. It marks him as the third chair on the Consuela Mescasitas. Okay, so third in rank behind Ferrante and someone else who I'm not familiar with yet.
A word of advice. Guard your back in Dunnage.
Uh-huh.
You have not yet carved a name for yourself or your crew. Yet you choose to swim in a sea of sharks. Should one take a bite, the Consuelo will not intervene.
Good to know.
Elsewise, how might I be of assistance?
Ha! Well, that was a rather rapid change in tack. Oh, show him now. Benworth is a captain who was previously the fourth seat on this council, but I didn't realise that we were still carrying his Suelanet. This is a sort of a little necklace badge of office. So I can say quite directly, I want the fourth seat on the Consuelo Mescasitas. Considering what he's just said, I imagine he'll take the necklace off me and tell me to go forth and fornicate. So, let's see. Tell me about the Consuelo Mescasitas. Why do you speak like a Valian? Is there someone or someplace I should avoid while in Dunnage? Now that's a good thing to ask. Dunnage is the island town. It's a sort of Tortuga-esque place. It's kind of ruled by the pirates. Anyone I should avoid?
You may have noticed a divide between old blood and the new. By which I mean those who descended from or otherwise hold old Valia in grand esteem. And the varied and often uncouth recruits we have since brought into the fold.
Right.
I assure you, the latter was supremely by necessity. Though perhaps I'm ill-equipped to throw stones.
Yes, because you are clearly not from old Valia.
As a casita of some repute, you will be most welcome in the king's coffin. But you should watch yourself throughout the Radiant Court.
Ah, right. So I'm very much considered in the new bloods. If I go, well, I've got to go to the Radiant Court for a small task to get something that will make a pirate who swallowed a giant gemstone either poo or puke.
You have my ear, Casita. Of what do you wish to discuss today?
Well, tell me about this Consuelo Mescasitas.
Yes, our council.
Ah, it means Council of Captains. He tips his head towards the semicircle of elaborately ornate chairs aligned on the other side of the room.
There are 7 seats on the Consuelo, each occupied by a high-ranking captain within the Principi.
It's Principi, not Principi.
On a variety of issues concerning the Principi's well-being.
Okay.
To claim a seat, a captain must have substantial backing and sufficient power, both politically and physically. Ferrante, the last Marcheso, holds the highest ranking seat because the most ships in our entire fleet have pledged loyalty to his flag.
Right. I'm definitely not going to show the medallion just yet. I think I will wait until I've got a considerably higher rep and suitable power on my boat, so politically and physically, and then go 4th seat, s'il vous plaît.
As you can guess, the Sea Wolf, Aldis,
oh,
commands
Aldis,
the second most numerous fleet of ships. As such, she is the second chair, and I am the third.
I don't command a fleet at all. In fact, even my single ship is pretty damn new. He rolls his head on his neck as if to work out a stiff muscle, giving it a bit of shoulder work, giving it a bit of this, bit of ooh. What does he do? Puff out his chest and stand on his tiptoes as well?
Perhaps you would like to attend the proceedings when the Consuelo next convenes.
Sure. Let's see. Why do you speak like a Valian? The captain arches a dark brow.
I met Ferrante decades ago.
Uh-huh.
Many years I sailed as his first mate before building my own humble fleet.
With an affected shrug, he sweeps a hand to indicate the room.
When in the Principi, do as the Valians do.
Okay.
Unless, of course, you have no care for tradition or the continued sustainability of our way of life, like some filthy new blood.
I'm very tempted, considering I've got the Swulanet, to say I want 4th seat on the council, but everything he said is just absolutely no way I'm going to get it, and a good chance I might lose the Swulanet. I imagine if I keep it and ask a more suitable time when I prove myself a tad more, it might sway someone who'd otherwise tell me to get stuffed because I'm a new blood. Very well, farewell. Thank you for that. What have you done so far today? Duncan, an excellent question. Thank you for asking. Well, essentially, it's just been running around gathering up what I can from Balefire Beacon. Can I zoom this map out a little? Yes, so the current world map is here. You remember at the end of last week, we arrived in Dunnage after we'd completely taken care of Fort Deadlight and Captain Benworth. So I finished off in Lifter's Refuge, made sure I'd got everything there, spoken to the trainers, picked up the bounty. Then we nipped over to the King's Coffin, which is a giant pub in a former large ship that's now dry docked. Picked up 3 new crew, some expert crew, and we're now at a full complement. Spoke to a few more folks, picked up another couple of quests. We have a small task that will require us going to the Radiant Court, which is clearly full of old Valians versus the new bloods on this side of the island, to help a fellow who swallowed a gemstone under a pirate attack and now can't poo or puke it out. We're popping into Balefire Beacon to hand in to Captain Ferrante and this council of captains the news of Benworth's death, Captain Brutal Ben from Fort Deadlight. The fact that we did the quest in the manner where we did the party, we organised, got all the pirates very rowdy, put a bomb in Ben's harpsichord, and then blew up his face. So everyone, we didn't have to kill anyone but Ben. That went down very well indeed, and we've received a rather nice prize. So I'm going to go up to the top of the beacon and just see who's up there and see what it's about. Then we're going to head over to the Radiant Court, speak to the NPCs, pick up any quests, last bits are there, hopefully get the concoction we need, go back to the King's Coffin and give it to the fellow who's got severe stomach cramps, and then assuming all is done, back to Lifter's Refuge, and we'll set sail and head off to Neketaka. Neketaka is one of the capital or major cities of this Deadfire region, where a lot of our current quests are converging, because it's the next major location after we left the first island where we crash landed. So that's about where we're up to. So I'm going to literally, now we've spoken to him, we've done this little region, going to head on up here and just see what's up in Balefire Tower, and then head over to said Radiant Court. And Duncan, what have you been up to? What has your weekend entailed? How is it treating you? We had Mother's Day. It's been Mothering Sunday if you're in the UK. Don't panic, American friends, Canadian friends, and anyone else who has Mother's Day on a different week or month of the year. But here in the UK, it's been Mother's Day. So I treated Krayven to a delightful, if I do say so myself, steak and potatoes, oven-baked, foil-wrapped thing, and with homemade peppercorn sauce. You've still got an amazing journey ahead of you, so I am to understand. This seems to be a true excellent sequel. It's building on the first in every sense. So, Principi Pistolier, I'm going to look for any named NPCs. Alright, so that'll count as stealing. Keeping with my Pillars of Eternity 1 playthrough, in amongst otherwise friendly folks. I'm not going to start robbing all their goods. Don't want to fall afoul of them. Principi Priest, what about this one? That one's not stealing. Anything else going on up here? And you are, who are you? A Principi Priest and a Principi Marauder. So these are all otherwise unnamed folks who are going to have nothing to say but random bits of flavor text. And who are you? A pistolier. Right, table. Ah, now these are the old classic pirate gibbets. So this is where folks are punished. Bird droppings crust over the iron bands of this cage. Charming. Delightful. What's in the barrel? Oh, some whale's wind and a bunch of grog. Well, that saved us having to buy it from the bar. We just got some for free. Splendid. Splendid. All right, well, that was worth a quick visit up. I figured this was a gallows of some description. It doesn't actually look like it. And what's this iron cage? Rust and blood tinge this iron cage in shades of ochre. Oh my. Right, let's head on back. Nothing like free stuff. Craygasm, indeed. And Craygasm. Can't beat a bit of free stuff, especially high-end fruit punch that will keep my crew happy and delightful. Happy and dutiful, I should say. So, with said happy and dutiful crew shortly coming, we're going to head over now to the Radiant Court. So, to the streets of Dunnage. We're going to take it to the streets and straight over to the Radiant Court. 1 hour and 25 minutes to complete my journey from Balefire Beacon to Radiant Court. Let's do it. Indiana Jones, little red line, doodad, boom. Now, this is the riskier part of town. Us as dirty new bloods, we have a bit of positive reputation, but I have a feeling these old Valiant, old blood pirate council are going to look down their noses at us a little. And Duncan says, it's not Mother's Day yet here. I spent my weekend at my girlfriend's house. Oh, nice. We went rowing again. Oh, charming. In some amazing weather and had a lovely weekend together in general. Oh, that sounds excellent. Yes, it's been a glorious week. All through the week, it has been blue skies and sunshine. An excellent way to welcome in spring. And Saturday was pretty good as well here in the UK. So yes, over in Flanders, I imagine it was even more pleasant. I always found that whatever the weather was in the southeast of England, the northeast of Flanders, arguably often the hottest region of Flanders, where Hasselt was and everything else. Mind you, you're in Ghent, so I can imagine it was even just generally even more pleasant there. What an excellent day to go and do more rowing on the. What is the river in Ghent called? Is it just the River Ghent, River Ghent, or has it got another specific name? Ghent was a city I didn't know so well. Oh, excellent! This barrel. What is this? What is this? Marrow coral. What's marrow coral? A rare native coral harvested from the shells of ancient Marrow tide crawlers as they make their long summer march to the mating pools. It is ground into fine powder and then used sparingly to flavour select dishes. Well, no one seems to mind if we have that. Who are you, Dunnage town person? Well, if... Oh. Indeed. If you will, fresh water... It's weird, the crew is -1 to morale if you give them actual water so they don't constantly dehydrate from alcohol. I would have figured that was morale neutral, but apparently not. Okay, Burner doesn't want you stealing from underneath her actual stash. Town person. So you're obviously a trader of some description. It's been awful here except for Friday and Saturday, actually. Oh, that is curious. It's been glorious all week here. No, there's two actually, and Kent was founded at the place where both joined together. One is De Lier, and the other is De Schelde. That's why I didn't know.
Fresh fruit, vegetables, dried goods for long voyages. I got it all right here.
Do ya? Okay then. Do you belong in the East End of London on the market?
What can I stock you up with today?
Let's have a little look what you got there, lady. Pork. Pork's good. +2 might, a little bit of extra morale. We're doing quite well for food. -25% for the cook. Alright. Capitally, fresh fruit and veg is always good. Fresh fruit is a plus. Vegetables met. What's this koiki fruit? Tar, loaf, eggs, rice. Okay, she's got a general fire kelp, palm stone. Oh, spices. Apparently spices are pricey. What's this? Mohara meat. Ship's crew morale +5. 3 might. We're getting a bit lower on cash now. Once a near omnipresent dish throughout the Deadfire, whale meat has fallen in demand with the introduction of more reliable meat sources and advancements in commercial fishing. Mohora is still a vital food source among the wayfinders of Juana. Ah, so this is Mohora is a type of whale. Okay. Luminous lobster. Interesting. Merkberries. Oh, marrow coral. That's okay. So ingredients are the most pricey. Swordfish. I think food-wise, we can get 5 more fresh fruit. Oh, she's only got so much. All right, we'll take the fresh fruit and the pork. That'll do. Stick that straight in the stash. Wunderbar. That'll do. That'll do. She's not got much of anything else. It's just literally goods for sailing, good for voyages. So is rowing potentially going to become a nice communal habit for the two of you? At least it's a good time to get started with it, with such wonderful weather coming in.
You hear? The gilded kestrel was lost at sea.
What's the gilded kestrel?
Goldfinch fleet? Impossible with her wealth.
Weren't no one to bribe.
Oh,
Floating
okay.
hangman gone. Now they're bones.
Jesus. Who are you? Dunnage town person, Dunnage town person. Oh, so this is actually largely a marketplace of sorts. We've got obviously what looks like the front of a statue here, but with a pirate hat on top. We've got Rosanella running an outdoor bar. And this Calendra. Now, this looks like some sort of play stage.
Andra's gills. There's no hope.
No hope for what? The artistic quality of the stage's backdrop is best described as enthusiastic. Actor, and Calendra. What's the problem?
That was a disaster of epic proportions if ever I directed one.
You're a play director in a pirate port. Yes, that's going to happen. Arms flailing wildly before her, the stage performer shoos the other actors from the set.
A typhoon couldn't have cleared out our audience faster.
Well, who are you guys?
Oh, of course you haven't heard of us. Like I needed more proof that we're talentless hacks.
Her shoulders slump, but then she seems to regain herself, chin up as she answers you.
We're the Peg-Leg Performers.
Okay.
Formerly the Seabird Serenaders, formerly the Jax Finnegan First Ensemble of Dunnage.
Okay, name changes do not imply a formidable reputation in the performing arts.
But now, well...
She tunnels her fingers through her hair, sighs.
My troop's coming apart at the seams. We're short on cash, we're low on people, and we've run plumb dry on enthusiasm.
She ticks the points on her fingers. Cash, people, enthusiasm.
We haven't drawn a decent crowd in more than a fortnight. And it ain't like pirates are hard to please. That's how you know the show really stinks.
Yeah, I guess so.
But I think I know what the problem is. We've got a lack of flair. If only I could hire more talented performers. I just know my play would take off.
Okay, well, what's your play about?
Only the biggest thing to hit the dead fire since the Valian Trading Company started hunting us like sea hounds.
I'm guessing that's the coming of Aethys.
I'm talking about Aethys
Yep.
storming through the archipelago and capsizing nearly a whole fleet of our ships.
What would you need to improve the play?
Lesser Aethys, for one. I'm the tallest one in our troop. I'm still not very convincing, even when I bother to dye my skin blue.
I think you need an Alma for that.
Also, our special stage effects aren't all that special anymore. We had someone for that role, but she got herself into debt and has a new job at the King's Coffin.
Oh, yes. Now this would be the Dancing Wizard. Very well, I'll help you.
Well, that's great. Then we could...
Abruptly, her eyes narrow, her dark brows furrowing with heavy suspicion.
Wait a tick. Why would you help me? What do you get out of this?
I'm not an artist, so I don't have the sort of natural inclination. At least my character doesn't. Option 2, I don't see anyone else helping out. Do you? Or 3, I expect to cut the profits, of course. Or 4, I'd really like to see how the play turns out. I'd like to see how it turns out.
With you helping me acquire the right talent, I'd wager it's going to be phenomenal.
You are optimistic there, Calendra.
I'm in desperate need of 2 more performers. A wizard for one, plus any oaf big enough to pose as Aethys.
Probably an Alma, and obviously the wizard in the pub.
I happen to know a wizard of the finest skill set who already performs here in Dunnage, Taona at the King's Coffin.
Yep.
But unfortunately, I got no idea of where we might find a suitable Aethys. Get me the right people for the part.
New task.
I promise you'll be pleased with your investment. I'll turn us a profit or die trying.
What investment? I haven't given you any money. Oh, do you mean my time? Addendum added, a tidy performance. So we got a couple of wee tasks on the go. There's a blue-skinned Alma in Lifter's Refuge who could play the part of Aethys. Good, because I already talked to him. And the Wizard Tenor has expressed an interest in the show, but I have to dig around town. Okay. Well, that's easy enough. I can quickly skip around and find those folks. Excellent. Oh, and the rain came tumbling down. Oh, I love that. All the people are just, all the random towns NPCs that aren't essential are heading off, covering their heads in shelter from the rain. That's such a lovely little touch. Kudos, Obsidian. What a great detail. First mate, Fallon, and a pirate. And then there's a place called the Treasure Trove. Oh, bugger me. This place is a little bit bigger than I thought. With a substantial amount of unguarded loot. Right, the Treasure Trove. I guess that's the other pub in town. Right, let's go and have a quick wander over here. Speed things up.
I've got coin and a few scores.
I heard he was playing the harpsichord when he went clean.
Oh, there goes the captain who murdered Benwith. Oh, they know it was me then. That's just Dunnage Town person. You are irrelevant, people who don't matter. Rosanella.
So you're the captain the old Port's been talking about?
Am I?
Aye, you do look like a fearsome sort.
That's because
Welcome to Dunnage.
That's because I'm a fire godlike and I've literally got living, ever burning skin. She slaps her hand onto the bar top with a hearty laugh.
What are you having? I'll pour you a double.
Oh, now this is the lady we were looking for Pietro, the one who's trying to shit out a giant gemstone. What do you know about the floating hangman? Oh, shit. Probably the wrong thing to open up with. Her eyes go wide and she fumbles a bottle of spirits, spilling rum all over the counter.
No one survives the floating hangman, or so they say. It's the ship of the dead. You spy it on the horizon, you flee as fast as you can.
Apparently no one spies it. Well, Pietro sent me to you, lady.
Ah, I guess the last concoction I made for him didn't do the trick then. Poor bastard.
Apparently he's got an iron stomach. Let's get something stronger, eh?
There's one last tincture recipe I know.
Of course there is.
Probably. It's called Andra's Bile, but I don't have all the ingredients in stock.
Ah, bloody hell, of course you don't.
You'll need a rotten hagfish,
Ugh.
an unripened palm stone, and a vial of fire kelp extract. Having mixed it all with a half tankard of grog, and well, hope for the best.
I think I picked up a rotten hagfish somewhere, but I don't know if I got rid of it or not. Where can I find the ingredient? Why do I need a rotten hagfish and not regular hagfish?
To make him vomit, remember? A rotting hagfish produces a special oil once it reaches a certain level of decay.
Charming. Why didn't you try Andra's Bile earlier?
I did tell you the list of ingredients, eh? He'll have stuff dribbling out of both ends for a week. Maybe two, if he's really unlucky.
Oh, God. That's horrid. Well, where can I find the ingredients?
Check the barrels around Lifter's Refuse for the rotten hagfish.
Charming.
You might be able to find unripened palmstone for sale somewhere in Radiant Court.
She pours a drink, but rather than passing it to a patron, she downs it herself.
Archer in the King's Coffin usually keeps some fire kelp extract on hand for special purposes. Be careful when dealing with that one.
Really? Okay, well show me what you've got. Ale, just regular stuff. Arak, Sourco, Grog. What's this rare Cura? Alright. Oh, flavor text. This variation on a common herbal liqueur is from the Valian Republics has been infused with luminous adra. The combination of yellow alcohol and powdered adra results in a faintly glowing green concoction. Only the wealthiest of Valian merchants boast of possessing more than a lone bottle of Cura, and uncorking one after dinner is an unsubtle manner of displaying one's success to one's guests. Well, it's only 62 copper. Fair enough. Okay, she doesn't have any foodstuffs. That's frustrating. Right then. These two, not much of anything. Oh, stray cat! There's a pet. There's a pet. Epsilon. We have a new pet. I love how many pets you can get in this game. It's brilliant. So we're walking with Chauncey, our pet piggy. We have Gosha, the first pet cat. We're now Epsilon, +1 resolve party wide. Let's get our black cat out, and let's put Chauncey away next to Cosmo, our space pig, for the time being. Every time we get a new pet, we bring him out. Well, we'll welcome Epsilon to the party. What a great name! What a great name. And Desirel, or Desi. Desiral, my bad.
You carry yourself like a person well acquainted with violence.
It's because I am.
Care to put your skills to use for a good cause? And some coin?
Well, let's hear what you got to say. You haven't gotten the best pets yet, so there's some fun ones waiting for you if you continue on your journey. Well, I look forward to it, Duncan. Mm-hmm. She dances a coin across her knuckles, mirth in a bright glint in her eyes. Well, tell me the cause you mentioned.
It's simple enough. The firebrand commanded by Captain Henqua once plagued the Deadfire. The skill and brutality of Henqua's crew was the stuff of legend.
You're talking in the past tense. Desiral flicks the coin she's holding and snatches it from the air with a grin. Up close, it's clearly a Suelanet. A Suelanet. Alright, so she's one of the captains of the council?
Legendary nightmares, more like. After how they did the crew with a virtuous reward. Even that bastard Benwith wanted nothing to do with them.
Whoa, they went so far that even a brutal Ben wanted nothing to do with them. Okay, this is a crew of cutthroat killers then.
But pirate legends don't live long. Some months ago, an alliance of Neketaka pirate hunters managed to corner the firebrand and sink her off the coast of Tikawara. They confirmed Captain Henqua's death, but her senior crew members escaped unscathed.
Oh dear.
And now it seems like bringing the firebrand's crew to justice doesn't matter to anyone but me.
Even in the low light, you can see a vein throbbing at her temple. Her voice drops to a low growl.
So I want you to kill them. And I'll pay you out of my own pocket if you do.
I'll hunt them down. Who am I looking for? But it sounds like you've got a grudge against the firebrand's crew. It doesn't actually, it just sounds like a bunch of absolute... Well, the fact she's paying out of my own pocket, you got a grudge against them. What's their beef?
It's nothing personal. The crew earned their reputation through murder and thievery.
Oh, okay.
And it would make me sick to see them regain an ounce of their power.
Don't all pirates gain their reputation through murder and thievery? She tries for a nonchalant shrug, but it comes off looking like she's got a sore shoulder instead. Ah, here we are. Insight 3. As she speaks, Desiral removes a small Suelanet from her pocket and polishes the surface with the corner of her shirt. Her features soften like she's visiting an old memory. Then she stuffs the coin back in her pocket with a barely audible sigh. You're not telling me everything.
Eye, my friend. I reserve a bit of the firebrand story for myself, and you'll excuse me if I don't plan to share it. Let's keep business strictly business, huh?
No, I want to find out. I'm curious.
Back on this again, are we?
Yes, Desirel sighs deeply. What's bothering you?
There's no need to make my concerns your own, my friend. It's family business, that's all.
Fair enough.
But
there we go.
I suppose you have a right to know.
She pauses and slips the Suelanet from her pocket again. It gleams golden in the low light. There we go. One of those rare instances where prodding actually got us there.
My idiot kid sister was on the firebrand, seduced to a dishonest life by the promise of adventure. When the pirate hunters killed the crew and sank the ship, they also killed my sister.
Oh, that sucks.
But those irredeemable lowlifes I sent you after got away without a scrape. I want them to pay. I don't much care how, so long as they take their turn on the wheel.
Fair enough. Well, I appreciate the honesty. I'll hunt down those pirates. So who am I looking for?
The firebrand had a mascot. A useless little bastard. Who's taken to calling himself Lord Admiral Imp.
Uh-huh.
He's not terribly dangerous on his own, but he's keen to make a nuisance of himself wherever he goes.
She rubs the bridge of her nose and sighs. Oh, she's anti-Principi. Scowling, Seraphin taps his foot, so she's actually not a fan of this Valian pirate Concord.
Last I heard, Lord Admiral Imp was making himself comfortable in Queen's Berth. You'll find him there with a few Zarops and constructs, the little buggers convinced to follow him. Bless their simple hearts.
Okay, noted. Next.
You'll be taking down Lady Ipiro, Captain Henqua's former first mate and a rumored lover. She's a cipher, and a dangerous one at that.
We've got a better cipher.
Ipiro maintains an estate in Serpent's Crown in Neketaka.
Oh, okay.
But I wouldn't recommend you rush in muzzles blasting and swords held high. She keeps a number of bodyguards on her payroll.
I'll be careful. Who else am I after? Oh, she winks, all smiles.
You'll be going after Katren, the firebrand's resident wizard. Rumor has it, she was once an apprentice to Arkemir before turning pirate.
Oh, who's Arkemir that makes that so special? Oh, Arkemir is an archmage of worldwide renown. Curious, I don't remember him. Oh no, he was in Pillars 1. Certain spells in a wizard's grimoire are named after the certain archmages who wrote them. So Leningrad, Consulhau, and I think Arkemir as well. The spells bearing his name focus largely on illusion and pain, qualities that he prizes in his personal life and teaching philosophy. Over the years, he has fostered dozens of students, but none have graduated from their apprenticeship to Arkemir's satisfaction, opting instead to leave his service in bitterness and resentment over the Archmage's notoriously unfair treatment. He lives in Neketaka at Periki's Overlook, where he operates a local magic shop, the Dark Cupboard.
Last I heard, Katren and her sundry little minions could be found lazing about the sacred stair here in Neketaka at night. No idea where she disappears off to during the day.
More in Neketaka, right. Moving on.
I have a challenge for you, my friend. And his name is Torkar.
Torkar.
Leader of the Firebrand's boarding parties. He's an ogre, with a reputation for cleverness and cruelty both.
Okay, that could be challenging.
I've even heard tell it was Torkar who was behind the Firebrand's most successful tactics, not Henqua.
Right, he's probably going to be the main the final one to try and take on.
Torkar was last seen at Lifter's refuge here in Dunnage. Dead set on joining a crew, or assembling his own. I trust you won't let that happen.
He's here in Lifter's refuge. Well, I guess we'll be encountering him a little earlier than intended. Alright, well, farewell.
Happy hunting.
She nods and gives you a showy wink. Right. Some bounties and a scrap. Potentially up and coming. Anyone worth... That's Desirel. Those guys are going to be nameless, most likely.
Happily.
Let's go and get this.
Ask for Irwina.
Game paused? Why? What happened?
Anne's coffin. She'll make you see stars.
Okay. Oh, fine mead and swordfish.
You half-masted sot. She's got to be 90 years old.
That's true. Oh, that's the elder lady of the night. Okay, who have we got over here? Pirate, Dunnage town person, Ramoso. Right, there's a lot. Appreciate my emporium.
Whatever you need, I sell.
I appreciate there's a lot of lore and dialogue in this one, in today's episode. So we'll get through that before we get to a nice big dungeon run.
What would you like to buy today?
You own all these stalls?
I do now. I started out with only one stall and eventually branched out, buying out my competitors one by one.
Huh. Well, you are clearly someone of not only means, but intelligence. Well, show me what you have for sale. The Pale Hide. Whoa, legendary light armor. Right, we'll be coming back here for that. The Eager Blades. superb two-handed S-stock. Gone Postal, thank you so much for the host. I appreciate it. Last seen playing a little bit of retro. Thank you kindly. The Cravenstown minions cheer in your honor, and I appreciate the channel support. And Amra, a exceptional two-handed battle axe. That's pretty badass. But that pale hide, named legendary quality gear. The only thing better than that is some soulbound stuff. What else is he rocking? A little bit of everything, really. Gone Postal, hello to you. How you doing? Welcome on in. Welcome to Story Sunday. We're running around a lot of Dunnage, picking up all the quests and the bounties and the follow-ups. We took out Brutal Ben. So I'm assuming you know this is a blind playthrough, so I'm only describing what I've done so far because that's as much as I know at the moment. But thank you so much for the host. How's it going? You're tired AF, tired as fornication. Well, I hope my dulcet narration and my baritone British tone, my baritone Britishness can ease your Sunday evening, as if you are also in Britain, summertime kicked in and the living is easy, but it is a little bit later in the day than we might otherwise be accustomed to.
Of course.
Because daylight savings time is still a thing for some stupid reason. Lull you to sleep. You wouldn't be the only person who comes here for their Sunday night bedtime story. I shall happily oblige. Oh, hang on a minute. There's a little bit of flavour text there. The shelf contains current navigational charts and bestiaries about the various sea monsters a captain could encounter. How curious. And who are you? Townsperson... Ah, Coel Marcellus. What do you do? The first thing you notice about this man is the nature of his attire. Loud, in clashing reds and purples, bright as a peacock. On second glance, you see that he's tall and lanky, boyishly handsome in an unkempt way, with a trim beard and a friendly smile. He hums a little tune to himself as he watches the passers-by. Doing ASMR now too, Krayven. No, this is me just delivering my little reading voice, but now I know a few people are getting lulled to sleep. I might get a little bit more ASMR-y on you. little bit. A piquito.
My good sir, hello.
He gives you a frightfully cheery wave and beckons you closer. Coel Marcellus. I'd love it if his last name was Wallace.
Whatever might I do for you?
Well, tell me about yourself.
I'm certain there's no need to tell you, observant as you no doubt are, that I am an actor.
An actor. He says the last bit with a flourish and takes an extravagant bow.
Stage, tavern, street corner. They are as much my home as where I lay my head at night. So, I travel Aora, looking for opportunities to share my gifts with the grateful masses, wherever that may lead me.
And Gone Postal says, so somebody tricked me into rebuying Final Fantasy VIII last night. It's been 22 hours now. I could not step away. I sympathise entirely. The day that game came out on PS1, I got it as a gift, waiting on my bed, and I came upstairs, aged about 13 or 14. I also went and bought the official PlayStation strategy guide for it and played the hell out of it. The first game that I went past 100 hours on, I did everything in a first playthrough, every Guardian. It still wows me to this day because graphically what they did with it is so impressive. And when you were seeing it on a PlayStation 1 with the FMV stuff for the first time, it was clang, jaw on the floor. Yeah, so Gone Postal, I hear you and I respect and salute you. Maximum empathy right there and understanding for 22 hours straight on FF8. You make a lot of money doing... I won't ask about the money just yet. I'll just have a listen. We've got two options. I shall just let him keep speaking.
The common folk do so love
an actor. Actor.
Mystery and excitement to their otherwise dreary lives. Yes, you could say we're doing the God's work.
I love he's doing the actual proper... The voice actor's doing the stage performance pauses for a deliberate dramatic effect. That's rather cool. This fellow is rather in love with himself. Their otherwise dreary lives. You do realise you're in essentially a pirate port. Their lives are anything but dreary. Ah, Insight 4. As he speaks, you notice that the toes of his soft boots are worn thin. A closer inspection reveals that his robes are unravelling at the hems and are well patched at the elbows too. Now, normally I would just generally be polite, but when a skill check is available, I tend to take it because you tend not to get dialogically punished, that's not a word, but for taking a skill check because they're not always available to you. Gone Postal says, I'm glad I chose FF8 instead of 7, then I could easily triple the game time to complete. Oh, yeah, I hear you. I still have my 7 save. So, option 1, you're broke, aren't you? I have to admit, he was trying a bit too hard there. He was embellishing and being a bit too flamboyant.
How dare you?
Oh dear, that's bothered him.
But you're not wrong, to my great chagrin.
Good use of chagrin.
Times have been tough of late, what with the giant statues smashing up the place, and few in the Deadfire have coin to spare besides.
Yes, that will happen.
It's quite difficult, you know, living as I do. On occasion, foolish folk will take my act for reality. I've thrice been run out of a town for impersonating a foreign dignitary. Damn fools don't understand the blistering wit of my satire, I tell you.
More like you're playing and pretending at being a foreign dignitary to try and rustle up free meals.
I had to learn to protect myself as a result. Though I must admit, what martial skills I've got aren't of use for much more than fighting off wolves or throttling a thief with designs on my satchel.
Is he going to be a skill trainer after all that? But Gone Postal says, lurky lurk, shower then bird, so good fortune on the question. Thank you so much for the lurk support. I appreciate it sincerely. If you want some quiet time with the sound on mute, do be sure to mute the tab, because then your view will still count. Unfortunately, Twitch introduced a thing where if you put the slider down to 0, it thinks it's a bot and doesn't count the view. But if you want a little bit of Story Sunday FM radio whilst you're getting ready for bed, then lurk right away and I shall keep narrating.
Thank the gods, I hardly ever need to use them. I could talk myself out of nearly anything, you know.
You sure can talk, I'll give you that, although glass houses and throwing stones.
Well, thank you. I must say it's gratifying to be recognized for one's talents.
I wonder if he can actually teach talking, like speechcraft or persuasion.
All things being equal, I'd much rather recite a sonnet than swing an axe. But a man's got to make his way in the world any way he can.
Can you teach me what you've learned in your travels as a performer? Yep, so he's a skill.
I would be honored.
3,000?
But a man needs to make a living, you know. So, for my services, how about 3,000 copper?
That's a lot of money. Again, enhanced bluff and streetwise. I can't afford...
You know where to find me if you change your mind.
Yes, I do.
May luck accompany you on the road, my friend.
Very well, goodbye. Alright. Watch where you step, but not all that is damp is water. Right, well, let's continue. I think it's high time we take care of a few of our little tasks. So what's this? Deadeye. Tarutaru Chew, so some sort of drug. And Razorgill. Oh, what else have we got here? Town person, town person, town person. Okay, bunch of meaningless non-entities taking up space. Water, a Principi hat, a Rautai hat, and some Principi clothing. Or Principi, I should be pronouncing that right. Whenever I think chippy, I think somewhere in the UK where you can actually buy fish and chips. Ooh, repair supplies. Oh, and we're maxed out on repair supplies. That is... how unfortunate. However, fresh vegetables, yes please. They are very generous to you with the foodstuffs.
My old captain was a drinker from the day he was born to the day he died. Always he was rail thin.
Right.
Wound up with a wooden leg.
Alright, this is a box full of bones. Delightful.
26 ships and a bilious fever.
I'll get involved in a hunt there, Decadency.
Whoa, doves. The coming horizon is a sea-sized ruin.
The pirate cuts a glance to the side and a bout of a jaunty music rackets up. She bobs her head to the beat. Well, with that kind of introduction as I walk past, surely she's... Oh, for God's sake.
Briggs, and they wailed to us. Put down anchor, breed, and don't loot so much. But when should we lot? Where and how could we settle? Drink more, doves, and you may sober up, sinking a
Is this some sort of street beat poem?
3 stars before the burning. The morning is a blight.
Oh, decadency on well over 10,000 creds there, mate.
Tomorrow is a pus-filled boil.
First mate Fallon. Jesus Christ. That was a bloody drag. Anyway.
I hope you like my set.
Ha! It was an actual beat poem. That was.
I hope you like my set.
I love the way she said, you know what, I take it back. I hope you like my set. That was. Yeah, sure. That was quite a little rich bit of character development. Classic Obsidian. Classic Obsidian. Pirate. And there's Calandra. Okay. What's in here? The treasure trove. Before I do, let me have a little look at the journal, what we got. Mainly down at the task. So we've got a bounty. Cornu is pretty doable. Kill Cornu and take his ship's triumph. Cornu and the Voyager early must have frequented the waters north of Neketaka and south of Sayuka. Symbols of death. Travel to the Sacred Stair district in Neketaka to only lead to Lucia Riven. Quest, Lantern of Gorn. Okay, those are the main. That's the Principi, Beast of Winter, the Hunt for Aethys. The rest of it is tasks. So we've got 4 bounties now. Iron Guts. Now, that requires... Oh, I acquired a rotten hagfish. I've got a rotten hagfish. A radiant core as unripened palm stones. I'll have to pop back there then. And a vial of fire kelp extract. And the fire kelp is available from the King's Coffin. Okay, well, we'll just be popping back in that order then. A tidy performance. Lifter's Refuge to the part of Aethys. Also, that bounty to deal with... oh, goodness. All those bounties are way, way tougher. Torkar. He's in Lifter's Refuge as well. We can have a crack at him. We can have a crack at him. Because what does it say for a 4 level? And did we win? We did! Excellent work, Duncan and Decadency. We took down that plated dust viper. Torkar, let's see. That is... This quest is at least 4 levels higher than your character's current level. Failure is all but assured. Won't stop us giving it the old country, giving it the old college try. Let's see what's in the treasure trove first. One assumes this is a tavern of some description. Or perhaps a little warehouse. I haven't seen anything for offloading goods. That said, we are not shown the whole of the town. We are shown the sections that are of use and interest to us. Yes? What does he say? Treasure Trove Guard. Okay, so it's the... Oh! There's a wee spot down the front as well. So we came in here. A Treasure Trove Guard. And who are you? Oh, Demessa. Now that looks like a death godlike. Goodness me. They're around here, fire godlike are somewhat revered in the Deadfire Archipelago. Death godlikes, they're hated pretty much everywhere.
Welcome to the treasure trove, sailor.
A strapping godlike blinks between the swollen, crusty tumours lining her eyes. Her lips crack, weeping a sappy substance as she speaks. One godlike I wouldn't like to be is a Barath, a death godlike. Goodness.
Anything in my trove catches your eye, you let me know. Alright.
Okay. Hey, Citizen Vache, good evening to you. Welcome to Story Sunday. Settle in, stay a while, and listen. I hope you've had a splendid weekend. It has been sunny enough, and you're not too out of sorts with bloody daylight savings time. But at least it is now British summer. How's things, mate? How you been? Show me what you have for sale, Demessa. Oh, okay, she's got a whole bunch. Is that legendary? Yes, it is. A one-handed flail with sun and moon. And Squid's Grasp. A legendary spear. Right. When we have a little bit more money, we'll be coming back here for sure to pay a visit. Opal Tier Cameo. Oh, it's a figurine. This allows me to summon something. Potions, potions, potions. Random gear. Talk. Talk of intellect. Ah, they're no longer only usable by hunters. That never made any sense in the first game. The iridescent scale. Superb medium armor. Already got a cloak of protection. Speaking of which, I should equip mine. Okay, so she's got random sort of magical items and a few somewhat rarer ingredients. Mirrorback. Unique named cape. Parabolic weave. 10% chance to reflect against spells and visual refraction. 5 deflection against ranged weapons and +2 stealth. Alright, when I can afford it, I will read the blurb then. Okay, this very much is a treasure trove. I'm assuming this guard is rather capable. He's only got the one. And who's this down the front? Coming from a Red Sea, you look battle-wearied. I am. Oh, it's just another guard. Despite appearances, these sacks of luminous adra contain only brightly coloured sand. What a bullshit artist.
Of course.
The gilded armor is ceremonial in nature and of no use in a real battle. Alright, so she keeps the good stuff up in her regular. This is more for show. A sort of storage cum tat room. Oil paintings perfect for captains with drab cabins. Interesting. Well, I can't afford any of the stuff that I'm more curiously interested in there, but much like that guy, the merchant who owns all the stalls out front, worth a future visit. Right, that's everything picked up from here. So that is the whole part of town, all 4 regions of town done and dusted with. We've already got some rotten hagfish. So going to have a little look at the old quests we need available. Cornu is in northern Neketaka. So Iron Guts, Lifter's Refuge we've already got. Sorry, we don't actually need to go there except for a couple of other things. Radiant Court and the King's Coffin. King's Coffin's the last place I want to go, so we need to buy some unripened palm stones. What else is going to take us there? A tidy performance. Oh, wait a minute. Iron Gut. Ah, while I'm in the Radiant Court right now. One of the merchants may have unripened palm stones. I reckon perhaps Burner may do.
A repeat customer. I like your type. What can I stock you up with today?
Do you have any unripened palm stones?
Of course I do. But they're no good to eat when they're not ripe. Will make you sick so long as they're purple, aye.
She strokes her chin.
Tell you what though, I'll still sell you what I got. Just don't eat them till they're brown.
Okay, show me what you have for sale. Oh, I can't buy fire kelp. I've got to get fire kelp extract. It's distinct. Where are they? Unripened palm stone. She's got just the one for 19 copper pans. We'll put that straight in the stash. Addendum added. Excellent. So that's that bit done already. We got an unripened palm stone. King's Coffin. Well, that's the last place we need to go to for a fire kelp extract, and also to hand this in. Tidy performance, a blue skinned armor, and Lifter's Refuge. We'll go there next, and we'll have a little crack at the bounty, as we haven't had any combat just yet in today's playthrough. We've got a lot of lore, lots of new locations, and thus quests and bits and pieces to pick up. So let's pop back. Lifter's Refuge, 51 minutes, Indiana Jones style red line, and we are there. So, yeah, Viche, what's new? Anything cool going on? How are tricks? No, we did. I don't recall seeing an ogre in Lifter's Refuge previously.
You say your lamp nets you souls, I? Mind if I be asking how?
Faith can do many a thing, Seraphim. Add a little copper and Audra, and a normal lantern can work miracles.
Yeah, that's alchemy.
The tools of the Animancer's art?
Maybe, but I'm no Animancer, that's for sure. I ain't out to play God, only serve mine.
You're totally using animancy tools there, love. Barquami, that's it. These two, Kay, Polzek, and Carlo Fortuny are also trainers. Now, I need to firstly speak with a blue-skinned Almwa in Lifter's Refuge. That's currently where I'm at. Where is this blue-skinned armor? Wolf companion, sharpshooter. Where's he gone? He's not showing. Oh, he's here. Is this guy? Bakwami. Well, that'll be good if we can help get him off the street. Yes, he's the armor right there. Of course, he was a really capable guy, but he's gone blind. He was a bosun, I think.
Have a pity and toss me a pyre, will you?
Yeah, he was a former bosun, but he's been blinded by cannon shots. How would you feel about playing the part of Aethys on stage?
What? I'm no actor. And besides, I can't barely see nothing as it is.
Can't barely see nothing. That's an odd sentence. Option 1. Believe me, you're perfect for the role. 2. You'll just need to speak a few lines, stand there and look intimidating. 3. In this troupe, being a good actor isn't a requirement. 4. You're an idiot, stay here and die of hunger. 5. It pays. Do you want a job or not? 1. Believe me, you're perfect for the role. I'll try and at least start with a nice bit of flattery.
You really think so?
Yeah, there we are. Make him feel a bit better about himself. He's come on very hard times. He raises his chin up, tilting his face to side as if examining himself in a non-existent mirror.
Maybe I do have a mug made for the stage. I sure got the voice for it, eh?
I guess so.
Turn me in the right direction, and I'll make me way to the Radiant Court.
Well, good luck with that. And Krayven, Captain. Alright, good. Well, that's his life improved a little. Now then, a bounty we're going to have a little go at. Where is he? So, I've hired a blue-skinned armor for the play. Excellent. Yes, Torkar. He's in Lifter's Refuge. But where? I mean, he shouldn't be hard to find. The guy's, the Firebrand's master tactician, Torkar. He's supposed to be an ogre. Is he perhaps up here? Udita, she's the bounty person. Like, in all seriousness, there's not too many places an ogre could hide. Oh, fuck, there he is. Right, what have we got here? Jesus Christ. Okay, they've made ogres look a bit... They used to be big, balding, grey-skinned... and not usually wear much clothes. They look like in Pillars of Eternity 1, ogres look like classic fantasy ogres. This just looks like a very, very, very big armor. And Cutthroat Marauder, and a Wolf Companion. That guy... Hey, Citizen Piney, how you doing? Welcome to Story Sunday, good sir. And yes, this particular character looks like he's most happy splitting someone from balls to brains. I think it's going to have to be a wall of force. Adair in the middle. Krayven to one side, off-tanking one of these. And then keeping the casters out of harm's way. Piney, how you doing? How's your weekend been? Happy Sunday to you, mate. Catch me up. What you been doing on? Have you done anything nice with the family? I hope the weather's been decent where you are. Been taking the kids out and so on? Right, I haven't dropped a full save in a little while, so... Where is it? The Treasure Trove, Lifter's Refuge. Let's use our regular save. Next,
hey.
I'll want Adair.
Good thinking.
Right there.
Yes?
Krayven, with your annoyingly girly voice. Ah, there's another Cutthroat Sharpshooter. Okay, everyone who's got Cutthroat after their name is probably going to be problematic.
Ahoy.
Ahoy. Now, he's a Cypher. I want him in good range. And the two squishies down the bottom here. In fact...
Yes?
I'll get Krayven to one side. Because I want an unobstructed view, really, for Aloth to be able to shoot that way. Okay, here we go. This quest is 4 levels above me. 4 levels above me.
What can I do you for?
In fact, you come back and stand on the stairs.
Something I can do?
And Adair, you come to about here. I think tactically that's not the worst place to be in, although Krayven's going to be hard pressed. Hopefully Adair will be able to do an into the fray on this particular marauder. We'll quick save that.
There's something I can do.
We'll just have Adair.
Puny. Too puny to join my crew.
Puny? Excuse me, mate. We killed about 5 dragons back in the Deerwood, so mind your goddamn manners. Arms crossed, the hulking ogre looks you from head to toe. He spits at your feet unimpressed. I have a feeling that he's going to hit it there like a goddamn train and it's all going to go very wrong, but let's find out.
Go away. Be gone. Scram.
Well, before I start the ruck, what's an ogre doing in Dunnage?
As I said, I seek bodies for a crew. And no, you cannot join.
And Pioneer says, we went to the zoo yesterday. Real zoo this time, not the petting zoo. Was lurking earlier. Heard about your lovely Mother's Day with Cray Mum. Good. Oh, thank you. Yes, it was delightful. I'll happily recount some of that again later for our newcomers. And the meal I cooked up, those you don't know, it's Mother's Day in the UK today. So I treated my mum to a hearty meal. However, before we do that, let's carve a new asshole on this ogre. There's a bounty on you, sir.
It is kind of you to announce yourself to me, bounty hunter. It will be just as kind of you to die by my hand.
End dialogue. Combat starts. Okay. Oh, I love it. All the townspeople are ducking their heads as a ruck kicks off. That's good. That's very realistic. Jyoti, you're already in position, so I think we'll open up with Interdiction, Days, or Blessed Harvest. Pillar of Faith. I don't know how quickly that will go off. I'm going to put that down. No, the AoE is not big enough on it. Let's open up with an Interdiction. Can we get all of them? Oh, we can as well. And they've got to cross that distance the wolf has, so... Okay, don't forget her Holy Radiance. This is going to get... Watch out, there are more enemies. Are there? Oh, Bruise 515, well spotted. Yes, there's a sharpshooter up on there. Yeah, off to the flank. I hadn't noticed them. Well, thank you for the heads up. Honestly, I'm just giving this one a try because blind playthrough, and I just figured I'll try something 5 levels above me just to see if I can on turn-based as well. Oh, welcome to the stream, Bruce. Welcome to the stream. So we'll see how we do. I'm not going to empower that one.
I'm here.
All right, Krayven. First thing you've got to do. Oh, I could do Call the Clutch. Call worms and a drake to your aid, summoning them in battle. That's a cast action, it's not a free action. Now, can I attack first, or... If I do Call the Clutch... Wouldn't... Oh no, it's too far out of range there. Let's see if we can harass this lot a bit. Oh, that's going to take... Alright, so Krayven's probably going to get thumped on the head. Oh my goodness, all the Cutthroat Marauders are considerably higher level than us. Well, this will be entertaining.
How may I help?
Right, spell levels. We need something effective. We've got some level 3 stuff. Crackling Bolt. Bounces off walls, no. Minolettas bounding missiles, multiple targets, or the exposed vulnerabilities. That's better saved as an interrupt. That might work well on with turn-based. I always like to open with exposed vulnerabilities in Pillars 1 with the real-time turn-based. Let's see if we can interrupt a bunch of them. Okay, that basically uses up everything he can do. Let's see how hard we get thumped. Let's see how hard we get bitch slapped. Damn, they've got some fast... Oh, crap. Did that just interrupt both my casters? It did. And that put an interrupt as well. Oh my... This is going poorly. Very high T move there to attack these guys. Yeah, I thought I'd give it a try. I just want to see how hard they actually go. Fuck, I didn't expect the interrupt flanked. And there's Krayven. There's Krayven. Alright. So, off to a poor start. Off to a somewhat poor start. Tenuous grasp. Assails the target's grasp on reality, causing shaken and confused. Oh, he hasn't got enough focus yet. He needs 20 for all the good stuff, really. He won't be fast enough. Perhaps we could... These unharmed types. So he's got some range. Can he shoot this one?
I'll be cleaving it to the brisket.
Miss. And a double miss. Great. Great miss. Yeah. Awesome. Right, Adair, mate. It's all on you. I think defensive stance is a good way to go. Let's have a mule kick. Let's kick this giant ogre into the air. This will definitely land. Resistance to might afflictions and weakness to constitution afflictions. He's pretty hard.
I need something.
Ha! Oh, Adair, you're amazing. Adair, you are amazing. That's worth a go. Adair just kicked that ogre right in the balls and laid him out. That's even funnier than when we managed successful knockdowns against dragons. My favourite one is when we had a little wolf Itamak with Sagani and would like go and lay out a drake with a headbutt. That's awesome. That's awesome. That was incredibly puny. Yeah, sorry, what was that? Too puny to join your crew? Problem is, he's just mad now. He's just pissed off. Because Torkar's now going to get back up. Yeah. This is going to go poorly. Ouch. That nearly split it there from balls to brains. Oh my goodness. Yes. Well, we've survived a turn. Problem is, he's fucked now because what he was doing got completely interrupted. We might have had a something, an anything. Rolling flames, sod it. As considering Krayven's knocked down. Can we get 4 of them? Not quite. They got to come this way anyway. Problem is, our initiative is so much lower.
Happy to oblige.
Yeah, Jyoti, you might want to try Holy Radiance on, like, everyone. And Seraphan still has no additional focus. Awesome. Let's try Tenuous Grasp. Let's put it on Torkar. Shaken and confused. Been dazed and confused for so long, it's not true. Right, Jyoti's going down next to the wolf. Right, Wolf Companion. Missed Adair, but hit him for 20. Alright. Okay, Adair's taking all the hits as he should.
Hey, we had some good times.
Yeah. Seraphan's almost down.
Rather difficult to concentrate.
Ah, shit, another interrupt. Damn it. I'll see if he pulls off one more successful mule kick. Nope. I think at this point it's load game and yeah, fuck right off. I got a chance in hell. I'm not going to kill any more of the stream time trying to do that. That we were so outpowered there, it wasn't even funny. I wouldn't say we had a chance, but I think we could have at least given a better accounting. The party could have given a better accounting for itself if our abilities didn't get so constantly interrupted, but damn, man, those guys are pretty hard. They were pretty tough. One might say very tough. Exceptionally tough. They were tough. They were tough. So we won't be collecting that bounty today. But considering we've got to come back here, I imagine periodically, given that the Principi, whatever the hell they are local. Let's right, we've gotten that armor towards the thing. Hey, Carnations, you just watched me completely fail to beat a fight that's like 5 or so levels above me. Good evening to you, Carnations. How are you doing? It's good to see you, man. King's Coffin. Ah, yes, we need the 40 minutes. We're in Dunnage. We're in the free pirate port of Dunnage, clearing up a couple of quests to get some players for a play and make some evil kind of tonic in order to get some pirate who swallowed a large gemstone as his ship was being attacked and now can't poo it out or throw it up, to do exactly that. Good, yes, I'm very well, thank you. It's well, not so good with the time change. It's daylight savings just kicked in last night / this morning in the UK, because it's still a thing, because it's completely stupid. And or the UK is completely stupid for still having that rule. But it's also UK Mothering Sunday, so I've had a very nice afternoon with my mum and done a meal that came off very successfully, I must say. And yeah, now just settling in with all you lovely townspeople, new friends, visitors and audience as we do Story Sunday with Pillars of Eternity 2. Much pirate action. Have you got any fire kelp extract for sale there, Mr. Jacob Harker?
Sure do. And at a
generously discounted price.
250 pies.
250. That's... He's being sarcastic. Fire kelp's easy to come across. It's 10 a penny. Well, not quite that cheap, but even still. 250 coppers, a lot of money. Where's your name? A Carnation's the only character in this that you can name is your own character, and he was loaded in from Pillars of Eternity 1. So yeah, in this particular party, the named people from the first game and the new ones from the second game are all voice acted and named. So we'll give him 250 copper.
Be careful you don't get any of it in your eyes. Burns like a mother.
Burns like you wouldn't believe. Ha! Nice.
Sting on anybody. Not even my worst enemy.
Wow, that must be bad.
Actually, yeah. Yeah, I would.
He chuckles deeply to himself as he hands you the vial of fire kelp extract. It's put in my stash. Alright. Well, you could create companions. Yes. Well, that's the thing. You can make some min-max characters if you want to skip stuff. But the story characters, the ones that are done, they're a huge part of the narrative. And 3 out of 5 in the party are from the first game. So I'm playing through with the story characters. No, there's no characters to be named unless you want to give up the characters that are actually written in as part of the story, which I absolutely won't be doing. So don't worry, there'll be future games like more Darkest Dungeon where your character will be named and will most likely die violently. Right, fare thee well. Now with that particular task done, return to Iron Gut Pietro. Bring the ingredients for Ondra's Bile to Pietro at the King's Coffin in Dunnage, then stand back. Stand way back. Oh, before we do, the Wizard 10, I've got 687 copper pans left. Problem is, she had a debt of about 700, so I might need to sell a couple of other items. But yeah, Carnations, I'm glad you are good otherwise. Have you been up to anything particularly interesting this weekend? Sorry, Pine, you were saying earlier you're at the zoo. I hope the kids enjoyed the zoo. Did they see any particular animals of interest beyond, obviously, the petting zoo as the baby ones the previous week? What tickled their fancy? What was the creatures they seemed to enjoy the most or were the most wowed by? Hello, Turner.
Welcome back, patron. I so hope you enjoy the performance.
Face bland with a bored expression. The wizard sighs heavily after speaking. Calandra needs you for her play.
I'd be happy to go back working for her, except I owe Harker over there a good deal of money.
She jerks her head toward the far end of the bar.
Stupid dice went cold at the wrong time.
Well, stop gambling, you idiot.
Until I pay him what I owe, 700 pyres, I'm not going anywhere.
Is there anything else I can do to get you out? Because I don't want to spend the last of my money, especially not on you, you ungrateful wench, if I can possibly help it. Is there anything else I can do to get you out?
Talk it over with Harker. Maybe you'll be feeling generous.
She snorts as if she's made a joke, so that's probably a no.
A more likely possibility is he'll try and put a knife between your ribs. Assuming he doesn't, or you survive it, you ought to know he hides his money in his private quarters. Would be a shame if someone stole it.
Uh-huh. Well, he did just rip me off with that fire kelp extract. Now, tell me again what's stopping you leaving this place?
My never end in debt to Harker. Every time I manage a payment, the interest has gone and doubled.
Oh, he's keeping you in indentured servitude. Someone else also said be careful with him. He seems like he's a bit of a bad guy. He had a flinty expression. He seems like someone who's not to be crossed and is also rather dangerous. What can you tell me about Harker?
You haven't heard the rumours, I take it?
Her voice drops to a raspy whisper.
Some people say he's the Red King.
Who now? Oh, now I have a skill check. History. History 5. I had just enough history to know. The infamous pirate. I heard he was lost at sea years ago.
Aye, I'd heard that too. But some folks say he faked his death to escape the wrath of the Valian Republics.
The elf leans closer, conspiratorially, to murmur near your ear.
Those same folks say that Harker was the Red King.
Licking the corner of her mouth, she straightens. She smooths her hair with trembling fingers. Piney Druid, the 2-year-old like the river's otters best. The older one is more into interactive attractions rather than the animals. Okay. Oh, the river otters. One of the things I love about otters is that they hold hands when they're asleep so they don't drift away. Continue.
I wouldn't go on asking him about it, if you know what I mean. Harker's got a nasty reputation, a real violent disposition, and besides, people in this port generally don't like others prying into their past.
It seems like Harker's a pretty nasty piece of work. It does seem like he's a rather, very capable, but yeah, he seems pretty badass. But before I do anything too reckless, we'll just quick save there. Well, before I do anything too reckless, let's go to Pietro, give him this particular concoction, and then watch him shit his guts out.
Damn my gut! Just kill me now!
Skin pasty, upper lip beaded with sweat, the sailor sways and moans. They're utterly adorable. Oh, Duncan. Outstanding. Outstanding.
Lost my God's damn soul and stupidity. Andra, save me now.
Give him the ingredients for Andra's bile. Rosanella says this should work. Hands trembling, Pietro hastily mixes the contents into a wooden mug half filled with water. With a final, nervous swallow, he lifts the mug to his lips and downs the concoction. After several moments, nothing happens, and he shakes his head, expression grim. We just lost rotten hagfish, fire kelp extract, and unripened palm stone. Rotten hagfish is a hagfish that's at a certain point in decay that gives off a vile oil. Unripened palm stone supposedly makes you very sick, and fire kelp extract even the notorious Red King wouldn't wish on his worst enemy, except perhaps he would, because he's a bastard. Continue. But then he goes white as a sheet, his throat mottles red, and his mouth pops open in a little O of surprise. If Krayven, could you walk away from him, please?
Oh, God! He's coming out the other end now!
Oh dear. Iron Gut scoops up the vomit-coated gemstone, what looks to be a black pearl the size of a small rock. He gives it a quick wipe down before thrusting it into your hands. Oh, it was just for one black pearl. We already had like 5 more. Okay. Black pearls are surprised by sailors across the Aura. Well, we've got 6 of them now, but hey, we got it.
Oh, now, if you'll excuse me, I need a change of bottoms.
Biting back a curse, he hurries off. You just gave me all the wealth you had in the world after all that trouble you went to protect it, and you're going to be shitting and puking your guts up for a week. Well, your choice. Task updated, the Iron Guts. Is that now complete? Yes. Excellent. Now we've almost finished collecting players for this play. One to be Aethys and a special effects specialist. A specialist in effects, one might add. Now there's Harker. I'm just going to, like I say, like I was doing, quick save before prying into this supposedly notorious pirate. He's already showed he's got a bit of an unpleasant disposition. That being the case, I might be willing to go and burgle for him. Okay, so Streetwise 3. I've heard rumours you're the Red King. She said, baby, don't pry into his past, but I'm just curious to see what happens.
Infamous to his enemies, famous to his friends.
Uh-huh. He narrows his eyes and sizes you up before saying more. Okay, because I passed the skill check, he didn't immediately stab me in the face.
Folks decided to call me the Red King, and I had nothing to do with that. But I didn't tell him to stop neither.
Oh, he's coy. He's not giving anything away.
See, the Valian republics drove my Dar out of business, and I repaid them in kind by taking their ships and their treasure. A whole lot of it.
So you're the Red King.
Got right tired of ship hunters crawling up my arse every time I went out to sea, though.
Huh.
So I paid off my crew, scuttled this ship here, and went my merry way.
He's not flat out said I'm the Red King, but he's basically, I'm not telling anyone to stop. Oh, and by the way, I was a notorious pirate and got all his treasure. Got it. Cool.
In other words, the Red King is dead.
Uh-huh.
If you ask me any more about it, you will be too.
Okay, mind your manners there, mate. That said, in the alternate timeline where I just got a murderous drubbing by that giant ogre, I imagine this guy could probably kick my ass. But I'll come back in 10 levels time and stomp all over all of you like absolute bitches. Right. So he is. Now where are his quarters? That's the pleasure cabin, the officer's perch, the hold, the game room. Now then, a tidy performance. Harker, the owner of the King's Coffin, reportedly keeps a lot of money hidden within his quarters. Well, if he's none the wiser, the thing is, my character's a good guy and generally wouldn't rob, but he's clearly keeping her in indentured servitude. She's paid off twice what she owes him, but he's basically like, if she's turning a tidy profit, I'm going to keep upping her interest. He's a former notorious pirate. I mean, he's got his reasons. His dad was driven out. Mind you, because Dad could have been an absolute bastard and deserved it. He's set up a legitimate business now. But all told, he seems like a generally rather unpleasant chap. And he just charged me 250 copper pounds for fire kelp extract. The wall is notched and scarred from countless knife throws that completely missed the target. Well, where are his quarters then? We've already had a chat with Manahar.
Aye. More than my eyes be open. Done and done.
Oh, I think perhaps this is it. I think perhaps it's right there. Is that his quarters? Yeah, it must be. It must be. Okay, so we can... Very brief period. Now, is he going to jog on briefly? Right, he'll keep himself busy there. Damn it. Is it possible to get out of... Hello. He's too aware of my presence. I don't think there's anywhere to stand safely. Who the hell are you? Why won't he go away? It's his little radius that's making this ever so slightly problematic. I mean, for goodness sake. Right, well, I may as well have a crack. Oh, come on. You cannot disarm the trap. Do you wish to... Oh, it's mechanics 8. No. Shit. I haven't got anything close to the mechanic skill required. Jesus. Plus, I think if we get busted, even the demon... The fact he's got a bodyguard running this place called the demon. Ah, shit. You know what? I'm going to come back and rob that later. Because he's now going to get 700 copper pans out of me.
What can I do for you?
Want to buy something? Well, I want to sell something. Show me your stock of provisions.
Show me some coin.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to show you any coin, you pain ass. Vestments of Gorn, padded armor. What's she currently rocking? Fine armor. Now we'll get rid of that. 40. This is going to take almost all my money. This diabolical shit is going to get all my money. What's my... I can't see what my party's currently equipped with. I think Brigadine, fine leather armor. Principi clothing we don't need. We'll sell the fine leather armor. What else we got? Oh, yes, we still got this cloak, but the Principi hat and that Rautai hat. What's this? Turu Chew. For 34 rounds. Deadeye. All this other stuff. Now I want to keep the stuff for the ship. Hagfish cost almost worthless. Now, why is Epsilon in the stash? Oh, we've got Zorro equipped. I thought we had Epsilon equipped. Right, we've still got Zorro equipped. Right, I need to get Epsilon out. I'm loving this background pirate music as well. Larvae. Have we got any... How much is that? Ondra Tara is not that valuable. Salt. Vessel bones. Let's give him maybe about 6 of those. Scoria, claw. Oh, leathery wing. We can maybe give him a couple of them. Just so we're not completely destitute. Right, that could leave me with about 500 copper after all that. Alright.
What can I do for you?
Give 700 copper. I want to pay off Tiana's debt.
Got to you, did she?
Uh-huh.
The woman can spot a soft-hearted mark from 50 paces. Like a sixth sense or something. Remarkable.
He nods to you conspiratorially, as if he didn't just imply you were a sucker easily parted from your money. Aloth hums approvingly because I was dutiful rather than taking the sneaky method. Mate, I am so gonna rob. As soon as I get Seraphin's stealth up high enough, I'm coming back here and looting that from under your nose.
Here's the thing, though. It's more profitable for me to keep her under my thumb.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Sweet as your offer is, you can keep the money.
So you're basically keeping her in indentured, like I predicted, indentured servitude because it's more profitable for him.
Unless there's something else you need, I think we're done here.
He turns away and begins fiddling with something beneath the bar. As he does, you spy red-handled pistols stuffed into the band of his breeches. Give 1400 copper. What if I double the money? No, I haven't got the money. What, skill checks, diplomacy 10. I'm not quite intimidating enough. Only Adair's got any points in intimidating, and this guy's far more intimidating than we are. Oh, I had 6 on diplomacy. Will you take something else in exchange for a freedom?
If I wanted something else, I'd have asked for it.
Ah, shit me, man. Let's discuss something. This guy's a hard customer. This is very realistic, though. Like, typically, it's like, okay, do this, this, and then magically the NPC's like, oh, well, okay, I'll let her go now. This is much, much more realistic, but as a result, is a little bit frustrating. Right, where's this new cat? Epsilon. Sorry, getting some deeply annoying slowdown there. I was thinking we were... Oh, come on, don't be ridiculous. This... Come on, PC, you can deal with this better. There, sorry, my computer's being insane. Also, we'll equip this new cloak. Let's see, fortitude, reflex, and will. Let's make sure we're not getting stacked. He's got ring of minor protection, fortitude, reflex, and will. Okay, it's redundant for Krayven. Fortitude, reflex, and will. And what's Aloth? Is he rocking anything? Yeah, he's rather squishy. Let's maybe give him a little bit of extra protection. His portrait looks so much more attractive than his character model. Now, normally I can rotate this. Oh my goodness, I don't know quite why it's chugging along that badly. He now wants to potentially double the money. Let's see what... Okay, yeah, this is an unexpected bit of slowdown. I'll have to just power through it, folks. It was running completely fine up until then. What's Taerna got to say?
Welcome back, patron.
Yeah, sure. See, I could give her 700 copper here, pay off your debt, but I know... It's a new option. It's a new option. I'm gonna... So... He won't accept the money from me, but he might not have a choice. It's really not, Duncan. Yeah, it's... I don't know why it's suddenly slowed down. It's been running completely fine up until now, so that's distinctly annoying for me. That's very well, obviously for all of you, but that bothers me with the stream output. It's been running along fine. What? I'm just going to tab out quickly. We'll see what the hell's going on in the background. Yeah, apologies, folks. I just got to... Yeah, that's really struggling. Right, I'm just going to close down Chrome for the time being. It might just be... Or Chrome just likes to eat all the frickin' RAM. Okay, that seems to have helped. Or just tabbing in and out allowed it to refresh. Right, that's better. Alright. He might not accept it from me, but maybe it'll be different from her. So, a tidy performance. Harker refused to accept payment of Taerna's debt, believing her services to his tavern to be more profitable in the long run. I'll have to be more convincing or offer up more money. Well, I'm just going to try and give it to her, see if she'll deal with it. And if not, I'll just reload it. Here, pay off your debt.
Give it to Harker. Knowing him, he'll tack on a few extra expenses just to spite me.
Alright, so that's not going to work.
Doing this, but I thank you all the same.
Don't have the skill checks. I don't want to give this prick 1400 copper. I haven't even got the mechanic skill to open this thing if I could. And I don't have the closest thing I can get is by bumping up diplomacy, which will require leveling up a little. It's annoying. I would have liked to have gotten this task finished while we're here, but that doesn't seem to be happening. There's just no way around this. I either need more mechanic skill, more money, more from like than I'm willing to sell remaining things, let alone give all of it to this guy. More diplomacy or more intimidation. All right, I think we're shit out of luck there. And it's not like I can get money for the bounty from killing this ogre because him and his cutthroat crew are 5 levels tougher. So that leaves us with what's called one option. We'll head to Neketaka and we'll be back here before too long anyway. Dunnage actually seems like a relatively major port. We've already got one bounty to come back and claim here, so I think yeah, we've got to come back anyway, so we'll deal with the task and we'll deal with the bounty. Let's see, supply. No, repairs and shot. Medical supplies we could do with a bit more. Oh, 50, that's like 500. Let's bash it down to another 25. It's going to cost 238. Oh, we have a discount. That's good. Plus 25 medicine. All right. And food-wise... Okay, let's leave the town by the... wait a second. Before I do, I actually want to go into my ship menu and deal with all this. So, ship equipment and cargo. Right, in terms of fluid, we got loads. Fresh fruit can go on the fresh fruit pile. Fresh veg can go on the fresh veg pile. Cold milk. What's this? Seafood stew. Morale +1 and morale 0. Right, rice and vegetables to make a basic hearty stew can go further back. Oh no, I wanted to keep those for myself. How much can water stack by? Loads. Alright. That's good. Wales wind. And what's this? White Yennefer. And then that's regular lager and grog. Can go with the rest of the grog. What we got here? Regular ale and fine Adiran mead. That's best for the crew. There we go, right. Hardtack, regular beer, what the hell is this stuff? Koiki fruit, pork, and regular palm stone. Alright, most of those are little small stacks of whatever. What about these nuts? Okay, they're 0 as well, so let's just pump those in there. Okay, foodstuffs and water, we got loads. Morale's pretty good. Now then, we've got some new crew members. We've got some new folks. Also, I wouldn't mind spending some money upgrading more of this. So who's in reserve? Irina, novice deckhand. Expert helmsman. Right, well, you're going straight on the helm. Where's the helm? Where's the helm? Versus professional bosun and helmsman. Right, so he's excellent on the helmsman with 3 stars. He's got 1. Where does a bosun go? And he's a basic cannoneer? What's this guy? Oh, he's a awesome surgeon. Where's our surgeon go? Okay, what's she? She's a novice surgeon, right. We now have very, very good surgeons. And also a reasonable deckhand. Who's at the front here? Oh, he's quite a solid cannoneer. He's a cannoneer and a... Oh, what's that supposed to be? What position's that? And navigator, cannoneer, deckhand, novice, navigator. What's the cannoneer position? Oh, he's currently in a deckhand position. Let's put him in the cannoneer position. That's also a cannoneer position. So he's a novice cannoneer. He's a professional cannoneer. She's a seasoned cook. He's a seasoned cannoneer. Who else is best where? Right, navigator and deckhand. Anyone else a decent navigator? So cannoneer or a helmsman. He's useless as a deckhand. He's useless as a deckhand. Cook or a deckhand. We've already got a seasoned cook. So arena, deckhand, deckhand. Right, we've got 2 with points in deckhand. So arena, deckhand. What does he do? Cannoneer, well, interchangeable. Ah, he's a novice cannoneer, but he's only got 1 skill. He's a cannoneer and also a helmsman, so he's more useful than this guy. Yeah, novice cannoneer. But what's his personality like? Chatty. Chatty's fine. This one's greedy and professional. This one's fearless. You want that in a deckhand. This one's a religious drunk. He's also a unskilled deckhand, right? He is only good as a surgeon, and we now have a way better surgeon who's also a backup navigator. And we've got a backup surgeon and someone with a bit of skill as a deckhand. Well, this is at least giving us a full complement if we get into trouble, but you and you are almost dead weight, essentially. But now everyone is in a position where they have 1, 2, or 3 stars. Excellent, that's good. I think that'll do us miscellaneous upgrades. Carvel hull, the rest of this. What flags? Watcher of the Deerwood. Yeah, hells yeah. We're gonna keep that. Valian Trading Company. Now I'm gonna fly under my own doodad. Why is that white and green? Oh, who knows? A Deerwooden sloop, the Defiant. Right, well, we've got a pretty, a moderately competent crew, at least in terms of experience now. So let's leave by sea. And back onto the open ocean. Let's see, just got to clear out a couple of bits there. Now, we're going to head towards Neketaka, I think is the name. This capital where most things are leading us anyway, with the exception of the 2 leftover quests here. I think just about everything else, including the other bounties, was in Neketaka. New quest goods and... Oh. You've received an important missive from Captain Aeldis. I didn't know why there was slow down there. Let's read it. Wine and gunpowder scented letter. Quest item. So, you had a little run-in with Ben, and then you dragged it to my doorstep. You could have wiped your feet before you stomped in, but I digress. I know what you did, and I know who you are. And unlike my unfortunately block-headed second-in-command, I recognise a threat when it smacks me upside the head. So, this is me, Captain Aeldis, commander of the goddamned New Blood Principi, leader of the 2nd largest fleet of pirates in the God's fucking Deadfire, inviting you, a terrifyingly powerful and strange watcher, to come and meet with me under the strictest parley at Fort Deadlight, which is to say, I promise not to gut you when you arrive for dinner and drinks. Looking forward to having little hearthside chats. I would like to offer you a partnership of the most glorious and goriest variety. I scratch your back, you gut my enemies from hip to jaw. We laugh at their deaths over a bottle of the finest rum. Oh, and when you come, bring some candied nuts. Your newest and dearest friend, Aeldis. P.S. This is not a trap. That's a pretty good letter. That's a pretty cool letter. Aeldis has some character. I've not met her. I have no idea what she's about. But that was a passably decent introduction. However, we already did an awful lot of Fort Deadlight, so we won't be heading in that direction. She's asked me at my request, and she knows of my reputation, so she can wait and stew a little while whilst I take care of bigger and more important things than her. Known locations. We now have Sayuka, that's where one of our bounties is, but for now, for this particular moment, it is high time we went to Neketaka, so onward, helmsman. Gonna let it auto steer for a while. Although what I am gonna do, okay, 2 morale because we drank the mead. It's making everyone happy. Oh my god, they had to go at the grog and the rum. It bumped them up by a total of 4. Greedy feckers. That was an awful lot of bits and pieces, but the crew is getting happier. They're getting more and more chuffed. I just realised I want to pause for a... What the hell?
The ring of a bell comes to you on a cold wind.
I just pressed pause and then... Oh. Ghost ship!
The ring comes again and again, until soon the air is full with the sound of 1,000 bells ringing all at once.
I forgot about this ghost ship.
You feel a resonance in your core.
Uh-huh.
A bell ringing in tune with all the others. Something in you bends, then breaks. And you are borne away on the ringing tide.
Oh
Just
my.
another peal among the many.
I don't think this is the ghost ship.
The tide of bells recedes. You lever yourself up onto your knees and realize you have been here before. You stand in Bereth's realm.
Oh, it's Bereth. I've been pronouncing it Barath. Bereth.
You are alone.
Oh, joy.
And then you are not.
Oh, hello, visions of the gods. Yeah, my character doesn't look like that.
An indistinct figure stands before you, flickering between forms like a fire.
Okay, Duncan, don't give anything away.
A fixed, taunting grin. Bottomless black eyes. A yawning chasm in the earth. The aspects of Bereth, the Usher and the Pallid Knight, shift in and out of focus.
Oh, these are all aspects of Bereth. Pallid Knight. Yeah, we met her. The one in the middle was the one that was there when we first came back to life after Aethys awoke under our keep, or possessed the statue under our keep. So these are all aspects of Bereth. Interesting.
And at their back, 4 indistinct shades hover. You feel an eternity stretch out behind each of them, reaching back to places so distant and yet so near you cannot comprehend their size.
Okay.
The shifting image of Bereth settles on the aspect of the Pallid Knight.
Watcher.
Her voice is the discordant clangor of gongs struck out of time.
I kind of want to be reading this myself.
I tasked you to discover Aethys's intentions. Tell me what you have learned.
Option 1. He's draining souls from veins of luminous Ardra. 2. He's stomping around the dead fire, yanking up souls like a giant Adra soul magnet. 3. It's too early to be sure what he plans, but his behavior is suspicious. 4. I can't follow Aethys around if you're going to keep dragging my soul into the beyond whenever the whim takes you. Or 5. Say nothing. Now, we did manage to have an encounter with him at that dig site on the first island we landed, and a bunch of souls that were sucked up by him. We managed to have a connecting thread, and he turned around and noticed and said, yes, I have, but it wasn't like evil, or at least he didn't think he was doing wrong things. He's like, okay, the time is not yet there, but you know, we will meet again. Then he snapped the thread, which actually allowed the souls that were attached to it to go back to the Adra in the dig site. Option 6. I've been playing pirate for a week. Who's Aethys again? To be honest, 2 to 3 weeks. Fair point, Piney. Yes. Sorry, I'm just running around enjoying gallivanting on the high seas and making new friends over rum. Did we have a quest? That's just a rude answer. This she's not going to like too much either, and probably will say, you better tell me or I'll just murder you. It's too early to be sure what he... It is too early to be sure what he plans, but his behaviour is suspicious. That's the thing, I don't know what his intentions are, I only know his actions. I'm not going to be so flippant as to say number one. He's draining souls from veins of luminous Adra. Almost involuntarily, but I don't know why.
The pallid night knits her brows.
He does not seek to return to the beyond? Intriguing.
I have no idea whether he does or not, lady.
Her sickly pale skin pulls tight across the bones of her face, as if the shell of this aspect does not quite fit the impossible creature it contains.
I know that all these gods were created by the ancient race from the first game, so they're not really all that impressive.
The figure nearest Berith dissolves and reforms in the image of a thin-lipped ancient crone, whose face has felt the melting kiss of fire.
Lips aren't that thin in that drawing.
The goddess Wodika strides forward.
Oh, yeah, she and I are not friends. Well, it says goddess of justice, law, oaths, promises, rulership, vengeance, memory, and hierarchies, depicted as an old noblewoman bearing a broken crown upon her head, said once to have ruled over the other gods, but has since been overthrown. That's a very polite way of putting it. In the first game, in the Deerwood, Wodika is evil. She's the head of the cult that you're trying to... She's the goddess, the patron goddess of the cult, the Leaden Key, which you're trying to stop, and the main baddie is the Grand Master of. Yeah, if this has any bearing on what I... If what I did in Pillars 1 has any bearing on this right now, she's not going to be all that nice.
Does Aethys frighten you, Berith? He should. Margran subdued Aethys' influence once before, and yet he returned.
Well, it's actually mentioned that she's the goddess of justice in this one. It's only hinted as a byproduct. Decadency, as someone who played through Pillars 1 plenty, you know full well that she's presented in a very, very negative light in the first game. And this is actually the first time we've really talked to her in anything other than, oh, give them to my goddess and restore her, even though she's completely diabolically evil. I guess perhaps in this part of the world she's not. Perhaps that was the perspective of the Deerwood. Other places may see her differently, but in the first game she was presented by the game as an out-and-out shitbag.
From out of Wodika's shadow shuffles a hunched, bald man you recognize.
Oh, Skane, he's nech.
His skin is mapped with swollen lash scars, and breath whistles through the ragged hole in his face where his nose once was.
Wodika. Unless I'm getting it confused with the goddess of the Leaden Key. She didn't want to. It was never presented that she wants to judge them or that she was a goddess of justice. You were asked to give the power to her in order that she could reascend to be in charge of the other gods, not to judge them. I only completed it recently. It's never that she'll pass judgment on them. Yeah, and apparently, according to this, she used to be. She wanted to come back to power. It's never presented in the first game that she's going to pass sort of, you know, anonymous, neutral judgment. In the first game, she's completely presented as a nasty piece of work, and she's the patron goddess of the Leaden Key. Anyway.
He does not speak, but stares up at Wodika, with naked loathing plain on his ruined face. Wodika steeples her long, knob-jointed fingers.
We must annihilate Aethys now, before he makes a rash decision we cannot easily annul.
She casts a sly look at the pallid night from the corners of her eyes.
Yeah, I think she... Well, apparently then, this is the first bit of context we've gotten about her in the second game. She wants the power she used to have. In the first game, it was never presented that she used to be in charge, like leader of the gods.
A moon would do the job nicely.
So her attitude is fling a moon on top of Aethys. Didn't I was going to say one of the goddesses in White March Part 2, I forget which one it was, tried to fling a chunk of meteorite at the Abaddon, the Smith god, which killed his physical body on the planet, but obviously he's a god, he couldn't die, so he was reborn with no memory of it. If you think that's the appropriate solution, I won't stand in your way. Given her relationship with the moon, I doubt Andra would approve of that plan. I'm pretty sure we need that. 4, you would destroy Eora for what? Spite? Yeah, I'm playing the character, carrying on my character from Pillars 1, and the character from Pillars 1 has no warmth towards Boudica whatsoever. She was presented as a piece of shit, and she was. So, yeah, Boudica, go fuck yourself.
Boudica stares at you down her long nose.
I would destroy it all in the blink of your wide eye if I believed it would benefit me. Empires can be rebuilt. Souls can be reforged.
Yeah, perhaps we should wipe you out.
Do not forget it.
I think she was sometime before the events of the first night game, then got stripped of her power. Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. She was cast down in some capacity by the other gods.
Here is some money.
Oh, Goldbergs, thank you for the 101 biddies, triggering Cravenstown's very own Tiny Tina on loan from Borderlands. Thank you so much, my dude. How you doing, by the way? How's were you streaming Sunday? No, you don't. You normally on a Sunday, do you, man? Right. Without further ado, though, let's get a shout out.
How long now, Batman?
Mr. Goldberg. Mr. Goldberg.
You're taking the piss.
IRL, friend of mine, and a very, very dry streamer. If you like easygoing humour and anti-humour and mellow bants, do go and check him out. You just finished watching Fantastic Beasts 2. I haven't seen the first one. Is number 2 The Crimes of Grindelwald, with peroxide-haired Johnny Depp.
The figure beside the aspect of Berith flows forward in a swirling cloud of ash.
That's got to be Magran, the fire goddess.
The ash falls to the tiles and reveals a molten-skinned woman, leaning on a monstrous, wicked-edged broadsword.
Yeah, with Durant's Magran's fire, cast light in dark places. Your odd daughter delayed that cheer by about 15 minutes. Oh, bless her. Hey, Addy. I have to admit, it's 11:35 p.m. Goodness me, is little Addy still up? Folks, Addy is my, odd daughter, not a non-religious goddaughter. Hey, Munchkin. There it is, Magran, totally called it.
We must find a solution to the problem of Aethys that is neither do nothing, nor destroy the world.
Yeah, that's the first sensible thing I've heard. First one is a snore. You enjoyed that one. Oh, no, she's back asleep. Ah, okay. Okie dokie. Yeah, well, I might still watch the first one in order to have the content. Do you need to have seen the first one to see the second one? Does there any references going back and forth? Kind of like the other Harry Potter movies or not? He's a better baddie than Voldemort. Oh, interesting. Because I heard mixed things from the critics, but I find film critics these days largely, well, irrelevant.
I acted in haste during the Saints' War. You will not goad me into doing the same now.
Ah. Alright, at least one of them is willing to learn from their mistakes. They're both pretty cool villains, to be fair. I'd jump on it too. Okay. Definitely advised to see the first one. Alright, thanks, Duncan. And Goldberg, how's your weekend been otherwise? I guess you've been treating the other half of the Goldbergs stream. The Goldbergs crew. One Casberg to a nice day, as I've been catching on other sources. As a sort of happy Mother's Day from Babyberg and Jakeyberg.
To move against him while his plans are unknown would be the height of foolishness. We must find wisdom in precaution.
Option 1. Sure, great idea. Can I go now? God, tempting. 2. What kind of precautions do you suggest? 3. I don't care what you do, just put me back in my body so I can get the charade over with, or 4. Say nothing. What precautions do you suggest? I am more than willing to talk one-on-one with the gods as if I'm their equal, because I totally feel like it. Oh, and that must be the Hylia, the bird goddess.
Magrin looks at you as one might a wayward gob of spit on one's shoe.
Yeah, again, gods right here. You do realise it was a bunch of ancient people who looked like me who made you, because the real creators of the planet were nowhere to be found, so mind that side eye.
It is no business of yours what the gods decide.
What the fuck? I'm the one doing all the work down here on Earth, so yeah, goddamn it is.
Another of the silent figures.
Go fuck yourself, my gran.
And the warm, golden light of a summer's afternoon spills across your face.
Voldemort equals mass terror. Grindelwald equals charismatic manipulator, aka Hitler. Yeah, we did the whole Love Day thing. Oh, very nice. Now, when I say cool, yeah, don't worry. I heard that with all the sarcasm you would usually muster as if you were in the room here with me, Goldberg. Yeah, they're cool, not good. Yes, it's perfectly possible for someone to be charismatic and still be an absolute bastard, but hopefully Hylia is not going to be as much of a moody shit as the rest of them.
Let's all take a deep, calming breath. Perhaps cooler heads will prevail.
Behind Helia's words, you hear the soft coo of doves.
That's a little bit of a burn on Magran there, whose head is made of actual fire.
Aethys has been separated from us for too long. Isn't it possible he intends only to gather enough souls to reclaim his realm in the beyond? He should be welcomed.
You look up then into avian eyes. Through them, you see clouds of starlings converge and divide.
You know, Hylia is actually nice. We got rid of a dragon, a sky dragon that was nesting in her primary temple in Deerwood, so I'll just let her speak.
Scan shuffles forward.
Yes, yes. We should welcome Aethys' return to the fold. His gratitude we can leverage to cajole him into divulging his plot.
I sincerely doubt that, you scabrous weirdo.
Then, when he believes himself to be in our good graces, we do as Neketaka suggests, and crush him into the earth.
Since when was that pronunciation Neketaka? If it's in Dutch, it's woo. If it's in English, it's woe. And in no Germanic language whatsoever is it where. Yeah, I'm still figuring it out, Duncan, to an extent. They've got many aspects, much like actual religious characters.
Scan pauses, inspecting you.
Ah, now, this is a result of the choices you made in Pillars of Eternity 1. I was hoping something like this might happen here. Let's see what he's got to say, because this is based off me loading in my old save.
And here is the Watcher who killed Lord Harren, the man who tormented his dear niece, Alice. Curious.
Lord Harrond. Oh, I vaguely remember that quest. I'm getting it confused with the guy who was tormenting the town. The first town he come across, the Raedric, who was the Lord of Gilded Vale, and he came back as an avatar of Bereth, and we took him out again. Oh, that was it. Lord Harrond. He was tormented, is a polite way to put it. He sexually assaulted his niece. I think in the first game he rapes her, and you encounter her in some village. Well, yeah, he died. He's a piece of shit.
Scan licks the ragged edge of his lipless mouth and grins, then turns to Helia.
Skane is just a nasty piece of work. Good weekend anyway. Saturday was action-packed. Looked at my son's diary. He wrote, "Watch TV." Well, kudos on him for keeping a diary. What, 6 going on 7? Oh, fair play to the lad. Took me, I was a lot older before I started bothering doing that.
I did not expect such a deliciously ruthless idea from you, Helia. I am impressed.
She didn't have that idea. She just said let him back in, and then you turned it horrible.
Helia's feathered crest stands on end.
You wretched little creature.
Option 1, attempting to end Aethys may only make things worse. 2, he's too dangerous, you have to destroy him. 3, say nothing. Yeah, it's lovely, but I need to help him fill in the blanks. Fair. Well, the reason Aethys is back like this is because you blew him up. He got blown up once in the Saints' War. Hence Waidwind's legacy, although Waidwind's legacy was actually all a part of the plot of the Worshippers of Woodica, the Leaden Key. But this makes... I'm definitely not thinking option 2. Attempting to end Aethys may only make things worse. I'm leaning towards that because that's what they tried in the first game, but before the beginning of the first game, plot-wise, and it went not great. Or option 3, say no. I'm going to let them bicker it out.
The Pallid Knight gestures for silence.
Oh, well, that was a good guess.
Aethys cannot be killed, but he may be subdued. Yet to do so will take immense power and time.
Uh-huh.
Both stand in his favor.
Uh-huh.
Magran grits her black glass teeth.
That is why we must ascertain his plans before he has the chance to put them into motion.
Shut up, Magran. Your priest was a penis. Oh, by the way, Durance is hunting for you. I gave the right choices so he realised that you betrayed him, and now he wants to take you out. Have fun with that. He was a complete dick, but he was pretty goddamn capable. I'm heading, mate. After working in the morning, take it easy. Okay, Goldbergs, thanks so much for swinging by, and thank you so much for the 101 biddies, my dude. I'm sure I will be in touch with you in the very near future regarding various bits and pieces that we are working on.
She begins to pace. Her steps leave little trails of fire in her wake.
I want to question her again, just a reminder that she doesn't have any authority over me.
Magran stops and balls her hands into flaming fists.
Alright, good night, Goldberg. Thanks so much for swinging by. Good to have you here, mate.
Even if we manage to destroy his current form, there is the possibility he could return if he has not already absorbed all of his children.
Absorbed his children, I don't understand. The other, see, Hylia, I stayed silent. I just want to make sure Magran knows she doesn't have my respect. Absorbed his children? I don't understand.
The Pallid Knight casts a cold, cutting glare in Magran's direction.
Oh, you didn't want me to know that, did you?
Magran speaks too freely. That knowledge is beyond your ken, Watcher.
Doubt it.
Woodica waves the gods to silence.
Aethys gathers strength. His strength is a threat to us.
Huh.
Her voice takes on a sharp, almost panicked edge.
There is no sensible answer to the question of a resurgent Aethys other than decisive, final action.
There's no cause to act now. Nah, say nothing.
We will act when it is appropriate
there
to
we
do
go.
So, and not before.
Goddamn right.
The Pallid Knight steps away from the half circle of assembled gods. She pulls herself up to a great height.
There's a bunch still not here. Rimagand isn't there. So there's Barath, Magran, Hylia, Woodica, Skane. Obviously Aethys can't be there. Rimagand isn't there. Abidon's not there. There's at least one other I'm forgetting who's not present. Ondra's not there. Another male god, I think. But yeah, there's at least 4 of the Pantheon who aren't present. Whale, thank you, Hippofant. Yes, I was trying to think who was the other. Oh, Gallowayne as well. Well remembered. So yeah, 5. They've only got half the Pantheon. Do you have all the expansions? Yes, but as the title says there, Hippofant, it's a blind playthrough. So this is the first time getting through. So anything that happens or is going to happen, I have no idea what is coming.
The words she speaks next come not from her mouth.
Can't recall.
Around you.
12 sounds about right.
Follow him, Watcher.
Oh, what, you mean... Yeah, he's got most of my soul. Funnily enough, I was going to go after him, but thanks all the same.
The black of the pallid night's irises expand until her eyes are as dark and cold as the void between stars. She bends down and brings her ghostly face level with your own.
Uh-huh.
Your debt to me remains unpaid.
Unpaid? I don't owe you any debt. That whole debt thing was option 1. This is bullshit. Option 2, I'll do what I can. Here we go. Aethys, yep, he's currently rampaging around. Ondra's not there. Whale's not there. Abaddon's not there. Rimogan's not... Hang on. Ondra, Whale, Abaddon, Rimogan, and Galloway aren't present. And Magran, Berath, Wudica, Skane, and Hylia are. Yeah, and obviously Aethys is on planet Earth, so there's one last god, yeah, for a total of 12. Well done, Hippofant. Oh. I'm trying to remember what she said her debt is. I think the debt is actually restoring me to life. The fact that I had a very strong soul, and most of it was sucked up by Aethys, so she returned me. Your debt to me remains unpaid. Part of me wants to go, we'll see about that. I'll just say nothing. I'm not going to acknowledge that that's true, because I'm doing you a huge solid now. Oh shit, they're already... Well, there you go, Hippofant. You nailed it. So you got 5 present, 5 non-present, and 1 rampaging a trail of destruction across the planet.
She stares at you, unblinking. Like a needle drawn to a magnet. You are pulled toward her one compulsory step at a time.
You have to use your god powers to make me walk, because you know I'm not choosing to.
Helpless to resist, you tumble into her impossible eyes.
Fuck you, Barath.
You fall wildly, endlessly, unable to find your bearings or slow your spin. And in the distance, above, no, behind you, comes an insistent ringing. You angle yourself toward it, searching for the sound.
Okay.
A small silver bell appears just inches from your fingertips. You reach for it, straining to still its interminable ringing. The moment you touch it, your soul slams into your body with all the force of a fall from the top of the sky.
That's just mean.
You blink open your eyes and find yourself on the floor of your ship's cabin. Alone.
Okay, I'm glad no one saw that. Well, that was quite a major little plot checkpoint there, ladies and gentlemen. Wouldn't have minded a little bit more nuance in some of the dialogue options there, because I was quite more than happy to give a few of the gods a bit of back talk. Embarking. What's this? While on the deck of your ship, you can select such and such to access the world map. Oh, cool! I can actually run around the ship. Oh, I've also lost all of my party. Joti, Aloth, Seraphon, and Adair have left the party. That's not ideal. Okay, well, I've still got my latest pet cat. And what's in here? Valian Trading Company, Cape, Potion of Minor Healing, Fragments of the Blade of the Endless Paths, and Fragments of the Whispers of Yenwood, and a hammer and a chisel. That's nice. I'm obviously getting the Fragments of the Blade of the Endless Paths because I did the quest for it. The mythic blade of the catacombs of Cadnua was destroyed when Aethys emerged from beneath the keep. The shards are no longer of use to anyone, unless they could be reforged. This weapon may be fated to become even more than it was. It was a pretty good weapon once you reforged it. By then, we'd actually gotten the better one, but it was still pretty powerful. And what about this? The Fragments of the Whispers of Yenwood. Despite being utterly destroyed with the devastation of Cadnua, the sword known as the Whispers of Yenwood has once again found its way into the possession of the keep's road warden, albeit in pieces. It would take a smith of some talent to reforge the weapon. With the right materials, however, perhaps the sword could become even greater than it once was. Okay. Valian Trading Company, Cape. Capes and cloaks, maybe more pretty there. Well, wouldn't mind putting that one on. And Potions are good. He can take that. Nice. What cape am I? I'm just currently wearing a red cape. So let's. I'm not wearing the Valian. I'm not flying their flag on my ship. I'm flying my own one. But this will make me look like a friendly trader and not the pirate, the sort of little have-a-go pirate captain I actually am. In the meantime, let's get some potions into here and just keep the rest of this for pets. What are we wearing around the old neck? The dragon pendant. This amulet of health could probably... I'm not going to put it back on. We'll just put it in here. Firecrackers. Alright. Alright, cool. Ah, you're using it as disguise. Essentially, yeah, I just sort of figured, right, I'll it goes very nicely with what I'm wearing already. And I'm flying the flag of as the Watcher of Cadnua. But if anyone sort of sees me around town, it's like, all right, yeah, I'm a Valian company trader.
Indeed.
Can I not speak to her? Why can't I talk to her? That's weird. Ikiuk, who are you? The galley on this tub ain't half bad. Yeah, that's because I loaded it with top quality food and expensive booze, dick. Oh, this is cool. I can actually have a chat with my crew. Nice. Jyoti.
Sure is an adventure, ain't it? Just think of all the places we can sail to, all the sights we could see. This
Darn
is nothing
tootin'.
like being stuck on a farm or cloistered in the back of a temple.
Absolutely. Don't worry, we'll sort you out with some pecan pie. Jyoti wraps her sickle against her thigh as she studies the boat's layout. Satisfied by whatever she sees, she tilts her head to you with a small smile.
Tell me what's on your mind?
How are you feeling? Have you suffered any recent nightmares?
They're there in my head when I sleep. And sometimes I can taste them on the back of my tongue like a smear of grit. Happens when I take in a particularly volatile soul.
Maybe stop taking in so many souls. Or what are you going to do?
Go madder than I already am? I don't rightly know.
Okay.
It's not like I can turn my back on my duty to my god, even if it kills me.
Nice. We can have a little bit of chat to these folks, and they'll potentially build up their relationships with one another. Well, that's all for now.
Me, I'll be 2 whoops and a holler away.
That's not a unit of measurement. Speaking of which, let's have a look at the character menus. So, reps. Krayven, I've currently got +1 of on the way to level 2 with the Principi Patrina, the princes of that homeland. The Children of the Dawn Stars think pretty highly of me. The Valian Trading Company, absolutely neutral. 30,000 employees tasked with delivering a profit on the homeland's investment. In a dead fire, this means refining and exporting luminous adra in enormous quantities. And Port Margie, Port Margie thinks very well of me indeed. One of the Valian Trading Company's oldest colonies in the Deadfire Archipelago, though it is not grounded state. Yep, blah blah blah. Oh, I have very little rep with all the rest of them, so Rinko's home. I've got one level of rep with Adair and a quarter of the way around the next one. I picked. I like how it's showing you what choices you made did it there. Oh, the Port Margie jail. That Aethys is responsible. That really, really pissed her off. Oh, that's curious though. I've got -5 at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 in favour. How have I not leveled up with her at all yet? Not only not leveled up with her at all yet, I haven't even got any blue going around the ring. That was in Deadlight Court. The Engwith and Dig site. I gladly accept your help. Thank you for your discretion. I want to pay off Turner. What was this one? Oh, he didn't like my response to the superstition, or what was it? Oh, tradition. Yeah, Alice not traditional. Oh, let's turn this party hog wild. Oh, he doesn't. Anti-Principi. Oh, he doesn't like the fact that I'm I didn't realise he was... Oh, wow, the bounty I've taken against the pirates. But they weren't Principi pirates, they're just assholes. They were... Oh, okay, fair enough. Oh, I can't scroll any of the party because Krayven's the only one in the party right now. That's frustrating. Anyhow. Let's go and have a little... See what the rest of the crew... Ah!
Gone asleep. Good night, smiley face.
Well played, Decadency. Thank you so much for the 75 spooky-ass zombie scream biddies, and thanks so much for being here all this time. Have a very good night's sleep, sir, and I'll hopefully catch you tomorrow for Mellow Out Monday and more of Fallout New Vegas. Until then, have a very good evening, sir. Good night. Thank you. Hamer! The sea's no piece of glass, but I've sailed far worse. Okay. And this is our Big Mouth. This is our new surgeon. Okay, yeah. You need to talk to me telepathically, mate. This is Coin Counter Fuldas. The Mariner salutes. Very professional. Where's the rest of the ship? Where's Seraphen? Oh, I'll have to go topside, probably. Aloth, hello.
Thank you again for maintaining my story in front of Vanessa and the others.
He gives you a grateful smile that fades almost as quickly as it appears.
I didn't enjoy deceiving them, but it seemed simpler than the alternative.
Skullduggery. Oh, Jyoti's eyes narrow, dark lashes fusing. Okay, she's not that keen on Aloth being a bit less than honest. Let's see. If you say so. Simpler than explaining your involvement with the Leaden Key, absolutely. Keeping up a lie is never simple, you should know that better than anyone. I'm surprised you managed Isilmir that long. A past iteration of Aloth Corvus's soul. Isilmir was a brash, hill-speaking elf woman who lived in Adir long ago. She awakened in Aloth's soul after his father attacked him and frequently got him into trouble with her cheeky comments and aggressive behaviour. Yeah, he's one of the dual-souled folks. Are you still thinking about Vanessa? And Lonelier, you seem to care for them, but they didn't really know you. Or does it matter? You're not going to see them. There's a skill check one here, Insight. Are you still thinking about Vanessa?
I realized there could be nothing between us. But it was nice to have a friend all the same.
Oh, I could take it personally. I thought we were friends. Remind me, how did we know one another? You know, I thought maybe there was something between us. I'm gonna assume part of me's like I want to assume that it was a friend while he was away. Or see, what I don't know is either I brush that off so he's not embarrassed, or actually remind him and go, and if I basically tick this option, he'll go, oh yeah, no, you really think so? That's nice. Or what exactly were you doing out here? Do I take it personally, or do I take it personally and risk annoying him versus, you know, make him see me more favourably with, like, you know, I thought we were friends. Or what exactly are we doing out here with, do I brush it off and seem like, don't worry mate, or do I seem cold and clinical? Hopefully I can still ask the other one. I thought we were friends.
You stood with me through more than anyone I've ever known.
He clasped his hands together, working his fingers into a tight knot. Yeah, and I also didn't kick you out after it turns out you were a member of the Leaden Key.
But a lot has happened over the last 5 years.
So tell me.
After we parted, I set out to destroy the Leaden Key.
The faint trace of a smile forms on Adair's lips. Good. Now we're going to get some filler of what Aloth's been up to the last half decade. He's very anti-Leaden Key. Continue.
It's controlled us for too long. I wanted to free Kith from it.
Okay.
So for 5 years, I've been tracking down Leaden Key circles, searching for the places where they operate in secret.
He knits his brows. Oh, and that's a worldly, yeah. Jyoti lifts her chin in interest.
Trying to undo them.
Option 1, and how has that been going? Option 2, you're doing the right thing, don't forget it. 3, might as well start with the ones operating from crystal waters and sandy beaches. That's bit of a dick remark, but just make sure they can never again commit an atrocity like Waidwin's legacy. Or 5, you're wasting your time. 6, wait, that's what you've been doing? That doesn't sound like a good idea. To be honest, I kind of put him on that path. You're doing the right thing, don't forget it. He gives you a wan smile.
The task has been more difficult than I anticipated.
How so?
I don't think I fully understood the weight of the decisions I would have to make, or the burden of living with them.
Oh?
It was much easier when I only had to follow someone else's lead. My father's, Theos's, yours.
He glances at you out of the corner of his eyes. Easy, sure. I led you right into it, the prison of the gods. Or 1, what do you mean? 3, we will have to stand on our own eventually. 4, you had a sense of purpose when you began this, don't lose it. Or 5, is there some way I can help? I shouldn't always be offering to help. His whole problem is just like, it's easier for him when someone else is leading him. We all end up easy, sure. You had a sense of purpose. He's about duty, so I think perhaps if I reinforce a sense of duty. You had a sense of purpose when you began this, don't lose it.
I have it.
Thoughtful. Jyoti rubs a knuckle along the edge of her jaw. Impassioned. That was favourable. Okay.
After we defeated Theos, I thought the hard part of undoing his work would be tracking down the Leaden Key's members and operations.
Oh, this is a nice touch. I'm surprised that's not a Pillars of Eternity 1 option. Maybe he had an address book. Too bad you burned his robes. He did. But
perhaps this would be easier with an example.
Okay.
I went to a village in Old Valia, a run-down backwater of a place.
Okay.
Aye, right home like it was.
Alos's expression shifts as Isilmir briefly emerges. That's the additional soul that's inside of him.
Centuries ago, the Leaden Key had intervened to end some heretical cult.
Uh-huh.
The details were lost, but what had endured was a practice of ritual bloodletting. A gruesome, pointless tradition.
He grimaces.
At every full moon, the villagers would feed the soil with their blood. No one, young or old, sick or hale, was exempt.
Option 1, what did you do? Option 2, they must have had some purpose in mind. Option 3, you helped them, right? Option 4, there are too many idiots in the world anyway. Or option 5, there are worse things than a little bleeding. What did you do?
The village priest administered the practice. Grim old fellow. Reminded me of Theos.
Baddie from the first game, Theos Ix Arcanon, Grand Master of the Leaden Key and primary agent of Wudica. He raises an eyebrow at you, and the Leaden Key are the ones who are causing Waidwin's legacy, which was making all the children in the Deerwood be born without souls.
Wicket el Bunbag, 'tis what the lad means.
Ah, okay. Thank you, Isilmir.
He was a tyrant. I was certain that if the villagers were free of his influence, they'd be free from the bloodletting too.
Okay.
So I arranged for him to have an accident.
He gives you a sly look. Jyoti's eyes narrowed. Yeah, okay. Again, more skullduggery. I'm not going to go either way. Clever. And then?
The old man died, and the villagers were terrified.
Ah, yeah, they had no idea what to do.
They were convinced his death was an ill omen. They blamed it, and every other mishap that befell them, on their lack of faith.
Oh, goodness.
So they began bloodletting every week, turning on their neighbors for giving too little.
His lips twist, as if the words themselves have a bitter taste.
Instead of a handful dying each year, a few perished every week.
He's worked the edge of his sash into a tight knot. He clenches it between pale, rigid fingers. See, option 1, and now you feel responsible? Is that it? 2, maybe you should have left them alone. 3, you couldn't have known that would happen. This isn't your fault. 4, if you barely understood this ritual, how did you expect to stop it? 5, you try to do the right thing and that's what matters. Or as Duncan says, oh Aloth, you done fucked up. Well, the fairest one, you try to do the right thing and that's what matters. Or 3, you couldn't have known that would happen, this isn't your fault. Hard to predict. But I mean, we stepped in without any stuff and tried to stop tyrants, like Lord Raedric. We took him out. Turns out he came back and killed his cousin who we helped install on the throne and came back as a lich. We took out freaking Consulhout, and then Leningrad came down with her 2 bog dragons and made a thing of plenty of things of what I thought were suitable decisions turned out not necessarily to be the good option, blah 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 blah. But still, we couldn't predict that at the time, so it'd be hypocritical of me to sort of hold him to a higher account than I held myself. I mean, he is responsible, but he couldn't have known it would happen, so he shouldn't bear blame for it in the way that he is.
I had to do something, didn't I?
He turns to you with wide, anguished eyes. He pauses again, untwisting the sash at his lap. Yeah, if you saw a tyrant causing that kind of pointless, sick ritual.
I keep wondering what I might have done differently, or how I could have known better.
I don't have an answer for that. 2, learning from mistakes like this is a good start. 3, stop dwelling on this, you'll paralyze yourself. 4, the villagers had found a way to live with the ritual. In time, perhaps they would have changed it to their own. No. 5, the villagers chose this. They're to blame here, not you. Yeah, they are independent thinking people. They might be a little backwater, but... Alright, the religious rot was too far set in, but even still... I do have an answer. It's going to be one of these. I'd say perhaps learning from mistakes, but I don't think he made a mistake. He only made a mistake where it's too far after the fact, but the choice he made is the choice I would have made. Villagers chose this. They're to blame here.
I suppose so. I should get some rest. It's been a long day, and you've given me a lot to think about.
But wait, you still haven't told me what the Animancers have to do with any of this.
Ah, that.
He massages his temples.
I'm looking for an old Leaden Key sect. I've found several references, but...
He breaks off, shaking his head.
I want to be sure. Please, let me go over my notes again. Then I promise I'll tell you everything.
Oh, we've got now a quest. Right, so talking to the party members here is the opportunities to potentially start some of their character quests, because these are full characters as opposed to sidekicks who we can get as named characters, like that little drunk elf from the tavern in Fort Deadlight, but they don't have quests. Now, normally I'd say we'd talk more later, but I have a skill check here, and I do have a fairly consistent rule to take a skill check when I can. This isn't about your notes, you're second guessing yourself. Again.
You know me too well. All the same, I need to gather my thoughts.
We'll talk more later then. Keelhaul anyone yet? Hey, Evil Jess. No, not quite yet. Not quite yet. Oh, nice! I've got some of my Watcher powers back after that latest interaction with the gods. Visage of Death's Herald, and Sympathy for the Lost. Call upon the souls of those agreed to follow you. Their presence distracts all foes in the area. And souls now also provide healing to the Watcher's allies. This is a new power because I didn't used to be able to pick up lost souls. Jess, how you doing? Happy Sunday. Welcome to the latter part of Story Sunday. I do hope you've been having a good weekend. Once per rest. Allied AoE, health restored. Foe AoE, distracted for 3 rounds. Oh, it's a 2-way effect, so we get a positive effect for us and a negative effect on everyone else. Call upon the... that's pretty cool. And that seems to probably upgrade itself as we go along. The main thing is, though, I've got to get more souls. At the moment, I keep letting Jyoti collect them all in her frickin' lantern. Good. Went to my favourite food place. Now I'm in a food coma while getting set for work tomorrow. Nice. I'm not quite in a food coma, but I'm certainly feeling well fed after cooking my mum a mothering Sunday meal this lunchtime.
Hey, this brings back some memories, huh?
Not really. We never travelled on a boat, Adair. What are your thoughts on Aethys at the moment? Or What did you do after we ended the legacy? Apparently, he became mayor of a place. We know that because we got that in the epilogue of his Pillars 1 character arc. What did you do after we ended the legacy? Hey, Councillor Lila, how you doing? How you doing? That's right, today it's Mother's Day in the UK, Jess. And Lila, welcome on in. We've got a green sword in the crowd.
I like that feeling, knowing we'd stop Theos. We were part of something big.
We were. You got tough enough to solo dragons. Solo tank them until we came along to finish them off.
That was something I never felt before. Not even at war. Guess I went looking for it again.
Nice.
Not that I wanted to tangle with gods.
And Lila, how you doing?
Something smaller. Something I thought I could manage.
Excellent. So I hope you've been having a nice day. You got your best friend arriving tomorrow, if I remember correctly. Behave thyself. Indeed. Lila is wielding the power.
There was that little town, Deerford, we passed through. Got hit real hard by the legacy.
Ah, yes. This is a result of the choices you made in Pillars of Eternity 1. I love that little component.
I went in and asked their mayor if I could help. And he was real friendly. But then it turned out he was in that Scanite cult they have over there.
Huh.
When I wasn't looking, he tried to knock me out with a garden hoe.
He tried to knock you... Back in Pillars 1, he was level 16 and stupidly hard.
Guess he wanted to drain my blood or gouge out my eyes with rocks or whatever it is they do. Didn't ask.
Ah, that Matt Mercer voice. Yes, it is. Matt Mercer is the voice of Adair. Nope, we already have him. Drove through to Essex, got him yesterday. Oh, excellent. Hello, Lila's friend.
Anyway, I came out of his house carrying his head, and I got to be mayor after that.
Adair is like one of the most friendly, soft-spoken, animal-loving psychopaths you'll ever meet. Well, I didn't want to go through all of that whole election bother, and this guy seemed so friendly, but then he attacked me with a garden hoe. So I decapitated him and walked through the village with his dripping bloody head, and they said, "You should be the mayor."
They didn't even want to do an election. Ha! I said, "If you're sure," and they all nodded, kinda quick-like.
Really? Because an absolutely jacked warrior who just came back from destroying Thanos was holding the head of the previous mayor. Oh, Adair's awesome. Dude, you never get smacked with a hoe. He says hi. Hey, how you doing, man? How were you as a mayor after that rather debatable nomination, I suppose?
Some of it I was good at. Welcoming people. Getting them to settle there, keeping order.
Keeping order, I could imagine. Yeah, knock a few skulls.
But there were other things I had no head for. Negotiating, settling arguments, saying the right things.
Curious, I would have figured he could say the right things. Maybe not negotiating so much.
I think I made a difference, but plenty of folks got hurt along the way.
Huh.
And I don't know if that was something we could have avoided, or if it was the cost of trying to fix things.
Well, let me ask you something else.
If you like.
What are your thoughts on Aethys at the moment?
I want the destruction to stop. I want him to finish what he's doing.
Yeah, right, Evil Jess. Yeah, keep decapitating the former mayor will help things keep in order. It's just like, any questions? No? Right. You want the destruction. The thing is, the problem is what he's doing is destruction. Did you not notice all the people who were turned to, ash statues of themselves? I want to finish what he's doing and then go in peace. Yeah, I don't want him to finish what he's doing.
Only I don't see it playing out that way.
Yeah, me neither. How'd you like the Deadfire?
The air is different. Especially compared to Gilded Vale, where there's more livestock than shovels.
Yes, you're not breathing in shit. That's a plus.
Sounds different, too. You wake up to all those bird calls, it really does sound like they're making music. If the birds woke you in Gilded Vale, it was usually a couple crows making the most horrible mating noises you ever heard.
Ah, yes, the dulcet sounds of crow sex. Right up there with urban foxes. Urban foxes want you to know they're shagging. That's why they make those awful barking sounds at 3 a.m.
What do Fanny and the Mafia have in common? One slip of the tongue and you're in deep crap.
Oh, that has to be. Was that a jest joke? I'm just waiting to see if it. Oh goodness, I didn't quite catch it on my channel. On the second on the phone in time. That's horrendous. Evil Jester whistles in. Right, so yes, it was. Very good indeed.
Strange thing is, I still get this feeling in me, like I wish I was home.
Huh.
I like that feeling, knowing we'd stop.
Yeah.
That was something I never felt, but not that I wanted.
Oh, is he going to go through all of that again? Damn
I
it.
guess he wanted anyway. They didn't even want to do an election. I said, if you're sure, and they all nodded, kind of quick like.
Okay, let's go topside. The graphics and the motion on the capes are awesome. Let's hope both Mafia and Fanny are clean. Goodness. I just didn't. We didn't need analingus at this point in the proceedings, truth be told. But here we are. We have it anyway. Ah, Little Luca. Who are you again? What new shores are we sailing for today? And then we've got Irena. I think she was one of the crew from the original. Ahoy there, Captain. Right, she looks more dressed. She's more dressed for a freaking going out clubbing. Merker, who are you?
Damn me, the cops run dry.
Oh, this is our sidekick. Merker, the little drunken elf.
Damn me, the cops run dry.
It's run dry, has it? Oh, alright then. Shield Sister Date. Who are you? Need something, Captain? I can't remember the names of half these crew, to tell you the truth. Ah, yes. Now we've got Lendreth. Now he's an expert navigator. We're going to keep him. No offense, Captain, but your gunners can't shoot for shit. Yeah, I want to get some better ones.
If you be having a tick, Cap, I'll be thinking that if I be dragging you into these depths, you deserve the full sounding.
Ah, he's got something to say. Hippofant, I'm sorry, at what point in the process would you like anal... generally wouldn't, Hippofant. Generally wouldn't. It was brought up. Oh, look at that lovely trail in the water left by the ship. That's cool. That's showing that we're not becalmed. We are actually making forward motion. God, look at those water effects, man. Should have waited about 20 minutes more. This is about Romaro, I take it. I'm happy to listen.
When I were a wee swabby, fresh to the sea.
Ah, a deck swab.
Showed me the ropes and rigging. More than that, he kept his weather eye open for me.
He plucks at the fur at his elbow. I want to level up a bit more so we can go back and kick that ogre's ass.
Right poxy ore on occasion. Knife aboard the sorcerer, that and more. Malnage, our ship hunter, she were all wet and bothered for doing me harm. Romaro, he protected me.
Oh, the former ship hunter wanted to hurt you. That's curious. Wonder why. It does get pretty lonely when you're out to sea. Yeah. I wonder how long before... Thing is, we have quite an even mix of ladies and gents on this boat, so I'm assuming it's going to turn into some giant orgy barge before too long.
Mentored me too. Learned me letters and navigation. Handed down the Principi traditions. In time, we became close as kin or closer. And the sorcerer, my family.
Oh, we've got a bunch of options. So option 1, how did Romaro end up in trouble with the Principi? Option 2, you told me a lot about the two of you, but not much about him. 3, were you romantically involved? 4, why did this Malnage want to hurt you? 5, I promise we'll find him. 6, thank you, I'm glad you shared that. Or 7, that's enough about Romaro. What do you mean turn into an orgy barge? Fair point. Who knows what's going on when I'm not in this particular screen? I think they were... There! He's coming to look up close. Scurry away. Right, just wanted to pop in and say hi as I'm off to bed, ready for birthday festivities tomorrow. In actual fact, it is 20 past 12. So, folks, can we please get a few legits in chat? As a very happy birthday, an early happy birthday to Councillor Lila. Councillor Lila, a very happy birthday to you, indeed. Unless it's is it the 1st of April? Ah, it is. Yes, it's the 1st of April today. A very happy birthday to our premier ambassador on the Ray of Sunshine in Krayven's Town. Have a fantastic day. I sincerely hope it's lots of fun. Enjoy having your friend over, and I hope you get spoilt rotten and have all sorts of good times, excellent treats, great gifts, and splendid memories. Thank you so much for popping in here. Do we give her birthday spankings? I think only with permission and a safety word, Jess. All legit beautiful people, as are you, and your whole menagerie of wonderful creatures and critters, and your friends, everything. Sincerely, Lila, a very, very happy birthday. Thank you for being you, and thank you so much for being a part of the community. Enjoy your day. Please do read. Ah, there you go. There you go. Right. We'll draw a decorous veil over those proceedings. Let's see. What should we ask him? Were you? I doubt they were. Or maybe they were. Maybe they were. You never know. Were you romantically involved?
Why, Cap? You be feeling a bit of the old envy?
He grins, bumping his eyebrows twice in quick succession. I think Seraphin likes his toast buttered on both sides, to be honest. A fair play to him.
Nay, we never shared a bunk. Not that I'd have kicked him out of a hammock, but, like I said, we be family. He never took advantage.
Fair play. My money is on yes. Alright, good night, Lila. Take care. Why did this, Malnage want to hurt you?
Well, only knows, Cap. She treated me like my mere presence gave offence.
Probably threatened because he became the new ship hunter. It's curious that they put a 3D rope here and then positioned this character right on top of it. Why not move him like that much to the freaking left or put him up the back here? You told me a lot about the two of you, but not much about him.
Fair. He be of old Valian stock. A good man and righteous. Not honest, of course, but honourable.
Okay.
Shipboard sawbones, and more than half handy at it.
He smiles and rubs his upper right arm. So he's just like, there we are, just giving it a bit of that. So he was not honest, but honourable. There's an important distinction there. Boy George's, do you really want to... Q Boy George's, do you really want to hurt me? Do you really want to make me cry?
More than
I can't sing.
On the old salt of deferral from the wheel.
Ah, yeah, of course. A ship's sawbones is important. Well, how did Romaro end up in trouble with the Principi?
Right, fantastic fucking question, Cap.
Well, I do like to try. He scowls and plants a closed fist in an open palm. Oh, did I piss him off?
Yeah, word out we're mutiny. But I'll be putting about as much stock in that as a dockside doxy for manners.
Uh-huh.
Well, no, I don't normally be singing no praises of veracity, Cap. But in the matter of Romaro, I'll be hunting the truth.
I see the salt level
when?
Rising. I see trouble on the way.
I'm going to assume that this is referring to salt water and potential trouble in the future. Well, thank you. I'm glad you shared that.
Do right by it, and I won't be regretting it.
Oh, Seraphin. Oh, yeah, he did. He got a little bit edgy. Problem is, the command specifies me.
Captain, what can I do you for?
Oh, you can flirt with him. So, Seraphin. I like that. He's your kind of. He can be a potential same-sex love interest. Well, tell me about yourself.
Some seamen go dizzy as duck soup out here, spouting out the sea, speaking to him. I've been all over these islands, and the sea don't speak. Waves, though.
Ha! The sea waves. Good banter. Tell me a bit more about Romaro.
Sure. When I were a wee swabby.
Oh, right, yeah.
Thanks, Cap. I'll be holding you to it.
Oh, what did I click there? I didn't even see. I'd like to ask about the Principi.
Ask away, Cap.
Who are they exactly?
Formerly the Principi San Petrena.
The princes without a homeland. The Browns. Yeah.
Oh, without a home, They came from Grand Valia ages ago. Now they be the scourge of the Deadfire.
I wanted to go through this to see if I can hit his character quest, even if it's stuff I already know. He squares his shoulders, puffing out his chest. Not going to try the goods this time. No, Duncan, I shall not be testing out the goods this time. If this boat's a rocking, then we're not trying hard enough. We'll have to wait till it's capsizing.
More than that, ain't for the likes of me to say.
Fair enough. The love boat.
Ooh, ask away,
Well, lust boat, certainly. How did the Principi operate?
Seafaring vessels mostly.
Yeah.
Season ships cargo
Sure.
ain't squeamish about slaying, but be avoiding it when we can. Get yourself known for killing folk. They get more likely to fight you when you come for the gold.
True.
Ooh, ask away, Cap.
You seem to enjoy being Principi.
Aye, that I do, Cap.
His scarred lip splits into a broad smile, revealing crooked teeth. What about it?
What not? Smell of the sea, creak of the rigging, blast of the cannons, rush aboard and a right piece of prey.
He's a through and through pirate.
A mug of spice rum in my hands and a bawdy song on my lips. A lad or lass in every port and another in my hammock.
He shrugs with a grin. Yep, he's fully open about being up for whatever with whoever.
Be a pirate's life for me.
Yeah, I think he's quite well suited to it.
Ooh, ask away, Cap.
If I were looking to enlist, how would I do so? Just out of interest.
Cap, we ain't the flog-stroking Rowatai Navy.
He chuckles, low and warm. As long as it doesn't go all Titanic, yeah, I'd want to get on that door. It could easily fit too. Any port in a storm, very true.
Twixt the seaworthy vessel and passable crew, you've managed yourself the hardest part already.
True.
Now you just need to be setting yourself to piracy, after you be talking it over with the Consuelo.
Consuelo. Oh, that's Valiant for council. Sounds easy enough.
No, we ain't exactly a bunch known for housing hard-ons for hard rules.
Nice.
Well, ask away, Cap.
No, good.
Aye, aye, Cap.
I'm not about to flirt with him. Seraphan salutes and turns away. Alrighty. Well, that's everybody, and we just picked up one quest. Was tasks. Beast of Winter, Principi, Painted Masks. Aloth, yes. Has spent the last 5 years trying to reform the Leaden Key into a force for good, but the task has proven difficult. He wants my help to find a Leaden Key cabal in Deadfire that may provide him with much needed insight. He promised to tell me more once he's had a chance to review his notes. Oh, but my your yaoi fanfics. What's a yaoi? Right then, back to the God's Eye overview of the sea. But that's cool. We can go down on deck and chat between voyages. Oh, okay. Oh, is that like that sort of anime style? It's like quite popular. Okay, here we are. I actually don't know where I'm going at all. Derelict Valian ship. Coin counter Fuldas points at the ship on the distance. Galleon, Captain, a 3-master, or it was. Naught remains of the ship's foremast save a splintered stump, and the bowsprit has been sheared off. See how they crippled her? That's the work of pirates. Principi most likely, and probably the upstarts if they're as in the New Blood if they're raiding this close to Valian patrol routes. All right. Oh, we need to rest up properly. Seraphan has got a swollen eye and bruised ribs. I don't know from what. Lendreth leans in close. They'll have taken any gold, but they might have left supplies. Irena's brow is damp with sweat.
A wise decision.
Oh, Chief Owens, thank you very much for the follow. Residency to Krayven's Town is granted. Lodgings are being prepared. Please ignore the screams. They are screams of joy. If anyone detracts from this official Krayven's Town propaganda, please report them to your nearest enforcer for re-education and, if necessary, processing. And thank you so much for supporting the channel, folks. Can we please give Chief Owens a warm Krayven's Town welcome in the chat? Welcome to the community, and thank you so much for popping up and saying hello for Story Sunday. Right, Irena's scared, but Irena, she novice deckhand. She was someone we rescued off the beach at the very beginning of the game. She was one of the 2 living ones left. Lendreth wants to go in, and he's fearless and impulsive. What's she? She's also fearless. So why is she scared? Let's see. We option. Oh, I don't have a spyglass yet. I should get one of those. Pull up alongside it. We'll salvage whatever's left. Ready the guns. The cannoneers need the practice, or continue on our course. Let's have a go. Interested in looking in this game. Glad I found you guys. It's well worth it. Chief Owens, have you played Pillars 1? I would say it's very worth doing. You can enjoy this one completely independently of Pillars 1, no question. But this, if you play Pillars 1, you can actually take your completed save and load it into this one and have a bunch of references to the past game and have a lot more info on the 3 out of 5 of the characters I've got here in the party appeared in the first game. And yes, I'm pure variety, so we play this one every Sunday. It's for Story Sunday when I play my narrative games. And if you know anything about Obsidian, they do some of the richest and best written narratives available amongst major game studios as of right now. No, I haven't. How is the magic gameplay? It depends what type you do. So the base game, if you do a normal playthrough, is with real-time pause-based combat. So if you're familiar with some CRPGs like Baldur's Gate, I think perhaps Planescape Torment, but basically where the combat happens in all of it in real time, but you can press pause at any time and line up your abilities and go. The magic's pretty intuitive. Spells take a certain amount of time to cast based on will stats and so on. And you've got AoE, you've got direct sort of push beam damage, you've got target to target stuff with magic missiles and lightning. It gets a bit more tricky in the one we're doing right now. This Pillars 2, actually you can do a turn-based playthrough. As I did all of Pillars 1 with pause-based real-time, I opted to do that turn-based. The turn-based is still in beta, and like any turn-based thing, you start casting a spell, and it would take a certain amount of turns or to go off, like in the sequence of your enemies and your allies' attacks based on initiative, but otherwise they still have the same effects, you know, bouncing, affecting all, only affecting enemies, sometimes having positive and negative if it's enemy or ally simultaneously, stuff like that. The range and depth you can get to with min-maxing and the stats, if you like to kind of play that sort of game, is really cool. But yeah, there are 2 total playthroughs for combat mode. Outside of combat is very much the same game. But inside combat, it's either pause-based, real-time, or turn-based, and those obviously make massive differences to the whole mechanics of how everything works, including magic. We don't really need the salvage, but I'm tempted. We're so early on that almost anything is useful unless we get like random like repairs or medicine. Let's see how we can do. No problem at all. Thank you for asking. Failure. Oh, +1 morale, -5 water, -2 lager. Okay, well, all the good stuff. You take a small boarding party and scour the galleon. Most of its cargo and all of its crew are missing, but you do find several barrels of fresh water and a few sacks of dried rice and coarse meal. It takes your unseasoned hands the better part of a day to finish hauling it aboard. Ah, Jesus. Oh, that's trash. Rice, hardtack, and water. 8 hours pass. That's garbage. Oh! You're still aboard the galleon when coin counter Fuldas calls out a warning. A ship with the lines of a Valian privateer is speeding towards you. The crew aboard the Defiant scurry across the deck, readying the ship for combat. Ah, fuck. By the time you've returned to your ship, hauled in the anchor and let out the sail as the privateer is almost upon you. I can't remember how combat works. Your crew rushes to their battle stations. Shit, how did... Oh, right. Oh, the killer. I've seen that portrait elsewhere. Isn't she from, I'm pretty sure she's the guard captain from Port Margie. Shield Sister Dahlia points to a dark spot on a distant horizon. Captain, a vessel approaches. Oh, this is going to put us in bad standing with the Valians. You squint on the horizon, see unfamiliar colours snapping in the breeze. 549 meters. Our resources, 150. So we've got... They're more defended and have more sail than we do. They're running a crew of 7 out of 12, but 3 soldiers, and we've got a full complement. So we're relatively balanced. As the ship draws near, and her crew throws... And the ship draws near, and its crew throws open the gun ports. Close to board. I'm trying to think. This is going to be tricky because she's faster, so we can't really attempt to retreat. She's got more defense as well. We've got a numbers advantage. We've got 10. We've got 10 of us. They've got 10 and we've got 11. But let's see. Crew, a motley assortment of mercenaries, miscreants, and ne'er-do-wells who staff the vessel. But they've got 3 defenders. Ship defenders will help fend off opponents. These defenders are not part of the active crew and cannot be injured during ship combat. So I can enter combat directly and see how we do. We've got more than enough stuff to repair damage. But then I think I might board and use our slight number advantage. So enter combat. The crew of the Alicio spring into action, racing for their stations. Right, this is my first go at this. Let's see how we do. The Alicio misjudged the wind's direction. As the crew executes their maneuver, the ship's sails abruptly flutter loose on the mast. The ship comes to a stop. Oh! Okay. Choose a course of action. Comes to a dead stop. We're 549 meters away. Let's see, I can do half sail and get some distance. Full speed ahead. What's jibing? Oh, that I would prepare to jibe is turn 180. Report to... I don't even know what half this stuff is. Brace for impact. No, we're nowhere near impact. What direction am I facing? Full speed ahead. The wind at your back grows, howling in your ears. Your ship crashes through the waves as the wind drives it forward. So now we're now 500 meters. Distance closed by 50. The enemy crew scurry to their stations in preparation for maneuvers. Your opponent's sails hang empty as their ship comes to a stop. The wind has died. Choose a course of action. Oh, apparently the wind has died, yet I can keep going. Right, so they're stuck. Hold, hold. Oh, they're getting very, very accurate. They're getting very accurate. Oh, sorry. Above your ship icon with the distances. Oh, thank you. Okay. I'm not in gun range yet, so... I'll do another full speed ahead. Distance closed. Alright. The enemy ship comes to an abrupt stop in the water. They've lost the wind. Ah, we've got the wind behind us and they're completely stuck. Choose a course of action. I still need to get closer. I think the maximum range of my guns is about 400 meters. Is there a way to bring up... Ah, here we are. So I've got the Iron Thunderer. 200 to 500 meters. And the Valian Hullbreaker. So I'll need to turn right to use the Iron Thunderer. And the Deerwood and Hognose. So I've got a couple of Hognoses. This Hullbreaker does fat damage. That one doesn't so much, but it's got the range. Oh, she's got the one cannon. A single Hognose for damage 4 to 7. We've got more guns. We've got more guns. And they're barely crewed. Right, I think we'll... Actually, now I'm in... Let me just check again. Now I'm in range with this bad boy. What's the range of that thing? 400 meters. Right, we have a range advantage. We have a range advantage. So I want to turn to starboard to make sure this... If I'm there... yeah, so the Iron Thunderer is on the correct side. So turn to starboard. The Defiant executes a smooth turn to starboard. Oh, nice. Continue. The Defiant beats to windward, tacking between port and starboard with all appropriate speed. Your ship is faster and your crew better prepared. You secure the wind gauge before the Alisio's crew has the opportunity to come about and claim it for themselves. Why can't I shoot? Piney, if you... Or someone who... fire the port cannons. Here it is. Oh, is that the chance of hitting? Okay, minus 10 for raking fire, but plus 10 for coin counter Fildas, and this one's 5. Because of Ikiuk, who's a novice. Cannonballs nearly always hit an enemy ship's hull and have a low chance of dealing sail damage or below deck crew damage. Chain shot. Low chance of dealing above deck crew damage. These guys are below decks, these guys are on deck. Grape shot. Grape shot targets an enemy ship's crew, above deck crew, and has a low chance of dealing sail damage. I don't want to sink it, I want to claim it. Fire! As the ship crests over the peak of a wave, your cannoneers fire a deafening volley at the opposing ship. We've got fractionally better than a 1 in 2 chance of pulling this off. Right, Ikiuk fires the Deerwood and Hognose. Yeah, I've got coin counter Fieldus fires on the Iron Thunderer, the experienced guy on the better gun. Raking hit, 2 damage to above deck crew. Raking hit, 2 damage to above deck crew. Nice! Nice. This is quite a fun way to do the ship-to-ship combat. Okay. What's there? It didn't hit the hull. Oh my goodness, they're down to 4 crew. We just wiped out 3 of their crew. They need to get within 50 meters still. The opposing vessel maneuvers to bear down on you, aiming its artillery squarely at the Defiant. The distant thunder of cannon fire echoes across the sea. Right, what are they using? Alright, so you guys are on fire. You've got 1 cannon and it's not in range. Fine. The Valiant sailor fires a Deerwood and Hognose. That should... Huh? How did that hit my hull? How the hell did that hit my hull? How on earth did that hit my hull? I'm supposedly 50 meters out the range of their guns. Oh, it's on the front. Oh, it's a different layout of ship. Oh, I see. It doesn't have any broadside guns. It has them on the front. Yeah, but even still. Sorry, Piney. Yeah. Oh, down at the front. Yeah, now I see. But even still, its range is 150 to 400 meters. So how on earth has it got hit me? I'm supposedly 50 meters out of range. That's not fair. That's problematic. That's weird. Well, that doesn't seem entirely fair. That cannon shouldn't be able to even reach me. All right. Can I mount any on the front of mine? I can't, can I? It's the wrong kind of ship. Oh, we're reloading. Okay, while we're reloading, how many turns is it going to take to reload? Oh, 4 turns. Crap. 3 turns. It says ideal range. Doesn't mean it can't hit further. This lower chance. Oh, we were just unlucky. All right, I'm just going to do brace for impact. Your crew scurries to secure themselves for impact. The deckhands grab tight to the railing on the main deck. For those who can't make it down from the rigging, time to lash themselves to the mast. The crew de Alicio take up new stations with the bark from their captain, spurring them to haste. Right, Valiant sailor moved from helmsman to resting crew. Resting crew, resting crew. Ah, okay, she's been forced to reassign, right, all the injured crew. They've got like all of 3 people topside. Right, we're going to do another set of cannon shot. Also, your relative movements affect how likely you are to hit. I think if you hover your mouse over each gun, you can see its current shot. Yeah, I saw it was 55 and 50%. I have to be turned to the left because I've only got guns on my broadsides. I haven't got any forward facing. The Defiant doesn't have any ports on its bow or stern for cannons, unfortunately. If you're turning, moving fast, or coming out of them, your guns suffer lower accuracy. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, continue. We're still reloading. Hold position. They haven't closed the gap, so hold position. The enemy ship comes to an abrupt stop. They've lost the wind. Round 3. It's aiming its artillery. Right, hopefully it's going to miss this time. Miss! There we go. Right, nice. Sploosh! That's more like it. Oh my god, that's your turn too. I just realised I should really if we're reloading, is that all cannons? Oh no, on ports. I could sneak a couple of does that mean they'll have finished reloading by then? You can turn then order a halt before shooting to improve accuracy, but then you're... Yeah, oh, that's the turn it's reloaded. Okay, well, I'll just hold position then. But next time I'm going to make sure I turn myself 180, fire the other side, then turn back. I missed that opportunity last time. Okay, they've lost the wind again. Can I nail them? Can I nail them with I'd like to wipe out more of their crew. They're trying to recover. It's a bit. I'm down to 44. Fire the port cannons. Oh, 75 and 60% with grape shot. Yes, please. Fire! As the ship crests over the peak of a wave, your cannoneers fire a deafening volley at the opposing ship. Come on, coin counter fielders. It'd be unlucky if we don't get that. 6 damage to sails, raking hit, 12 damage to sails. I thought I was firing grape shot. Oh well. Okay. Of course they've lost the win. They got no fucking sails. I like how the artwork's changed. We're winning so far. Choose a course of action. Reloading. Right, I think I want to try a jibe. Prepare to jibe. Oh, okay. The crew rush to jibe the mainsail and bring the Defiant around. The Defiant beats to windward, tacking between port and starboard with all appropriate speed. Your ship is faster and your crew better prepared. You secure the wind gauge before the Alicio's crew has the opportunity to come back and claim it for themselves. Oh, so you can do that sort of in one turn. Oh, we've got better speed now. I can do full speed ahead. What is this? Deerwood and Hognose would be reloaded, and that one is the Iron Thunderer on port, and that's port. Fire the starboard cannons, that's what we're after. Ah, shit. Oh, it's because we did a real fast turn there. Okay, so spinning around constantly. So that's got no chance of going off. Oh, my phone's nearly about to die. You know what? Let's do full speed ahead. Right, we'll get some distance. Oh, damn it. I did it facing the wrong way. Oops. Okay, they fucked that. Right, turn to starboard. Okay, moved. Oh, has their crew started recovering? Yeah, they have. Bugger. Full speed ahead. We've got the wind. Arena and Shieldmaster Dale clamber up the main mast on furl remaining sails. Okay. Sails billow out and catch the wind. Is there a lee key bum here? Hey, Citizen Hismarker, how you doing? Distance closed by 70 meters. Right, let's see what they're about to do. Aiming it's like, yeah, okay, it's using its front cannon. Will we get unlucky there? Call to stop. Choose a course of action. I want the port side guns again. So I want to turn to starboard. So we've got the port side guns. There we go. And they shoot us. Is that hit the hull? Probably. Oh, 4 damage to... Ah, that's fine. Just a bit of damage to sails. Right, prepare to fire the port cannons. Grape shot. I wouldn't mind wiping out the rest of their crew. This is going to require a bit of luck again. It's about the same as last time. Or what happens if we do chain shots? Targets an enemy's ship's sails. If we can wipe out the rest of their sails, that would be amazing. And here's Marker, how you doing? Welcome on in, sir. Welcome to my first effort at ship-to-ship combat. Let's try. Let's try. Come on, coin counter Fieldus. Go 3 for 3. Raking hit, 11 damage to sails. Coin counter Fieldus. He was worth every penny to get that expert cannoneer involved. Right, they can't do anything anymore with their sails. Their ship comes to an abrupt stop. They've lost the wind. I'm not surprised. They've got no wind left. Continue. Reloading. Let's do... Brace for impact. Okay. That'll help protect us. They're still stuck. Continue, hold position. We're going to rape them again. This time take out the remainder of their crew. What about now? Cannons. They hit. Miss! Ah! You Valians suck. They got no sails left. Oh, their crew's starting to recover. Let's see. I think... Fire the port cannons. Okay, let's go for some grape shot. Then I think we'll start closing the distance and board them in a little while. Fire the grape shot. 70% chance. Even with this novice deckhand. Ikiuk fires it. Raking hit. 2 damage to above deck crew. Nice, they're down to 4. They're still stuck. Let's bring ourselves round to port. Start closing some distance. We're much better than them. Full speed ahead. Distance closed by 70. What are they going to do? Continue. They can't do anything. Continue. Full speed ahead. Continue. Distance closed by 70. Now, what's the what's my hull breaker? 0 to 250. They're still stuck. Continue. And their complement is down to 4. think 239. We're in really good range now. Turn to starboard. And round 8. Their that's when their crew, they'll get Valian sailor stabilizing. Continue. Fire the port cannons. How are they down to? 4. Right, let's injure a few more of them. 50 and 55. Actually, you know what? Cancel that. Hold position. Accuracy bonus for the following turn. That's what we want. Pen and paper game. It's only the sea combat. So Owen's the sea combat. This is just a brand new thing for the second game that's introduced sea stuff. As soon as we're done with this, we'll carry on a little bit and get to Neketaka, and you'll see a little bit more of what the regular game looks like. Well, I'm loving this. This is brand new and really fun. Hold position. Continue. Alright. They shoot at me. Oh, now they're close. They're going to probably hit and probably go for my hull. Yeah, the hull damage. That's fine. We will repay you in kind with port cannons, with grape shot, with a pretty good chance to hit. It's fun, isn't it? I'm loving it. Absolutely loving it. Fire! Deafening volley as your ship crests over the peak of a wave. Your cannoneers fire a deafening volley at the opposing ship. Surely, now at this range, I'm really hoping 2 more raking hit. And their crew... Oh, well, one of them just recovered again. Continue. From deckhand to helmsman to cannoneer. Alright. Still reloading. But how long are they out for? Right, these ones are almost dead. Gonna say brace for impact. And note they're still stuck. So we'll do hold position. Let's see what they do. Okay, cannon fire. They're pretty much focusing on our hull here. Oh, getting a bit dicey now. We're down to... They've nailed us in the hull a few times. Port cannons. Which one's ready? Oh, that one's still reloading. Fire the grape shot again. Deerwood and hognose. 2 damage to above deck crew. And they're stuck. And we'll fire the other one. Oh, 55. Well, we've got our expert cannoneer on that. Hopefully it'll be enough. Fire. Come on, coin counter, fooled us. Damn! Right, enough of this. Because they're gonna blow us out our hull before too long. And they're still stuck. Right, we need to get close before too much of their crew recovers. Turn to port. Right, they're stuck. And full speed ahead. We're going to close on them now. Continue again. Distance closed by 70. I think that's going to be... Yeah, they've got one of their crewmen back. And they're still stuck. Full speed ahead. Distance closed by 50. They can't shoot at us anymore. They're stuck. Prepare to board. Right, what does this actually do? Board the enemy ship in engagement deck-to-deck combat. Let's do it. Let's do it. Prepare to board. Enough of this. They've got 7. We've still got 11. With a rousing cry, your crew throw grappling hooks of boarding planks across the gap between the 2 ships. They stream onto the ship's deck, weapons at the ready. The stunned enemy crew rally and meet your sailors with a resounding boom of gunfire and the clang of steel on steel. And sorry, my phone is starting to run out of juice. My second screen. Land combat is more. Yeah, sorry. Let me see. Asiak, I'm no stranger to it. This is a first playthrough, but obviously I haven't started the game here. I played all of Pillars 1. Welcome to the stream, Asiak. But yes, I'm doing turn-based. I did all of Pillars 1, about 200 hours, a complete 100% of it with pause-based real-time. So I'm doing the beta of turn-based real-time on this playthrough. So yes, Chief Oads, you were thinking of picking this up. You're about to see the turn-based combat version, which is a newer edition they've made. Right, hopefully our lot aren't too bad in a fight. The main thing we're going to have to deal with is these defenders. These Valian defenders. Apologies, by the way, if in a little bit I'll give you a warning if I can't read any more chat, because I'm about to run out of juice on my phone, which unfortunately is my second screen for the time being. Let's see how this goes. Here we go. Your fear, it rings in my mind like a bell. We have to be stopped? Really? Do we? Right, there's Dacilla. There's the Valiant fighter. There's some of their injured crew. Well, it looks like it's a pirate's life for me. Who's moving first? Krayven. Oh, against a gold pack paladin. Can he get to the Valiant soldier in time? Firstly, actually, let's click on him and see what he can do. Is this a free action? Dance of Death. He probably won't get much chance to pull that off. So if I turn on Swift Strikes, so he's now quick. I want to get the crossbowman because then he's a little bit stuck.
As you wish.
Right, so my monk's going straight in. Oh, see, unarmed monks are pretty handy. The Valiant sailor's already blooded. And we've got Haymaker turned on to make his heavy exhausting attacks for additional penetration at the cost of initiative worth it. Oh yes, now that was a free attack. Severan is not part of my party, but she's one of the additional characters I created, so she's throwing off free abilities. I think first of all, we don't need you coming in onto the deck side, Miscaster. Kindly make your way over here. Next. In fact, this guy's already bloodied. She could do a Blessed Harvest, as it does considerably more damage if they're bloodied or near death. Oh no, she's got to run forward for that. Let's open up with an Interdiction. If we can get little Luca, Valiant Sailor will go first, but we can possibly stun a few of these guys. Can we get all three of them? Yeah. Alright, so she's going to go for that. We don't need to use any of her other special magic right now. And little Luca, what's she going to do? Oh, a little wand cast. Nice. Valiant Sailor. Shoots Krayven at point blank range. Aloth! He could actually come to... Yeah, come to about here, mate. And get ready to cast some magic. It's a kind of magic. Minalette's bounding missiles. For this little rank of characters here. Yeah, this Valiant fighter. Let's have it bouncing 1, 2, 3. Okay, end turn there.
I'll teach you a lesson.
There's Liana. There's our other little pre-made character. Sending Era in. Use them briefly before we got our 2 remaining story characters. Merca, she's our little sidekick. Oh, look at that jump. She's running in using her... She's a monk fighter combo class. Right, Adair. Adair, you know what to do. You're going straight in against that gold pack paladin. Oh, no, wait. Oh, that's Seraphan. What am I talking about? That's not Adair. That's Seraphan. Let's get him forward, ready to board. Nearly. And then just a straight up
Only takes a finger to blow her away.
Bam, graze, and the hand cannon. Oh, he misses a lot with that bloody hand cannon. Rushed reload. Ah, right, I don't want that on, and powder burns. Let's turn off that.
Something I can do?
Yes, there is something you can do, Adair. Firstly, I think this is a free action. Discipline barrage. We'll take some of that. Then I think... What's he in? He doesn't need to be in defender stance. Let's have him in cleaving stance. And then get ready for a mule kick. Can you get to this guy in time? Kick this paladin in the nards. Bang! Eat the deck, dickhead. And now interdiction should go off rather nicely. Grazed, dazed. Oh, and the Valiant fighters running in to have a go. I think we've got this. We're kicking their asses. Oh! Ignored the tank and went for Krayven. That's alright. We can do an into the fray with Adair shortly. Well, Kraven's taking a couple of thumps, but nothing he can't handle. And there's the captain. I love that little shipboard. Why are you running and then trying to come downstairs this way? Oh, wow. They really want a piece of Krayven. They really want a piece of him. Oh, nice. Turn around to start. Oh, God. These fighters are not very tough. The gold pack paladin. Jesus Christ. Why are you all nailing Krayven?
I cannot whack him any harder,
Captain.
Bang! There goes one. All right, Seraphin, mate. You've now got some focus. So I think Mind Blades. That will work very nicely. Yeah, these gold packed. Actually, we'll do it on this side so Adair can turn around and thump the others. Nail that Valiant fighter. Wham, wham, wham. Oh, that bounced nicely. We are chewing them up. We don't even need to use our empowers. Alright folks, I'm down to 1% on the old phone. I've got no way to charge it in here. I'm going to be missing chat for the last part of this. When I do the outro, I will catch back up on it. And I will read out any subsequent alerts like follows and subs and anything else after the fact. Apologies if I can't do it in real time. I didn't expect done a longer stream today and I've run out of juice. This is the first time that's ever happened actually. Right, little Luca's having a go. Okay, Krayven, you are, well, generating a lot of wounds, that's for damn sure. The Breath of Flames could be no, you know what, no. Let's do a Force of Anguish. Let's nail this guy, get him a little bit away from you. Bam, see ya, eat the floor. Right, Merca, what's she gonna do? Our little drunk monk. There goes that one. Nice one, Merca. Severan, my homemade elf. Jyoti. Now, there must be another bloodied character there. Hurt, healthy, bloodied. Let's get another harvest. I think that's pretty instant right there. Wham, dead. See ya. Nice one, Jyoti. No, don't let the batteries die. I'm Angel's Thumb, very professional. This is the first time that has ever happened, Duncan. I'm gonna have to remember to keep the charger in here because I'm used to having it always to hand. But I have a separate studio now. Right, Aloth. Necrotic Lance. Let's get some instant corrode damage. This Valiant fighter. Oh, that's not instant. Okay, fine. Apologies, folks. Apologies.
Try this.
Liana. Oh, Desila's up there. Okay. Oh, man, that was a mighty slap on Krayven. Right, Adair. I think a quick discipline barrage. Change your stance to one-on-one. And then into the fray on this Valiant fighter. There we go. Hopefully they'll aim for him now. Or this Valiant. Oh, Valiant Sailor's getting back up. He's going to want a piece of Krayven. Ooh, that was a powerful hit. Oh no, Era. Oh, Era's still healthy. Drusilla. Yeah. You need to empower yourself, so we'll get some of his abilities back. Nice. Right, what's this? Penetrating strike. Gold pack paladin. Oh no, that's... Yeah, put it there. Holy shit! I can still see it for a bit more. Right, well that guy just had a very bad day. Fucking hell.
Leave it to me.
Turn and face this dude at the very least. Right, necrotic lance should go off. Oh, damn. That's a problem with turn-based. That is a problem with turn-based. You got to remember who's aimed at what, because that now wasted that necrotic lance completely. I think, Krayven, you should take your second wind right about now. Next, Torment's Reach. And kick this guy to death. Wham. Nice. Turn and face. End turn. Merker, where are you looking? And there he goes. Right, Captain, it's only you left. Let's get minor missiles, or have we got still a second? Combusting wounds. Let's get some dots on her. I don't know if that one goes off right away. Apparently it does not. Kaboom indeed, Duncan.
What can I do you for?
That was like the bloody mess perk in New Vegas. What can you do me for? Well, let's top up Krayven a bit more with some Holy Radiance. There we are. Boom. Done. Nice one, Jyoti. Era. Chew on her. Drusilla, you're about to have a very bad day. Little Luca. Don't know what she's going to cast. Another little wand attack. Fine. Liana. Gonna shoot her. Oh, Drusilla is very, very close to dying. She's going to get one more for pride. Okay, this is a very low level character, I think. And combusting wounds. She's cooking to death. Seraphim, do you want to do the coup de grace?
Aye, Captain.
Boom. See ya. And a slow motion down she goes. And one more just in the guts as she goes down. Enemy defeated. Morale gained 10. The crew gained 550 experience. The crew gained 2 sailor experience. Krayven gained a rank. This is new. Oh wow, look at all the shit we got. Copper pyres and silver lusk. Well, we loot everything into the stash. We got the Valiant breastplate. We've got a fine saber. Crate of crude luminous ardra. Cotton weave sails. Those are better sails. Oh, we've got everything. Tons of food, supplies, grog. Valiant Trading Company colours. We already got some of those. Hardtack, a crossbow. Fine small shield. That's fine. Fine armour. Fine rapier. Valiant hat. We'll share the coins with the crew. Let's share the coins with the crew. Good first job. Plus 17 morale. Plus 17 morale. Right, my morale is at 95. Right, take all and continue. We're going to have to patch things up. That went well. Well, there is ship combat and turn-based combat in one. That was a fantastic culmination, little climax of things here. Right. I do think we should patch up the ship a little bit. Oh no, we've drunk all the booze. We've drunk all the good booze. Right, a bit more grog. I'm going to have to stock up on that. Feck. Right, we've still got a good amount of food left. Hagfish can go in there. Oh, we've still got some rum. Why is rum always gone? We've got loads of fresh water. Rice can go on here. Hardtack, if we ever eat it, it's going to be bad times. But cotton sails now. Can I put that in miscellaneous upgrades? -2 to sail health, +5 combat speed, 5% travel speed. Alright. Linen sails. The most common sail on the sea. The linen sail has been used for generations the world over. Woven from flax, linen sails are sturdy but a bit heavy. Many captains prefer the reliability coupled with the steady supply of this sail. I think we'll put on some cotton sails for the time being. Right, so that's flags. Well, where did my cotton sails just go then? Huh? Did I just lose the linen sails then? Ah, triumphs. A triumph of Decilla. I don't know what that even means. Sail health 14 out of 18. Hull health. Well, how do we go about doing repairs? We didn't get any new direct upgrades. Options, map, character. Well, how do I go about actually fixing the ship? Shot, medicine, we got loads of food, we got everything else, but I'd like to repair the ship, please. Or do I have to be in port for that? Can we not repair on the water at all? That's a shame. Okay, onwards to Neketaka. Ah, actually, wait a minute. You know what? I'm going to drop a little quick save there because that went quite well. There's an old battleground if we want to stop there. Nah. As I say, Neketaka. -1 repair. Oh, we're patching up the sails a bit. What's that? Dead fire merchant. We'll leave them alone. Oh, bit by bit, as we travel, we repair on the move. That's good. Ship repairs when you travel. Ah. Oh, sea encounter. A fog rolls in. Thank you, Duncan. Yeah, you're right. Oh, goodness. Is this going to be the undead ship? Out of nowhere, a heavy fog rolls over the ocean. As long as you have the repair supplies. Got you. A heavy fog rolls over the ocean. So dense that you cannot see more than a dozen feet out from your ship. With the fog's arrival, the winds die. The waves calm. And the Defiant is left aimlessly drifting. The only sounds, those of the hull groaning, as if in dread of what's to come. Ah, Jesus, are we going to get the ghost ship now? Crap. Yeah. The thingy, the hangman. Eerie green lights pierce through the fog as the silhouette of a massive galleon approaches. Black sails, though tattered and rotting, catching an otherworldly wind, slicing the ship forward at a rapid pace. Ah, Christ. Eerie green lights pierce through the fog as the silhouette of a massive galleon. The captain, a skeleton outfitted in tarnished armour with glowering eyes, surveys you from the quarter deck of the decaying galleon. She wraps two... Okay, chat screen has gone off. Apologies, folks. She wraps two fleshless fingers against her chest before pointing right at you. What the goddess of death has marked, I will leave untouched. Oh! She nods solemnly once, then with a tilt of her skull steers the ship away. That's fortunate, because we got the mark of Berathinus, we're not going to be her prey. God, look at that armour. Bloody spider webs and gilt. That's a proper undead captain. As the floating hangman turns, several undead sailors shamble across the deck, hungry for a look at your crew. They scratch at the chipped and rotted railings, heads rolling on their exposed spines. Oh man, that was fortunate. The ship disappears back into the fog. A few minutes pass before the fog fully dissipates and the winds pick back up, rustling your sails. The sea is clear, empty. The other ship is nowhere to be found. Well, alright, we didn't immediately become her prey. That's a frickin' relief. Oh, they gave us a wide berth. Rum, grog and water for a bit of extra morale, more repairs. A lethargic, misshapen bird drops a damp missive onto the deck. Let's have a read. Try the critter cleaver. To Krayven, Captain of the Defiant. I know what you're thinking. I have too many lovable cats, dogs, pigs, birds, and pigs. Like you, I once thought I could take in stray pets, care for their needs, and shower each with equal affection, but we limited beings have only so much love to spread around, unpleasant, unfair, unfortunate. That's why I took it upon myself to optimize affection and curtail my creature care. I bring you the Critter Cleaver. Oh, good God. I just realised what this is. I thought it was like a little pet shop that you could, you could store additional pets. It's clearly not. The Cleaver is a handy, ethics-free apparatus yanked from a genuine Engwithan dig site and restored to glorious functionality. Simply slide your favourite feline down one end and let the Cleaver do its charm. The best is yet to come. See, the Cleaver remembers. Stick a white bird in there, it remembers. Purple pig, it remembers. It even remembers your pet's strengths and weaknesses and favourite places to poop. Now, your furry friend isn't just going to slide out of the Cleaver's business end same as it went inside. No, they come out different. Better, sometimes. That's where it gets fun. Combinations! Want a bird to think like a pig? Want a cat to think like a different, better cat? The Cleaver provides. You'd be doing me a favour of epic proportions if you gave the Critter Cleaver a whirl. Once folks see you using it, everyone will want to turn. I've moved it to the far wall of the dark cupboard, which is at Periki's overlook in Neketaka. You can find the Cleaver just due west of the wooden fella. A friend and fellow animal lover. P.S. I fixed the insert receptacle so it no longer accepts orlans and gave it a good scrubbing. You are welcome. I have a feeling if I ever use that, Adair's going to leave the party forever. And Weber o Tangola. And finally, Neketaka. I thought it's like you got too many pets and you chop them for food and then you can like eat pig and you get pork for your crew or something. But no, it's some sort of weird, horrible fantasy pet mashing science. I mean, I don't know. I'll wait until Adair likes me more and then maybe give it a little try. I might do some background research on it so I don't go into it completely blind. So at the very least, if I do some horrible hybrid, I come out with a better pet than the two I put in. I have a feeling Adair will think very poorly of me. No, I know he will. I absolutely know he will. He's an animal lover. But we finally made it. I didn't expect to be playing Pirate for quite so long in this one, but that was awesome to get to some ship-to-ship combat. Achievement unlocked, Heart of the Deadfire. Blessing. I've got 10 blessings now. Neketaka, Deep Spring, Fond Prima in 2828. Oh, sorry about the V-syncing there. That's, yeah, a little bit of the old frame rate issue. I'm getting Defiance Bay vibes of this place. We are aboard. We made it. The Valians won't trouble us again. And who are you? As you walk down the dock, your approach is noted by a cadre of heavily armoured armour. Their leader briskly leads them to intercept you. Ah, fire godlike. Now, this is this is happening specifically due to the fact I'm a fire godlike. Though the harbour master says nothing as she surveys you, you note a telltale sneer and a twitch of revulsion that are all too familiar. Ah, so yeah, because my character has grown up as a godlike.
You're far from home, farmer. How did you make it all this way in your little boat?
Don't like your attitude much, lady. The armourer cranes her thick neck to look along the hull of your ship. Her expression conveys equal portions incredulity and pity.
Why do we gotta be farmers just because we're from Deerwood?
Yeah, goddamn right.
Are you a farmer?
Oh dear.
Yeah, but you can't just assume. We got rabble-rousers too.
Ha! As her attention returns to you, the armourer's mood becomes more formal.
I'm the harbor master, Kauha. I must ask your reason for docking in Neketaka.
Oh, now, I'm just going to go through others, but we have a skill check. What's this? Deadfire Archipelago. Because my character's actually originally from Deadfire Archipelago, so technically being back here instead of being in the Deerwood is coming home. So 2, just the other options. I'm following a giant made of Adra, and I need to see someone in the palace about it. 3, Barath has tasked me with finding Aethys. He's walking across Deadfire looking for luminous Adra. Do I really need a reason? 5, I'm carrying the finest hay in all of the Deerwood. Bales of it. So many bales. Oh god, that's such a Trump response. The best bales. Terrific bales. Tremendous bales. And I must tell you to fuck off. Get out of my way. Oh, if I didn't have a skill check, I probably still wouldn't pick that. But I've got to play one of these games as an arsehole because they get to have all the best dialogue options. But very much in keeping, my characters, this is the first time he's get on to speak in his native language. Juana, don't worry, sister. Surely you can let me through. Katuzatuka uahene. Ne tozo akui kehe maka e koho e. The harbour master's face twists in annoyance. She takes a half step closer to you.
Akora May, Rika. No one gets through without good reason. Not even locals.
Oh, it says sorry, brother. She doesn't like the fact that I'm a human. I'm a human godlike, not an Alma. The men and women behind the harbour master set their jaws and straighten their backs at their leader's words. God damn it. Deep within you, you feel an uncomfortable roiling. You can't be certain if the sensation is physical or spiritual, but it immediately induces nausea and fills your ears with the sound of blood rushing through your head. Cutting through the din, you hear a familiar woman's voice speak. Each word comes slowly, falling with what sounds like the chiming of a small bell. Now Barath wants to have a word. Great.
Show them.
The Pallid Knight. Continue.
Show them what you are.
It's really important that I go to the palace. I need to learn where I can find luminous Adra. 2. I'm a watcher and the herald of Bereth. The whole Deadfire is in danger. Please let me pass. I'm a watcher and the herald of Bereth. Step aside or suffer the consequences. To the guards, shut up. To Bereth, shut up. Or 6, concentrate on folding the edge of the in-between. Oh, Jesus. No. Before I do, I'm going to try and be nice about it. I'm a watcher and the herald of Bereth. The whole of Deadfire is in danger. Please let me pass. Just straightforward.
I've heard enough. There's no room for you in Neketaka Harbor. Get back on your ship and head back to open sea.
No. The harbour master gestures toward your boat. The women and men behind her nod and murmur in agreement. The nausea continues to build inside you, blood pounding against your skull. Again, the woman's voice. Again, she chimes.
I will help you.
Oh, god damn it.
What's the matter with you? What are you doing? If you're trying to scare us with some cipher mischief, save the purple flames for the tribes of the Outer Islands.
Oh, it's a lot worse than that. You really should have just let me pass. The roar in your head begins to abate. The ringing of the chime becomes clearer, rhythmic. 2 successive peals followed by a brief respite. You realise the chime is ringing in tandem with your heartbeat. You open your eyes. The harbour master is gesturing wildly, presumably to get your attention, and yelling in your face, but you hear no words. Only the ringing of the chime as your heart rate slows, and slows, and slows, and slows.
Now.
Oh dear.
What is this?
Yeah, you really should have done what you were told.
Run for it!
I have a feeling...
Everybody saw that, right? It wasn't just me?
Quest updated, The Veins of Aora. New map discovered, Queen's Birth. My arrival in the city hardly went unnoticed. Barath certainly saw to that. With the harbour master out of the way, I'm free to look for the Kahanga Palace in the Serpent's Crown district at the top of the mountain. And I think that's worth a save. Bloody hell. Oh my days! Well, that was. I'm gonna do the classic HBO approach there, and leave all you lovely folk on a cliffhanger. But don't go anywhere. We're gonna do the outro, and then we're gonna find some lovely folks to raid. So. Oh, excellent. I didn't miss anything. Kill them. His marker, as you see, I didn't have the dialogue choice to commit brutal murder, unfortunately. Would have done. But, yeah, we didn't get to get murder-tastic. Barath decided to make us sort of just put on a show and leave it at that. So, firstly, folks, yes, we're going to wrap it there today. We'll be doing a little raid somewhere shortly, but let me firstly thank you very much to Effects for the host, TJ Thriller for the raid, thank you very much indeed, Gone Postal for the host, and it was of 8 as well, thank you kindly. Goldberg for the 101 biddies, Decadency for the 75 biddies, Evil Jess for redeeming a delightful joke with anal lingus involved. Let's just accept that. And to Chief Owens for becoming a resident and following. Thank you very much indeed. I will be back, let me think, tomorrow. It's going to be Mellow Out Monday. More of the violent action FPS antics and headshots of Fallout New Vegas. We're going to continue in the Mojave a bit before we start the next bit of DLC, now that Honest Hearts is done, so don't miss it. Next, you can follow me, as you can see there, at Krayven_Twitch on Twitter, should you feel so inclined. And there's other socials as well. This VOD will be going up on YouTube. There is the YouTube link as well. Do please, if you're not already, and you're a regular here especially, drop a subscribe as we desperately chase that unique URL, because then I can lock in Krayven, and hopefully other folks won't get it. Then I'll be the only one on YouTube who's actually got that personal URL. And there's Instagram for random pics and bits I share if you are so inclined, and where I'll be posting things from TwitchCon EU, which I will be attending in a week and a half before we fly out, just about, or a little over 2 weeks. And even more importantly, the Discord. If you've enjoyed the community and hanging out here and just being with us, then Cravenstown is the full town. This is the show. This is the Krayven channel, the front end, the streaming complex, which also acts as the town's gatehouse. We have the full theme of a town because I and the community believe very strongly in literally building a community. Plus, I love my RTSs. So hence, followers are residents, subs are citizens, mods are councillors, and I am the mayor. Every channel is themed that way. It's not some half-assed little hook. Everything goes like that. Subcategories are districts, and we have everything themed around the idea of a town. It's a very non-toxic, non-edgy, friendly community following the golden rule: treat others as you'd like to be treated. So if you want to chat when I'm not online and be a part of that, we'd be delighted to have you. We also have a secondary focus on secondary hook, which is about mental health awareness, and supporting talking and openness about mental illness. It's not something you have to deal with to be a part of the community, and it's not something you have to open up about right away or at all if you do, but it's something we believe in very strongly. We have a dedicated part of the town called The Clinic to deal with that, with a special chat room, a resources channel, and a special little mindful memes channel for things related to anxiety, depression, and other bits and pieces, all of that, and sort of nature, bipolar disorder, whatever you need, or just things in your life if you need to vent and need a friendly, open, non-judgmental place to do it. Along that way, there's the help command. Everyone can use it, but I always try and do it at the end of the stream, once a stream. If you are struggling with something related to mental health or self-harm or suicide or things like that, you are in a very understanding and pleasant place to do that. There's nothing to be ashamed of. You're not alone, and the world is a better place with you in it. You are awesome. Keep being you. Thank you for hanging out here. If you are having a little bit of difficulty, you don't have to say anything, but if you know someone is, that is a link to international suicide and mental health helplines, and people to talk to should you need to. Take advantage of it should you see fit. Okay, and I praise your indulgence a little while longer. Let's just see if there's anyone online that we can drop a little raid or host to. We haven't seen in a while. I haven't sent anyone Jimbo's way in a while. Jimbo's a lovely guy and he's doing some Stardew Valley. He's a member of the Level Select community, so we are going to raid him. Those of you who don't already know, you are now being press ganged, to go with the sailing theme, into the Krayven's Town Militia. If you're a citizen, hit that legit as you go in, hit that legit. And if you're not, hit whatever emotes you have. Thank you so much for joining me here this evening. It has been an absolute pleasure narrating for you. I sincerely hope you have enjoyed it as well. And I will see you all on Monday, tomorrow, for Mellow Out Monday. Until then, have a very good evening. Good night.